Hey everyone, how's it going? I hope you're all doing well. I'm excited to welcome you to the first part of our new series. Today, we're going to talk about a fun what if Naruto lived as a normal person and discovered hidden abilities that changed his life? It's an interesting idea, and we'll explore what might happen if that were the case. So, stay with me and let's get started. Naruto Uzumaki was not a person to punish harshly. He had had a hard life, it is true, but he had always looked for the bright side of things. Complaining about his problems, he never did anything about it, and it didn't bring him closer to his goals. When possible, he turned the other cheek, otherwise he made jokes. That was how he was. However, his hard life had brought one thing: he was very defensive of those he called friends. He had very few of those, and before his pain, his was nothing. So knowing that, you can say that the beating that Naruto gave to Nuki, his former taijutsu teacher, was totally proportional to the crime. According to Konoha law, the man was guilty of treason, so no one would be angry at Muki's death, but Naruto stopped his hand, or hands in this case, and left the man alive, beaten to a bloody pulp. True, but alive. Hee. I went too far. Irika had turned around to talk to the second man he could call friend. After the Sandaime, the chin was motionless, his head had fallen backwards at some point. While the many Narutos were beating on Muki, Irika Naruto hadn't listened to his first aid lessons much, but he did remember some, though his favorite instructor's temperature wasn't normal, and his breathing was slow. It was visible that something was wrong with him. It took Naruto a second to call his clones, although some had already left for his apartment, as he had ordered them to quickly pick up Irika's body, making sure to step on Muki a few times on the way, and they ran from tree to tree holding his body up. Naruto could see the remaining clones gently gathering Muki and following him, but his mind was focused on getting Irika to the hospital as soon as possible. When Naruto arrived at the hospital, the Okage was already there, reinforcing Naruto's ingrained knowledge that Sandaime always knew everything had happened and let him play his pranks for fun. For the results, he was actually proud that his own technique had managed to take down the old man once. Normally he'd be bragging about it by now, but he had more important things to do. Two medical ninjas stepped out from behind the city leader. As soon as the clones holding Irika hit the ground, they gathered the Sijin up and carried him inside on a stretcher. Two of those strange, masked ninjas did the same with Muki's body, although these ones didn't bother to use a stretcher. The one behind the crow mask even covered a snort as one of his clones gave him one last kick right between the legs, and Naruto counted every emotion he would get from those people as a victory. They had been checking him in his apartment for years, and they always looked like moving stone statues for all the feelings they showed. The Okage took a step forward then, as the two masked men bounced from roof to roof and stopped a few meters in front of the mass of clones. You don't think I need the protection of so many ninjas, right? Many ninjas, or he meant his clones with a single seal, and the thoughts all disappeared in several puffs of smoke, and the satisfaction he felt from having given Mizuki one last kick redoubled in his mind. The story continues below. Well, I see you managed to make good use of your time with this scroll. May I take it back? Naruto sheepishly handed the scroll back to him, having completely forgotten the fact that he had stolen it from the same man hours before. The Sandaime looked at it quickly, probably to verify that it was what it was supposed to be, then put it down. Under his shoulder, Irika will be old enough, he couldn't help but ask. I'm sure he will be in a day or two. He'll probably come see you again. The Sandai did that weird thing to me, the one where he looked straight at the monument. I saw it as if he was thinking about someone. No, he probably just liked looking at his own face. It's late, and I'll probably have twice as much paperwork waiting for me when I get back. I think it's best that we both head home. No, Naruto nodded. He skipped dinner to get that scroll, and a good dose of ramen was exactly what he needed. Well, good night, old man. So that disappearing leaf ninja trick he always did. And Naruto bounced from roof to roof towards home, and ramen, the smell of ramen reached his nose before he was even home. He cleared the remaining few meters. He ran and entered his apartment to find a dozen copies of himself around his table, on his bed, on the floor, and even one on the kitchen counter, and everyone was eating ramen. You guys are no good bastards. You better leave me some, or I'm going to blow you all up and take all that ramen. The clones knew Naruto as well as they did. They had evidently anticipated this particular possibility, as another hot cup of ramen awaited him on the kitchen counter. He wasted no time eating a good portion of the still slightly crunchy noodles, savoring the taste of his favorite food. By the third bite, however, he realized something. Some of his clones were different. The others had a large scroll on their back, as if he had used the scroll of forbidden seals earlier in the day. Oh yeah, he had forgotten about it due to all the beating over Muki and the rush to get to the hospital, but he had made 4 or more clones while escaping for the first time from his former taijutsu teacher. The ones here with the scroll must be the same ones he made back then. They would come back here like the others. Wait a minute. Naruto gulped down the rest of his noodles and walked determinedly towards one of these clones, who was still savoring his own ramen. Opening the scroll, he quickly examined it. The directions of the Kaibunin were still there, and yes, another technique after. If a single technique from that scroll could make him able to beat a chin, imagine the closer he would be to a dozen, or Maybe even more looking back at the clones still eating ramen, he realized. He had no idea how long they would last. It's better to copy the techniques in other scrolls. First, he probably didn't have time to train on a dozen before they disappeared. Anyway, running to his room, he came back holding every empty scroll he had. They were quite a few. He never would have thought not doing his homework could be so useful. However, he left it with plenty of spare scrolls to write on. He had barely started writing when the sound of slurping noodles behind him indicated a much better and faster way to do it. Hey guys, stop eating the story down. Some of his clones stopped, although most continued. One even gave him the finger. He resisted the urge to tear it up, but held back since it was one with a scroll. I'm going to burst the first one who hasn't finished his ramen in 10 seconds. The sounds of savor noodles were a balm to Naruto's ears, and in no time all the clones were looking at him expectantly. It was good to be heard. It's okay, you. And you, he said, pointing at the clone he had taken the scroll from, and another clone. This one without a scroll. You're with me. The others in teams of 3 with a scroll for team. The one left. Naruto looked at his stack of blank scrolls, then the scroll of forbidden seals. No, there probably isn't enough scrolls to copy everything. Go buy more scrolls and markers. Oh, and some more ramen while you're at it. He tossed his bag to the one who was already outside the door. Now, everyone say the technique you're copying, since we don't need any duplicates. I already started with Shiki-Jin, so I'll take that the rest of you go ahead. The sun was rising in the eastern sky when the Naruto's squad finished copying the contents of the forbidden scroll. They worked all night, but Naruto didn't really feel tired, probably because of all the ramen he had just eaten. He had done well in sending a clone to buy things, since without that they would have run out of scrolls before reaching the second room of the forbidden seals, and they would have run out of ramen soon after. And at least they had also needed a second bookmark each now that the copy was made. Each Naruto was catching up on some other things as expected. For half of them that meant ramen. 2 others were sleeping. 3 were lying on the scrolls examining them and comparing them to the original. 1 even decided to take a bath. Surprisingly, they all lasted until now without needing to recreate them. Naruto was still wondering when they would explode on their own. He himself was rereading about the Kaibunin in the copy he had made before. He had done it mainly for completion, but he realized upon rereading that it was barely. He had glanced at half of the scroll. While training in the forest, most of what he had ignored was under the headings dangers and reasons for being forbidden. As such, he found himself struggling to understand the next passage. Otherwise, the danger of severe chakra depletion due to the technique's inerrant splitting process. The other danger is a form of psychic damage due to the return of a clone's secondary consciousness to the primary. A form of mental overload due to the information overload. As such, is not recommended to use this technique for more than a dozen clones due to the possibility of multiple memories returning simultaneously, damaging the user's psyche and possibly causing personality disorders. Or the last sentence. But it didn't make sense. Yesterday, he had burst 100 clones in front of the hospital and felt no adverse effects, but he didn't remember anything about the return of memories or anything of that essence. He brought the matter to the 3 clones, now almost finished with sub-verification, and as a group decided on a simple way to test this effect. One of the copies took Naruto's dictionary, which normal use was to prop it up on the kitchen table, opened it to a random page, looked at the first word he found there, then dropped the book on his foot, bursting incendiary, incendiary. All the clones chanted in one voice. One of them even verified, and yes, that word was the first word on a page near the middle of the book, which was then put back to its original use. Naruto, now even he remembered having the idea and looking in the book, even though it was the clone that had done those things. That was a powerful technique. The copy of Naruto that had decided to take a bath chose that particular moment to come out and stated, "You shouldn't go to the academy at this hour," with his hair dripping all over the dirty clothes that made up most of Naruto's carpet. Half of the Narutos in the room shot up at that statement, though only the real Naruto didn't go back to what he was doing. He ran around, picking up the ninja gear he had carelessly dropped all over the place, and shot out the window, his usual shortcut for when he was late for somewhere. Mizuki said he would pass with one technique, so he couldn't wait to show it off at the academy. He couldn't wait to get his hands on his own. Tate man, today was going to be the best. Chapter 1, Beginnings of a Joke. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto Ramen, belongs to Naruto. Enough talk. Bonus points for anyone who recognized the nod I give to another great ninja story. Absolutely not. Why would stealing something forbidden give you the chance to become a ninja? Personally, I would be grateful that the Okage didn't arrest you, as he should, but Mookie, and I don't see why the words of a traitor would have any impact on my decision. Actually, the fact that it came from him just goes to show that it shouldn't be used to help you pass. Kazui was one of the instructors at the academy that Naruto liked the least, had been teaching since the boy entered the academy years ago, and kept punishing every time something went wrong in a class. Whether or not it had anything to do with him, luckily the man only taught shinobi history, and not important things like ninjutsu or taijutsu. However, he had always been a thorn in Naruto's side. However, the time he knocked the teacher off his chair was a fond memory, even counting the fact that this jutsu of yours would get you approved, the ninjutsu part of the exam. As soon as you passed your accuracy, you failed your taijutsu, and that's not talking about your poor score in both the history and math exams. Brought your score to the lowest grade to pass, but no, and that's final. Whatever the traitor said is of no importance, Uzumaki's. So I'll see you in 2 weeks at the beginning of the next term. Good morning. The man gave him a smile that Naruto could only define as pleased and closed the door of the teacher's lounge in front of his dejected face. Naruto returned to his apartment with slow steps. The downtime between the years of the academy had always been the worst time for him, as he didn't even have any classes to do, nor did he have any pranks planned. So he had no idea how he would survive the boredom of the next few weeks. As he re-entered his house, Naruto found that his clones were still present, and in some cases still eating ramen. They didn't seem affected by the fact that he would have to retake the entire academic year for the 4th time. On the other hand, he realized that they probably didn't even know yet. Naruto woke up the few clones that were sleeping, and with everyone around them listening, he explained his situation. The reactions he got were varied. Some wanted to play a prank on Kazui, and some even had good suggestions on how to do it, although Naruto didn't think he could get his hands on that many eggs. One argued about going to Okage with what Mookie told him, but Naruto had to admit it would probably turn out just as well as the first time he did it, and yet he would be back at the academy. The others were so depressed like him by the news, and the whole advice degenerated into a huge shouting match. Luckily, Naruto's immediate neighbors had long since left the place, otherwise he would have received a visit from his landlord. All that stopped when a girl came through the windows. She was blonde, slim, and a little taller than Naruto. She was holding 2 shopping bags full of spilled water in one hand, and used the other to enter. "Hey guys, can you believe what I just found out?" was the first thing she said when she came in. "Who the hell? It's you," was the general response from the massive copies, including the original Naruto. She looked at herself, and, realizing something, she made a one-hand seal, releasing suing and turning into another Naruto clone. So clones can use techniques that meant Naruto had a horribly interesting form of the power of his own created technique, one that would surely beat even the Sandaime in the hospital. Naruto looked around and realized by the faces his clones were making the same idea had occurred to them all. They turned to him. "Aram no Jutsu," they all said at the same exact moment. He nodded along with the clones. Now they had another new technique, one even more powerful than the original. Before he could start laughing at Iruka's face of what they would do, the clone that had just returned interrupted them. "Again, know something else? You know how the merchants kicked us out all the time? They only sold us old things. Or they overcharged us." Everyone else Naruto nodded. Now they knew why, but they had been dealing with that for a long time. "Well, using Inge we can get around that. I just came from the store in front of the flower shop, you know, the one with the old man spitting." Everyone nodded once again. Once that old man knew Naruto liked ramen, he had swept it off the ground, eliminating the possibility of Naruto having any either. "I couldn't stop trying to spit on it while I went there." So she turned back to her previous female form with a single seal, and the man couldn't help but be nice. "He even gave me a discount." Naruto and about half of the clones hit themselves in the head at the thought they had known that technique for years and never tried to apply it in that particular set of circumstances, thinking about how much more ramen he could have eaten if there was another one of the clones. However, he stood up from his chair. "We can use that." All the clones looked at him strangely. "I don't mean in the academy. You know how some teachers use any excuse to kick us out of class or tie us up in a corner?" They all nodded. "Well, we could get 1 or 2 clones into the academy under Inge, pretending to be other students, so when Naruto gets expelled the others will still be there, and we could eventually pass those tests and graduate." Naruto agreed that it could work even better. It was like a joke. He'd be pulling a quick one in front of everyone, especially those stuffy academy teachers. Even better about that, if any of the clones pass the test while the original doesn't, we can go cage with the fact that the clones under Inge, they are the same person as Naruto, and using that as an argument we should pass. I'm sure the Okage won't say no as long as we can prove that we passed those exams. Naruto looked around to see that all the clones were discussing the possibilities of this prank, or how to make it work. Thinking about it, there was no reason not to try it. Then it seems everyone agrees. They all nodded. So now let's get to the planning of that prank. The first point for deciding is the number. Began the clone to Inge. "How many clones are we going to insert in the academy?" "2 do 2 is the best." The rest nodded. The transformed copy continued. "Personally, I would suggest making the 2 as different as possible to avoid both being caught at the same time." "True, the only problem is," intervened the original Naruto, "preventing them from exploding. Any good hit could blow everything up. And let's not talk about running out of chakra. I know I did everything to you yesterday, and you've lasted until now, but in a school where you're supposed to try out techniques dozens of times, I can't tell if you'll just disappear when you use one." "I might have an idea about that," answered 3 different clones, simultaneously dug into the pile of scrolls behind them and pulled out a specific one chakra draining technique. "Why would it be forbidden?" The clone holding the scroll opened it and read a single passage. "For those not of the Akado bloodline, it is known that excessive use of this technique causes damage to the chakra coils, weakening them. Even sporadic use of this technique will cause irreparable damage within a few months. So why should we use it?" Naruto asked. "You shouldn't," the clone replied to the original. but us clones should do it with that as long as we have a source of chakra you would. Technically last forever at worst, we could drain some chakra to make it last longer. Naruto nodded. He knew for quite some time that he would never have any problem with chakra in terms of quantity, especially after the massive clone wave of yesterday that didn't even leave him tired. The scroll he had written about that particular technique said that even a single clone required an enormous amount of chakra, so 100 times that meant he would probably never have any problems related to very little safe. The scroll was quickly passed, and Naruto realized that even training in that technique could be dangerous for him. He thought about taking another one for a moment, but noticed that there was already enough Naruto training in his small apartment. Then it's time testing how much an inch could change things. Naruto found that the answer to that question was everything. Naruto was used to receiving very specific types of looks from the population. There were looks of rage and hatred that were especially preeminent in his various neighbors. There were looks of fear that Naruto saw less and less of as time went on. Eventually, there were looks of disgust, and those only increased with time. And now there were looks of pride. He was currently under an inge, looking like a version. The brown-haired, masculine girl that Naruto had gone to class with in his first year at the academy hadn't been anything special. She hadn't passed her exams, nor had she moved on to the next year. But Naruto always remembered her as one of the rare girls who laughed at the various pranks he made in class. He remembered her well enough to use her as a model for his transformation, and that transformation, as stated before, changed everything. People greeted as Naruto walked by. Some looked at him with glances of recognition towards a future Konoha shinobi. As he entered a weapons shop that was well known for never accepting his presence, Naruto watched in surprise as the shopkeeper smiled and beckoned him in, extolling the various specials he had using the bag he retrieved from his clone. He even bought a whole new set of kunai, the ones that were on sale, obviously better quality than the ones he had bought for a premium. He now noticed in one of the rare used shops of merchandise that acknowledged his presence. Now back outside, he realized that his clone must have been surprised to see the difference in the atmosphere. The Konoha that Naruto used to know, one that was sometimes oppressive and hateful, now seemed to welcome him with open arms. Seeing his favorite ramen in front of him, he wondered how they saw Yame and his father. To Konoha, being civilians, they would probably have a very different view of the village, one that Naruto had no idea about. For a second, seeing two of the people he respected most in the city, he wondered what life would have been like if he had been a simple civilian. He wondered how they managed to live their lives. Wait a minute. Who said he couldn't find out if he planned to infiltrate an academy full of shinobi trainees with Chin teachers? Surely he could manage to do the same in a school where there were no ninjas around. It was just two additional clones, nothing that would tire him out too much. And there were many things he could learn. What the civilians had done, blacksmiths and tailors and cooks, the many possibilities were colliding in his head as he was assaulted by a dozen memories. He suddenly remembered going shopping during the night and discovering the effect of a simple change in population and training to draw chakra to oneself. And Naruto shook his head, coming back to the present. It looked like the first of his clones, and it finally exploded between 18 and 20 hours. Not bad for a first attempt, especially since that was the clone that used techniques during the previous day. Becoming, as he walked into his kitchen, he could now remember being on all sides of the argument before and writing down hundreds of techniques overnight. He barely remembered the individual techniques as those memories fused together seamlessly, but the fragments came back to him one by one. His apartment was now empty of clones, so he created another dozen to continue training. However, he himself turned back to his bed. He hadn't slept at all the night before, and although he wasn't particularly tired, he was looking forward to another night of training. The next night, it was a clone that exploded, which brought him back to wakefulness. The memories he had previously interfered with merged with the dream he was having, and only that brought him back to consciousness. As he stretched, another of his clones disappeared, and Naruto could guess that the rest wouldn't last much longer. A glance at his alarm clock proved what his memories were telling him. He had barely slept 5 hours. However, he felt quite rested and ready to face tonight's training. By the time he finished his triple order of ramen, he was the only Naruto left in his apartment. The last memories confirmed that his clones had not yet managed to get the technique right. Some had thought they had the right way, and others believed they had managed to succeed for a second, but no one could say that they had really done well. Jumping out the window, Naruto tilted he descended to bounce from roof to roof, trusting that his feet would instinctively take him to where he planned to train. However, his thoughts were on other things. What he was really wondering was how many clones he could handle in a single attempt. He knew he could create over 100. His battle against Mizuki was proof of that, but that was after a hard day of training without stopping to eat or rest. The only other times he had used the technique had been limited to a few clones. As the situation, he was now restricted. However, he was well rested and also as well fed as he could, since he would be in the same training place he used to master the Kaibunin. He could fill the area to his heart's content and not disturb anyone. Barely a dozen minutes later, he was back where he had opened the scroll yesterday. The real place was easy to find, especially with the circle of burnt grass he had left behind as a result of one of his more spectacular failures. Somehow he caught fire while trying of channeling the chakra. He had now forgotten how he had managed to pull off such an event. Well, it's not like he was training to be on fire anyway. Standing in the middle of that circle, he focused his energies in the manner necessary to make the bushes appear cage-drew on his chakra again and again until he was drawing down the bottom of the reserves the exact instant he had reached the end of his strength. His hands moved together in a flash, creating the seal necessary to, for a second, it was like someone had punched the reality chamber as the world flashed before his eyes, then turned orange. Naruto couldn't tell how many Kagebunin he had created, turning around, climbing up as far as he could see, and probably even further beyond there was a copy of his traditional costume. Moving clones hung from the trees like giant leaves, and one even emerged from a pit in the ground. He was tired, true, but that was far beyond what had managed against Mookie. Naruto hadn't really seen so many people in one place ever. He sat down to catch his breath and shouted to the army waiting for him, "Well, you know what to do. There's ramen in Ichiraku for the first one who gets it right." A large chorus of ramen answered him as the clones split up to train. Some went to other clones, some to trees, and some even caught small animals to practice, but they all spread out and began the steps to master the technique. Naruto woke up while later, judging by the sky, it was still nighttime, so it could have been anywhere from 15 minutes to a few hours. Since he had fallen asleep, his nap was a reward for his success with the box. It was either that or select another technique and try to learn it, and Naruto didn't think he could easily find a place to train without having to displace a shadow clone. He quickly realized that his clones were still doing it and wondered why one had bothered to wake him up. They valued his dream, and his clones knew it, so he hoped he wouldn't be forced to get up for nothing. The clone that had jabbed him was standing over him waiting. Naruto caught the difference between him and his other clones instantly. This copy had a dozen extra kunai hanging from the front of his jacket and 2 shuriken, more than half Naruto's height, strapped to his back. Those shuriken were very familiar, Naruto noticed. Then he saw the dried blood on one of them. Oh yeah, Mookie had nailed Iruka with one of those. Looking at his around, he remembered that it wasn't too far from here that the confrontation had happened, and that Mookie hadn't been in any state to pick up the weapons he had thrown. "Do you remember those?" he replied. The clone found them while looking for a place to train, and that wasn't all. Opening one of his front pocket, he pulled out 2 more small shuriken, a piece of ninja wire, and a single explosive tag. The tag was what surprised Naruto. An explosive tag, when how it seemed that the tag should have. It's been there for a long time now, since it's not set to explode anymore. At first I kept my distance and poked it with a stick. Then when I got no reaction, I removed the layer of bark it was in. There was no reaction either. Even removing it with my fingers didn't make it explode, so I felt safe bringing it here. Does it work? Go ahead, find out. The clone, he handed the tag to Naruto. Naruto wasted no time. The exploding tags were something he knew how to use very well. They had been covered up every year he was in the academy, and Naruto had made sure to always attend and stay awake during that lesson. The chance to blow something up was worth listening to that lecture every time. In less than a second, Naruto had spun the tag around one of his kunai. He had prepared the tag for the explosion in 5 seconds and had thrown the weapon at a rock that was a dozen meters away. The explosion was not totally unexpected, but it still surprised Naruto. The implications of that were huge due to the general population's reactions to him. Naruto was used to working with poor equipment or no equipment at all. The fact that simply looking around could get him some, even things like giant shuriken that were no longer easily accessible to anyone, made a huge difference, especially considering explosive tags, which are expensive and hard to have in large quantities by academy students. "Good job," Naruto told his armed doppelganger, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. "Just in case you earn some Ichiraka ramen tomorrow." The clone bounced off, promising to keep searching when a burst of memories took all of the Narutos away. It wasn't as he expected, the knowledge of how to perform the technique, but it was something almost as good. One clone had just been drained, only to be dispersed by another. It barely took a few moments before said clone bounced off into the clearing where Naruto had been sleeping. The smile on his face was contagious, and the various exclamations of success spread quickly through the forest. The successful clone stopped directly in front of Naruto with a dozen additional followers. "I did it, boss. Show me." The clone made 3 seals in quick succession and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Instantly, Naruto felt how the technique worked. He remembered it from the memories of his now missing clone, but these feelings were different. It was like a vacuum cleaner sucking sand from all the insides of his body. It was a strange sensation. Naruto removed the clone's hand from his shoulder, smiling all the while regardless of how he felt about being on the receiving end. It was evident that he now had a new technique under his belt, even if that was one that only his clones could use. "Good job, you two. You're the one getting ramen tomorrow." The clone jumped for joy. "You know what to do, right?" With a familiar hand seal, the clone created another clone right next to him. "Continue," said the first clone, the second taking a huge hit. The second clone landed a quick straight hit between both of his eyes, instantly dispersing Naruto, and all his copies knew what the clone had. That is the workings of the jutsu they had been working on. They also remembered the exact feeling of drawing chakra from something. It was very different from being on the receiving end, more like hundreds of small electric shocks, just feeling good. All the clones returned to wherever they had been training as Naruto cornered the clone, reassembled after a few words, and some chakra draining. A clone of the copy armada was standing in front of the original well. Naruto had something to prove. He needed to pass an order to all his clones, and this was the only way. He would reach them all before the end of the night. I will use you to pass an order. Okay, the clone nodded. Okay, Naruto took a deep breath. All the clones are to go through the empty spots they find and try to collect everything that was left behind. Don't take any trash, but bring back anything that could be useful. Done. Hearing that, the clone slammed his head against a nearby rock, scattering instantly. There was a loud scream from Roger, and the various copies hanging around began to move and look around. Naruto himself left them to their work and began the walk to his apartment. Between the runoffs, his nap interrupted, and the Kaibunin, he had needed ramen and sleep both in large quantities. He would see what his clones could find tomorrow. When Naruto stretched upon awakening, he realized he had received during the night dozens of memories of exploding clones. He wondered why that hadn't interrupted his sleep this time, but he filed that question away as unimportant. Over 100 copies of himself had perished overnight. The exploding tags were the undisputed kings of shadow clone elimination, though the various traps in Training Area 32 had claimed over 40 by themselves. Some of the deaths were amusing, like the one who had fallen prey to something resembling a giant hamster in Training Area 32 Training 15, or the one that, by kicking a tree in frustration, managed to make a branch fall. Quickly getting dressed, was surprised to enter his apartment. He knew what the fallen clones had found, and they had found a lot, but that was nothing compared to what his clones had piled up inside his apartment. In reality, 3 Bunin were still sorting through a pile of random things, a pile that the clones under various ninjas coming and going were randomly adding. Another 4 were drawing on something that Naruto realized. He realized it was his spare sheet. They had already drawn what Naruto noted as the only complete map he had ever seen of Konoha. 2 clones were actually arguing about the relative size of a training ground, only to be corrected by a passing clone who dropped what appeared to be 24 mixed shuriken and kunai. Said shuriken and kunai were quickly collected, checked, and stored away in specific boxes. Some Naruto suspected were too damaged, too rusty, or too the sharpened blades were carelessly thrown into a large box that had replaced his kitchen table. Naruto turned to one of the few clones that wasn't busy, and as expected, he was eating ramen. And how many clones are left, he still doesn't know. Somewhere over 1,000. Naruto was suddenly hit by the massive scar of what he summoned yesterday. He knew that Bunin could now technically survive indefinitely by simply drawing chakra from trees, but he had never expected to be able to do so much. In no time, looking around, he wondered if he would ever need more equipment in this life, even considering there would be 3 people in the academy. Do you want a summary? Asked the clone who was previously eating ramen. Naruto nodded. There. And there, he said, pointing to 2 stacks of boxes. They are the kunai and the shuriken. This one gestured to a smaller stack. He holds the zon on the back wall. Are all the other weapons katana, spears, various pole weapons, smash in those 2 staffs? Continued the clone. Naruto was amazed by the large amount of different weapons that could be found if you looked hard enough. Now on that wall is the rest bits and pieces of different armor, different scrolls, and mainly the new collection we have of Itate collection. Yes, we found most of them far out in the woods, probably remnants of various attempts to travel. Some of them were still on a ninja's head, but we got used to it. I said, only things are left behind. I mean the head of a dead ninja. We buried the leaf ninjas we found, and we brought all the information we could on them, but plain paper doesn't survive the passage of time. Very well, you realize. Naruto nodded as he looked closer. This so-called collection was simply various headbands attached with shuriken to the back of a large wooden board Naruto used for target practice. I had to agree, they pretty much had them all: leaf, cloud, sand, rock, mist. All the main ones were there, including most of them in the missing version. Only missing sand was left to enter among them. There was also a good amount of those from smaller villages. Of those, Naruto recognized grass and waterfall, although they were the only ones he could name. There was one with a crescent moon that Naruto had surely seen before, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember where. When 2 clones came through the window, Naruto decided he had enough equipment for now. Well, people, listen. All the copies stopped what they were doing and turned to him. I think we have enough things for now. Those who work on the map and those who clear the stack can finish what they're doing, but all those who return with things do not come back for more. What are we going to do, San? One of the recently returned clones. We are going to go through this, answered the original, pointing to the stack of scrolls they copied from the forbidden one. We will have to classify them. 4 classifications. Learn those that need us to know specific techniques in advance. Those that we will never be able to do is those that need a specific bloodline or such, and those that we have no use learning, like suicide techniques or things that would kill us. He took a deep breath. Come on, people. Sino Irika was happy to finally be out of the hospital. A general antitoxin had easily removed the poison from his system, but the doctor had kept him for 1 more day, just to make sure he purged everything that the Kibi brat did. As they said, the Chin knew that Naruto had nothing to do with him being poisoned or with any of his other injuries, so he figured Naruto must have been the one to take his unconscious body to the hospital, as expected, since the other possible survivor of that battle, Mookie, would have likely given him a quick death rather than a trip to a healer. Regarding the details of that battle, his own memory was rather hazy. He remembered Naruto coming out of hiding to protect him, a few words here and there of banter between the 2 ninja, and nothing conclusive. After that, he figured he had seen Naruto use a cloning technique to fill the forest with clones, but he wasn't really sure if it was a hallucination, a genuine memory, It wasn't that he doubted the talent of one of his favorite students, it wasn't simply that someone like Naruto, whose lack of skill with the boom was legendary, could achieve such a feat. He would have to see it with his own eyes, and that was what he was doing visiting Naruto. He had already gone to Ichiraku and had ordered a dozen takeout bowls he owed Naruto. So much for the rescue. And he wanted to talk to the boy. As a teacher, Irika had access to the addresses of any of his students. He had never been to Naruto's house, although one look at the building and its neighborhood, and the teacher understood why Naruto had never invited him there. Frankly, the place was a dump. However, it was visible that Naruto was home, judging by the sounds coming from his open window. Irika headed upstairs, noticing the many voices coming from his apartment. Student, judging that Naruto probably had someone around, politely knocked on the door. "Hi Naruto, I'm Irika, may I come in?" "Hi Naruto, I'm Irika, may I come in?" Issei-chin's voice echoed throughout the apartment, cutting the Naruto's conversations into pieces. Everyone whispered, and then they all burst into a flurry of movement. The original Naruto quickly stood up to give them orders, but realized it was useless. The 40 clones that had been sorting scrolls in his apartment had launched into a blitz of hiding and shifting the various weapons and other equipment that weren't supposed to be in the room. The clones threw boxes at each other. As his room filled up with mostly spare ninja tools, 8 Bunin struggled by his window to push through the small opening, the box full of damaged or useless stuff. The map was gone. The board with his collection had been changed, revealing once again the photo of Sasuke that Naruto used to point at. A loud thud rang out as the trash box finally gave up its efforts to stay inside the apartment and shattered as it reached ground level. Memories surfaced of the 4 clones that were supposed to have trapped him, but Naruto ignored them with a nod. "Naruto, are you coming here?" he replied, just to buy himself some more time. The room was more than half empty now, and most of what was left were bits of armor or spare weapons on the back wall. The original joined the others. Else they're helping to push every remaining instrument into a small closet. When the weapons were finished, he pushed the remaining clones in there as well and slammed it shut. At least one clone scattered from the impact, but Naruto once again ignored the memories. Coming back, a quick look around revealed that almost all of the items the clones had accumulated in their apartment were out of sight. The rest weren't numerous enough to cause concern at worst. In any case, he would seem like a slacker who couldn't take care of his room. But that was enough. "Naruto, I'm going in." Irika was expecting to find Naruto trying to hide his dirty clothes when he entered, but he was disappointed. He found Naruto standing right in front of him with a sheepish smile on his face. Warning was the instant reaction of his subconscious. Now Irika was well known for many things. He was an extremely good teacher who was neither too rough nor too soft. He was a good ninja with a mastery of the basics far beyond most of his age. He was a kind man who gave everyone a chance to prove themselves, but all of that paled in comparison to his mastery of the many faces of Naruto. Uzumaki had taught the boy for 2 years, and if he couldn't read the blonde boy's emotions on his face, no one could, and that same knowledge told Irika that he had caught Naruto at a time when he wasn't supposed to. The way the boy's eyes slanted told him as much. He had been planning a prank, as evidenced by the slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "Hey Naruto, would you mind some ramen?" The way the boy hesitated meant this was something big. He had never seen Naruto hesitate in the face of free ramen. The warning signs in his simple mind tripled. "Of course, Irika-sensei." Irika's eyebrows rose. On their own, whatever the boy was hiding was now beyond the grand stage. He had been polite and hadn't jumped for joy at the thought of free ramen. The only time he'd ever seen Naruto this polite was when he asked to borrow his itate. This didn't bode well. Instinctively, the chin took in his surroundings. Small living room and a half of 2 clothes and various ninja equipment strewn all over the floor. Nothing unusual there. He'd been a teenager living alone once, and this state was par for the course. No kitchen table. Strange. No, there he's stuck in a corner of his apartment. Maybe he'd been training. No, he smells like that. No, however, it could explain the noises he heard. However, something was bothering him, and he looked around. Open window, nothing special, but with all the doors closed, that was what occurred to him. Although there was a lot of stuff on the floor, all the doors were closed. Cupboards, closet, bathroom, even the door that led to what Irika hoped was his bedroom. An energetic boy like Naruto living alone would have no reason to close the door to his room unless it was to hide something. He turned to the boy, who continued smiling with his shy smile. "Naruto, what are you hiding? Anything from me? Then there is no reason for you to care if I look in your room now, right?" Naruto closed his eyes. With his masters were firm and hard as always when Chin discussed the punishment with him. He had never gotten over Irika in one of those situations. Thinking quickly, he made and discarded hundreds of plans. Escaping didn't mean anything if he found everything that was hidden in his different rooms, and the fight was out of the question. He would have to do everything possible to succeed in defeating his friend, and that would be a stopgap measure at best, since he knew Irika wouldn't let the matter rest until he was satisfied. That meant the only option was to include Irika in the plan and hope for the best. If he succeeded, it could only help, since the man was a teacher and could intervene if something happened during classes. It would also mean a valuable person to confirm his words. If his backup plan of revealing his multiple characters to graduate sensei, can you keep a secret? Irika looked deep into the eyes of his favorite student. It better not be something like your plan from 2 years ago. He remembered that he had infiltrated the academy during the night and changed the names in each exam to his own. At that moment, he was sure he would pass with at least one of those. Of course, the teachers realized the ruse instantly, especially with the differences between his handwriting and the other students' punishment at the end. 2 weeks of oakage, approved trash duty. No, it's not any of that. It's something that will allow me to pass my classes even with those teachers punishing me for no reason. Irika instantly pulled himself together to refute Naruto's words, but they died on his lips as soon as his thoughts turned to other teachers besides him. Mook was the one he knew best, and the man right in front of him betrayed his own village and tried to kill him. He had even manipulated Naruto to get his way ins, all because of his hatred for the Kiwi. He knew better, but he realized that others might not have been fair to the boy in front of him. He had never actually checked to see if others were doing their jobs properly, and now he knew of at least one instance where he should have done. So I'm listening. He had expected Naruto to launch into one of his usual frantic explanations, but all he did was clap his hands twice and say, "Everyone can leave now." Instantly, the air was filled with the sound of metal clashing, and try not to destroy everything while doing so. Naruto's closet door opened and out came two more Narutos and a girl, all three holding various weapons and saying, "So don't push people into closets, you fool." While the Naruto in front of him started an argument with those three others came out from various places. Irika was stunned at the numbers. There were at least 3 dozen of them, half looking like Naruto, and all looked solid considering most were dragging something or another, focusing on those that didn't look like Naruto. The Chunin tried to notice a pattern. Nothing came to mind until he noticed that one of them was visibly a female version of Shikamaru, except as blonde. Then he noticed that the brunette looked quite a bit like Sasuke, and that with everything in Rika could identify half of the ones that didn't look like Naruto as Naruto's under various enges just because she could recognize the source. The transformations were excellent as Naruto's had always been, and there was no blurry edges or inconsistencies, something Yuka could only expect from a fellow Tsin in any case. "So what is this prank you're planning?" The Chunin had to agree. He was now intrigued. If just one Naruto could paint over the cage monument, what could 30 of them do? He shuddered at the possibilities. "It's actually pretty simple. Since the other teachers keep kicking me out of school or giving me false information, I'll go as several people. If they kick me out, Naruto, the others will still be there in class." All the other clones nodded. Irika had to agree that wasn't so bad as far as Naruto's pranks when it just gave him a chance to live life outside the limitations of being Kirby's jailer. Plus, if I fail the exam again, but one of my clones passes, I can go to the cashier and explain the situation. I'm sure the old man won't stop me from passing if I can prove I'm worthy of the grade. Irika saw the boy's point. If they were being unfair too, he and Naruto could both manage to stop him from succeeding. The other two, however, would have the same normal chances as anyone else of graduating. He had to agree that he couldn't see much that would be detrimental to the others in this plan of his. The worst of it all was that he would have 3 chances at each and every test, but he would have to do them all in a row. Irika didn't think that the few seconds between each attempt would allow for much improvement. "So can you keep this a secret, please, please?" The army in front of him shouted in perfect synchronization. Irika was not immune to his students' puppy eyes, and seeing them on 30 faces made all his resistance crumble in an instant. Sure, I won't say anything. But you have to promise that there will be no pranks from your clones in the academy. I have enough on my plate with one of you. I don't need 2 more following your example. Promised. Anyway, you wouldn't be well hidden if you were always doing the same thing as me, right? Irika nodded. It seemed like his student had really thought about this. The Chunin just hoped he wouldn't have any trouble holding back his laughter at the situations that would surely follow. One Naruto stepped forward and grabbed the ramen that Irika had left on the kitchen counter. Irika was pretty sure this was the original, but he was actually wondering now. Ramen, the rest chanted. "Where are the 2 who had one ramen yesterday?" For some reason, only 2 clones stepped forward. One transformed, and the other didn't, while the rest cursed or looked at Naruto with dismay. Irika was amazed. Somehow, everyone was independent of each other. "Naruto, you have to explain to me what happened in the last 2 days. 1 second, you said, turning to the clones. "Get this place back." As it was then, "Get back to your work. Those scrolls won't put themselves in order." Josh responded in mass. "Now, where do you want me to start?" As Naruto polished his 3rd bowl of ramen, Yuka was incredulous. So much in just 2 days. 2 forbidden techniques, more weapons than Sichin had ever seen in a fully equipped ambush squad, and still over 1,000 Naruto clones running around. He knew the boy was capable of great things, but so soon, and his plan. Irika truly admired the plan for its simplicity. He had never checked a student for inj unless 2 copies of said student came to class. If Naruto could get 2 clones to enroll in the academy, everyone would assume they were normal students, not some kind of infiltration mission. However, Naruto would have to work on his injas. "Naruto," the teacher interrupted his student while eating. "What clones are you going to send to the academy?" Irika had a hard time believing that every clone was different, but the proof was everywhere. If it wasn't the few arguments that arose along some sort of map, It was the different opinions they had on the techniques they were ranking. He had no idea how Naruto accomplished such a feat, but he applauded him. Anyway, he hadn't really decided. Why can I go? They both said, eating ramen with them in the table, obviously having been listening to the conversation for sure. Why not? Well, Irika intervened. You will need a bettering than that. Then what do you mean? He answered, the transformed clone. I have been all over lie, and no one has ever recognized me for random civilians for short periods of time. It is more than enough, however, for the academy teachers. It is not. I can see that you have based your look on Kiba, and that is enough to doubt. You will have to invent two completely different forms, not based on anyone, if you really want to fool the CHS. Now for your two disguises are 6y62 for the Academy 2 and the civilian Ella, and 2 more, just to look around and buy things for the others. Irika was stunned at the idea. Of course, the hardest of them was the Ninja Academy, but with 2 other places at the same time, the amount that Naruto could learn was enormous. Suddenly he realized that he was seeing the rise of an infiltration specialist like Konoha had never seen before, and he couldn't believe what source. Okay, 6, then you can bring 3. It's more here. With just a few words, Irika had 6 Narutos in their usual orange outfits, standing right in front of him, the original one between them. El-Chin noticed that Naruto was unusually focused on his words, as he had never been in class now. Tell me what you've come so far. Not much really. All the Naruto standing in front of him scratched the back of his head. The only idea he had was that half of us should be girls. That's a good start on reality, and it's scary if he managed to pull it off. Very few people were able to impersonate people of the opposite sex effectively, but that made people find out a lot less if handled correctly. The last 3 Naruto made some seals, and then turned into female versions of themselves. Irika was afraid they would use the boys' so-called Oiroke no Jutsu, but they were fully clothed. Anyone who knew the transformation technique would guess they would think they were sisters or twins. Female Narutos were too heavy for boys their age, but that was something to work on later. There was something else that was bothering him, but he couldn't put his finger on it. First, point hair and eyes. Those are your 2 most recognizable features, therefore they are the ones you need to change most radically. A chorus of Engino Jutsu, was his reply. Not without pink hair. I know Sakura in your class has some, but she stands out horribly. Change it. It's good to think about the different shape of the eyes, but not that one shade of green. Take a more natural one. Change the body size a bit. You're the smallest student in the class, so your clone should be a bit taller. Shrink those boobs a bit. Back off. What hand seals did you do again? The original Naruto looked at Irika in an extravagant way. Ram? Why ram? Why ram wasn't even listed in the normally required seals. Yes, I know, it's supposed to be snake horse ram backwards, but I always found it easier with just ram. Is there a problem with that? Where did you get that information? On the sheet the teacher gave to each student. I missed class, but the teacher was kind enough to give me one. Anyway, you still have it. I think I'll make do with that. Naruto ran to his room, jumping over a set of clones. On the way, he came back minutes later with an old crumpled sheet of paper. Here, he handed the sheet to Irika. In Irika's eyes, it was obviously a printout like the one he used to give after showing a technique. However, it was wrong on so many levels that its mere presence disgusted Irika. Half of the text on the technique was missing, with a good quarter of it modified to uselessness. The seals shown were completely wrong and didn't even fit any technique. Irika was aware of the reverse snake was so rare that he barely knew of a single technique that used it. Irika had never questioned Naruto's transformation technique, as it was evident, even through his multiple jokes, that he was more proficient than most genins. With her now, it seemed like she should have done it, even if it was just to make sure Naruto had received the correct copy. You're sure it was a teacher that gave you that? She now, it seemed like she should have done it, even if it was just to make sure Naruto had received the correct copy. You're sure it was a teacher that gave you that? Of course it was old Kawasaki. You know, the one you replaced. You actually teach ninjutsu much better than him. Seichin's master was horrified to find out that Naruto was actually more right than he knew. With his words that the teachers punished him for no reason, now he had physical proof that at least one had tried to force Naruto to never be a ninja. How horrible Konoha seemed now, a much grimmer place. He realized, wait a minute, looking at the Naruto that Irika had been talking to for the past few minutes, he asked, you're the real one, right? You can become a copy of me. I want to test something about your technique. For supposed a puff of smoke later, an exact copy of him was looking straight into his eyes. He stretched his hands out to the sides, maximum extension. He did. Yucca grabbed his wrists and squeezed hard. Oops, you don't have to push so hard. I'm sorry, I'm just trying something impossible. That was don't move now. Irika hit Naruto on the forehead, then pushed hard. Suddenly, he threw his copy's head back a little, but Naruto visibly was trying to move as little as possible. My god, it's physical. Of course he is, answered his student, turning back to himself. It's not a wasted transformation. Irika almost started to correct him, but realized that it would only make the boy sad to know. He held back his speech, and instead replied, I mean, I'm surprised your technique is so good considering you're only using a third of the seals. That's quite advanced for your age. Then he would go to Okage and explain the situation to him, which would be much more productive. Naruto and his clones realized, and Ruka suddenly smiled at the compliment. But back to your different ninjas, return to the point where you left. He did seem quite okay, although this one pointed to the last male clone in line, and this one pointed to the female clone right next to him. They're a bit too similar. That's the plan, actually. Both clones answered, we thought that pretending to be brother and sister could explain that we appeared almost at the same time. Okay, But that means that the two of them will go to the civilian school too of the same family. At the same time, it's quite rare for ninjas. The six clones nodded. Until I thought about how will you get your clones to officially be in Konoha. I thought they could be orphans like Tasuki from last year. It's not a bad idea, but it won't work for everyone with Konoha, having orphans from outside who want to be ninja once a year or two. So both at the same time would get attention. So what do you suggest? Irika thought for a second. The most important thing will be the two clones that will become shinobi. I would say enter the boy as an orphan, but for the girl, I would have her father take her to Konoha, saying that he wants to become a shinobi. Some of them mostly women, or second children of outside merchants. Remember Tintin 2 years ago? Naruto nodded. It happened like that to her. Wait, interrupted a clone. Where would we get his father another clone? Just what happens to the two civilians? For them, two options. Either we pass them off as orphans and put them in an orphanage, or we want it's going to happen, shouted all the Narutos, standing in front of the chin. Naruto remembered very well his time in the orphanage, and he wasn't going to go back there, not even for something like that. He had barely stayed there until he was 6, especially since no foster parent wanted him, and he was glad when the Sandaime finally stepped in and gave him his apartment. He had tried to escape at least 100 times, and he was pretty sure the only reason the Okage gave him his own place was so those masked guys wouldn't have to hunt him down over and over again. Okay, Irika decided not to argue about that fact. So they need to come to Konoha with their family, buy a house, open a shop, or get a job, and enroll your kids in school. There's nothing special about that. One thing, however, we must make sure is that none of them arrive at the same time. 4 people, no matter how different they are, would be grouped together. It's well noted, but how are we supposed to buy a house? And how about the 2 clones looking around? For those looking around, we don't really need the paperwork that comes with people going to school. Everyone will just assume that they have the necessary paperwork. Not that Konoha citizens need an identity card or anything like that. Although for a house, Irika couldn't think of a good answer. He had one himself, but sharing it would be very suspicious, and he couldn't expect Naruto to have the funds needed for such an undertaking. He made and discarded some plans in his head, and the only thing that occurred to him was to go to the cashier for funds. He had to choose his words carefully in order to get what he needed and still keep his promise to Naruto. But if someone could be convinced to help, Sandaime was the right person. Let me check a few things first. He finally replied. He may have an idea, but first I need to talk to someone. Remember your promise. I will, he replied, backing out the door. He had barely eaten half of his ramen with everything that was going on around here, but he was sure it wouldn't go to waste in this place. I'll see you later, Naruto. With that, he walked out of Naruto's apartment and quickly walked towards what he hoped would be. It was a good meeting with the most powerful person in Konoha. Naruto had never realized that Irika had kept the leaf with the transformation instructions. The door closed behind Naruto's favorite Shin with a sound similar to the sound of a gong. The original Naruto, still in his enge as the female ninja who would go with him to the academy, quickly looked around. There were smiles everywhere, whether it was on the other transformed Bunin or on the clones working on weapons or scrolls in the background. The plan was still in motion. Yada, the original, exclaimed, jumping for joy. Not only had they gotten Irika to promise not to say anything, but they had even gotten his help with the prank, and the Chunin even said that he was above his age and something. He high-fived the other clones, representing Iruka's Linge review, and noticed that he wasn't the only one partying. The clones in the background had evidently been listening to everything. 4 of them even threw another into the air repeatedly for their success. Enough of the fun. We still have a lot to do. The voice of the real Naruto interrupted the celebration. Status report. The scrolls are about 3/4 finished, although we have added another category, replied Naruto, standing in front of the pile of remaining scrolls. Carelessly threw the scroll he had been holding into another pile. What is that? Suicidal techniques that could be interesting for clones to learn. I mean, good decision sacrificing a single clone for an opponent. It's not a big loss for us. Everyone nodded. Weapons and armor, everything is settled. It was especially easy since no clones came while Yuka was hero. Yeah, the clones that had exploded while hiding things should have passed the message, and the ones outside had logically stayed away. They would probably stay that way until they got the go ahead. So what clones have nothing to do? A dozen raised their hands. Oh gee. Then come here. The selected bushes did it. You guys are going to train in the specific enges we're holding. You're going to continue until you can switch from one to the other fluently, then you're going to explode. We need to pass on both the knowledge of these forms and the fact that Irika is gone as soon as possible. With Naruto's innate mastery of the transformation technique, barely 2 minutes passed before the first clone dispersed, banging its head on the corner of Naruto's kitchen table. Naruto tested the forms. Right after that's right, everything was perfect. The memories came back just a moment later as Naruto was waiting for another one of his clones outside to have a message to send. He remembered many things about walking through the forest grabbing things, and he had memories of doing the same in Konoha. He remembered finding an abandoned mansion with seals protecting the windows. He remembered using the chakra draining technique to avoid them and going inside to find dozens of abandoned rooms well financed and new using that technique. He had even found a giant underground training room, but the main memory were the following words, the last thing he had heard before it exploded. All the Naruto should come and see this as soon as possible. It is possible that now we find an even better training camp. Returning to the present, the real Naruto found all his clones looking at him with anxious eyes. Evidently, they were waiting for his approval. You pointed towards one of the clones that had taken liberties with the ramen. Irika had left. Stay here in case Yuka Comes back, the rest of you, let's go. Josh Naruto's apartment, then proceeded to empty out. Through its only window, Irika walked up to the front of the Okage Tower and gave the guards the hand sign, which meant he needed a meeting with the Okage. His presence was nothing special, as the top teacher in the academy met with the Sime. Sometimes more than twice a day. Most of those meetings were actually about Naruto, though Sichin he had made complaints about other students. A few of those times the various guards let him through, as they always did, though the Ambu guarding his door stopped him. It seemed the Okage was busy, and Irika would have to wait and wait. He did his mind going over the words and phrases he would use. He was pretty sure the Okage would agree to his proposal, but the trick was how to not reveal too much and break the promise he made he would do it. If he had the chance to give Naruto a normal upbringing varies more, but Irika was a man of his word and would do his best not to come to that. Anyway, he was pretty sure Sandaime would keep Naruto's secret. If he ever had to reveal it, the man had always tried everything to get Naruto accepted into Konoha, so he would continue this secret. A tap on his shoulder interrupted his meditation. One of the ninja guarding the door was there, trying to get his attention. He had been thinking so much that he had forgotten to pay attention to his surroundings. The Okage will see you now, the man said. Chapter 3, A Base of Operations. Good day, Okage-sama. Irika, I am glad to see you out and in good health. I see the doctors did not detain you for long. Although the Sandaime was not supposed to have favorites, he could easily admit that Humin Ruka was one of the Tien he preferred. The man was one of the best teachers the academy had ever had, and he genuinely cared about the success of his students. It was sad that the man had given up on become Jin, as he would have liked to see what a team led by someone like him could have accomplished more than they should. Okage-sama, but luckily not too much. And why have you come before me today? Naruto has painted my face once again. No, Kai-sama, but I came back from a meeting with him, and I assume he is once again angry at being stuck one more year in the academy. I wish I could help him, especially since those his age just passed. And he didn't, but the council would take my head if I showed the boy Kiwi any measure of favoritism for them. Is too much that he stays alive. Is not that Okage-sama in reality? Irika suddenly realized Naruto had not said a word against his failure in the academy. Can I ask a question? Can you? What priority would you give to Naruto having a normal childhood and the same opportunities as anyone else in the academy? How I wish it were like that, answered the Sandaime, looking out the window at the cage monument. Unfortunately, it will never happen. As much as I would like to eliminate it from Konoha, those who see Naruto as the Kibi are too numerous and powerful. I thought the students could trust Mizuki, and look what happened. He took a drag on his pipe. It just won't be like that. What if I told you I have a way to do such a thing? I would back such an attempt. The Oki put down his pipe and looked at Olin in his office. Explain. I can't. Why? I owed the fourth that chance, and I had already blown it so bad the man feared what his afterlife would be like. It's Naruto's plan, his prank, as he calls it. He made me swear that he wouldn't reveal to anyone its content. Is like his frequent plans to pass the academy. It's nothing illegal. I hope from what I know of his plan, it's totally different than any he's had before. Couple of his plan actually includes returning to the academy for another year, which should ease your worry that this is another one of those quick plans of his. He did it. What about the legality of such a thing? It's borderline, I admit, but it's not something really defined. It's more like abusing the system for his own good. Irika, I will trust your judgment on this. If you were in my place and knew something like this, you would agree with what I learned about Mizuki and the test I had today. I would. Okama bowed to the confidence Sandaime showed him in this. What test? Irika removed the transformation instructions. Naruto had forgotten to claim this. He handed the sheet to his superior. The Okage office was silent for a few moments as the old man read the instructions contained on the paper. But this makes no sense. Where did you get such a forged document? Naruto gave it to me at my request. He had received it. Lived within 2 years during his first year at the academy from his ninjutsu instructor. They had sent him out of class, but the man kindly Yuka added with evident sarcasm. I gave him a copy. Gears spun inside Sandaime's head, and he didn't like the results they were giving. You meant that these are all the instructions that Naruto Uzumaki received to perform the Ino Jutsu, but it is his best technique. He even knocked me out with its use. He did. Yes, he called it sewer and whatnot jutsu, but the basic principle remains. I was unconscious for hours after that. The Okage smiled at the memory of such an ingenious use of the basics. Chin smiled too. He nailed me with it too. Okama, I must admit it takes one by surprise, so how could he accomplish such a feat? I don't know, Okama. What I do know is that the technique Naruto uses is not the same one taught at the academy. His produces real physique. You realize that what you're saying, it's absurd. I know, Okage-sama, I tried it myself. And even then I had a hard time believing it. Naruto even confirmed it. He knows he always did it, but with the instructions the Okage received, he looked at the instruction sheet. Once again, I can see why with these instructions he thought that way. How come this never came to light before? I must admit, I had never paid much attention to the way he performed the technique. It was so obvious. I had no problem with it. I focused on other students who they were having a hard time. I see how that could have happened. The ninja leader retrieved his pipe and gratefully took another drag of tobacco. Are you sure this prank of Naruto's will allow him to receive an impartial education? Yes, Okama. And why do you come to see me then? In order to be successful, Naruto and I require certain means that are outside of those of a not an academy student. I was wondering if I could gain your approval to access those means. You won't say any more. Irika bowed deeply. Please do not force me to break my promise, Okage-sama. I've probably said too much already. The Okage took another drag on his pipe. He liked Iruka and trusted him, but a joke from Naruto promises it all came down to promises. Iruka had promised Naruto that he would keep his secret. The third had promised to take care of his son, the one who had saved Konoha. He really had no other choice. If he wanted to see his successor in the face, he had to accept it. He tried so hard to get that result. He failed so many times, he just had to do it. Taking a blank scroll from his second drawer, he began to writing. He had no choice but to be very general since he knew very little there. He thought as he imprinted the seal of what he cauldron in wax at the bottom with his ring. If this wasn't enough, he didn't think anything would be. At least he could tell his successor that he had done his best here. The Okage threw the scroll to Iruka. You should be able to get what you need with this, however. I will hold you responsible for this plan, Naruto. Do you understand? Yes, Okama. Then good luck, and good luck. Shin, jumping over the rooftops of Konoha, Naruto was assaulted by dozens of memories. Many of the clones outside had also answered everyone's call and had fallen before the considerable defenses that the place had. Fortunately, by the time Naruto arrived with the clones that had been working in his apartment, the path forward was already free of traps. Some of his clones were still in the process of eliminating them by breaking parts of the floor with seals inscribed on them or cutting tripwires so they could reach the place where they had been calling. Was easy. Whoever had belonged to this place had been fanatics about home security, that was for sure. Naruto found the clone that called them in the basement of the place. And what a basement it was! It was easily 200 deep and more than that wide. Naruto instantly agreed that it would make a much more effective training ground, mainly due to the fact that it was hidden, and because he could actually fit all of his clones inside. The boy pushed his way past the clone that had summoned them. The crowd of clones already present, he moved to make way for it. So you like it, said the Boonin who had found the place. You're sure it's not used? Judging by the cobwebs I found when I got here, I'd say only spiders can declare this a place to live at this point. Do you know who it belonged to? Some people are called the Yuruwara. You don't know anything about them? Yes, answered one of the clones who had followed Naruto from his apartment. One of them, I think Kido Kageyaki, one of the techniques of the Forbidden Scroll. Not just that one, added another. I would say that 1 in 4 techniques I looked at was made by someone from the Urara clan. Most of the clones in the apartment nodded. So this is the place of the people who created forbidden techniques. I can see why they needed a place as big as this to train. Naruto exclaimed. You don't even know half of them, replied a clone. More than half of the techniques I selected coming from them ended up in one of the 2 suicide piles. How? What? Like a technique that instantly converts all of your chakra into electricity. While it's still in your body, it will electrocute whoever you were holding onto, but even if you survive the shock, your coils will probably be permanently damaged. Things like that. Naruto shuddered. Sure, it seems like all forbidden techniques damage your coils. The massive Boonin nodded. No, really, said a clone coming from the apartment. I've been sorting out techniques for a while, and there are some common reasons. Intensive chakra or damage to chakra coils is one, but there are also jutsu that are simply too dangerous for normal people to attempt and teach. There are those that are banned mainly for political reasons. Those that will simply kill you if you do them right. Yes, there is one that physically turns your body into a bomb and makes you explode. There is one that uses your soul as a sacrifice to summon the god of death. Another simple entity kills you instantly. It was probably made to be used in case you were captured. Well, that's all well and good, but this is a discussion for another time. Cut off the clone that had summoned them here. I think everyone here agrees that this is the best place to use as a main base, right? Yes, there are at least 4 exits from here that lead outside the house. Although the clones I sent to look for have already returned, I'm reasonably sure that the east one ends somewhere in the forest. I'll confirm it, said a voice coming from the back of the crowd. But not only there, the path forks sometime after the door, so there is at least 3 different exits that way. However, the one I checked leads to the forest, ending as a false wall in a cave. Same in the north, another voice shouted. It ends in the sewers of the exit I traced, but there are at least 4 more. The same goes for the south. The exit ends in a training field. West has at least 4. The one I checked leads to an abandoned store. The crowd parted to make way for the 4 clones who stopped in front of the original. And the one who had found the place. Good job, said the real one, but you'll have to go back. Each one take about 20 clones and draw a map of everything. Explode as soon as you get to the exit, since we'll need to know what's the best way to gather the things we left in the apartment. Those things need to be moved soon. It was quite coincidental that Iruka agreed to keep our secret. There's no telling what would happen if the old man came looking. All the clones shuddered at the thought of the Sime finding their apartment like that. Naruto liked the man, he really liked him, but the leader of the town could be pretty tough when it wanted to be. So aside from this place, you found something else good? The usual, a few shuriken and kunai, a scroll or 2, but I'm not done searching this place. I called you as soon as I found this and waited with the rest of them. Okay, original thought for a few seconds. First thing here is to clear out the inside of this place. We need to make sure there are no traps left, as I don't want to lose a foot to a booby trap we forgot about. However, don't change anything that might be visible outside. We need people to think it's still abandoned, or else we might get unwanted visitors. Josh, as the orange swarm of his clone army rushed towards the various exits, Naruto took a good look at his new training facility. Without its many copies, it seemed even more spacious, and he could see there were several different features that had escaped his attention. The first time, there were some rock outcroppings around one side, while that on the other, there were some pools still surprisingly filled, probably for water element training. The illumination was provided by huge seals, totally unrelated to the few Naruto had already seen. However, he wondered how the Urara had managed to place them on the ceiling. A burst of knowledge interrupted his musings. One of the clones on the floor above had crashed into a seal linked to a kunai launcher. Naruto sighed as more and more emerged memories of his dying doppelgangers. Naruto stopped his analysis of the room and focused on sorting through the various thoughts in hopes of finding among them all the various exits he would need to map. Irika had wasted no time rushing back to Naruto's apartment. As soon as the Okage had given him permission, he had started thinking. As soon as the Sandame scroll was in his hand, he realized he only had 2 weeks to prepare Naruto for his multiple entries into the academy, and that along with the natural preparations he had to make for the next start of class, he was going to be in a hurry since he had missed 2 days due to Muki's poison shuriken. So he didn't want to waste time preparing Naruto. When entering his student's house through the window, Chin was surprised to see that it was almost empty. The various weapons were still around, it is true, but the numerous clones he had seen before were very absent. In fact, there was only one Naruto there. He was slowly but surely finishing off the ramen that Yuka had brought earlier and totally forgotten about. In the various events of the day, the teacher stepped forward and asked, "I see your mini clones have finally reached their limit." In fact, Irika was a bit grateful for the absence of clones. He himself was a well-trained ninja, and his reserves were nothing to be ashamed of, but he was pretty sure he wouldn't even be able to form half as many clones with this technique. He had trouble making that many at once with the normal Bunin, and it was well known that the Kaj Bunin demanded much more from the user. Naruto slurped up the mini noodles he had in his mouth before answering no. They simply left to see the new place. One of them found, "Wait a second, I need to send a message." With a one-hand seal, another clone appeared right next to the first. The new clone wasted no time in bursting himself out, stabbing his own hand into a spear hanging on the wall. "You're calling the clones back. You weren't just sending a message to Naruto. I'm pretty sure that's who you really want to talk to. Yeah, I mean, you're not the real one." "No." Clone Bunin said, slurping the broth from his bowl with a sound of appreciation. "Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks for the ramen. And you can use the Kajbizin." "Sure, why not?" Irika had been thinking of what excuses he could use so Naruto could replace his clones while they practiced in Hutsu, but now he was wondering if his student's chakra reserves were truly infinite. I mean, one thing was being able to use a Hunin-level technique, but quite another being able to produce 100 clones each capable of using the same technique and without dispersing. Even what was that boy anyway? Naruto instantly recognized the memories of the clone he left in his apartment. Irika would not have returned without answers. He knew that, and the Sichin stance made it very possible that he would have gotten what he needed with a quick seal. He formed a single clone. "Okay." He told the clone, "You will stay here," and passed the message. "As soon as they are finished upstairs, and once the exits are fully explored, we'll start packing up the apartment. Unless there's a quicker way, use the nearest exit in the sewers. We'll use the grate in the alley next to the building as an exit." "Yes, sir," said the clone, standing up straight as a cow and saluting. For a second, Naruto wondered what thoughts were going through his clones' heads. Then he got moving. Somewhere near the middle of the paths leading out were already explored, and one of them was already out. Then was the one that led to the sewers near his own house. He used if after 3 failed attempts, he found the ladder that led to the grate in the alley next to his apartment. From there, it was just a few limits from his window. Upon entering, he realized that his master had returned to his ramen. He well deserved it. Meanwhile, Naruto turned to his clone. "You know how I got here? I have a good idea." Evidently, he had remembered the same things Naruto did. "Then you will take the same path, and you'll come back there. When it's time to start packing, you'll take them here." "Okay, yeah, boss." The copy went out the window Naruto had just come in through. "So, Irika, how was your meeting?" "Pretty good. The Okage gave me this scroll to prove my access to enough money for your prank." He handed the scroll to Naruto. The old he wanted to surprise him. He doubted he could, since the village leader always seemed informed of everything that happened. With luck, he would play along as always. "I didn't tell him anything about your joke, Naruto. I managed to get that scroll without saying too much, I think." Well, Naruto trusted Irika's word. If he thought he wasn't saying too much, that was enough for him. Irika continued to eat his videos in silence, while Naruto checked what the Sandame had given them access to. "Hey, Irika, yes, you really read the scroll." "I actually didn't. I wanted to inform you as soon as possible." "I think you better read it." The Chin took the scroll that Naruto was handing him and read, "The bearer of this document acts with my full will and backing. All demands made by the bearer are to be regarded as coming from me, Sandame or Kai Saratobi. All information, discussions, and relevant documents are to be classified as a rank S secret with proper security ties. Any information revealed is to be treated as an act of treason and shall be punishable by capital punishment. So decreed, Honorable Sandame Okage Saratobi Yusin." "My God," exclaimed the master. "It's as much as I thought." Irika nodded mechanically, He knew he had given the older ninja a lot of information, but he was pretty sure the man had understood that what he was asking for was money. A document like this was on a completely different scale. Technically, he had access to any amount of money with that. Among other things, hell, with a document like this, he could probably order the Ambu to go out on a mission. I think Naruto that I'm going to have this with me for a while, said Iruka, rolling up the scroll and putting it in his pocket. He trusted Naruto a lot, but he was pretty sure the boy couldn't help himself and use it to make jokes if he knew how much power it gave him. But will it help us with the joke? No, of course. That newspaper will give us enough to buy a house easily. With that, I could get enough to buy probably half of Konoha. Naruto smiled, saying that everything was back to normal now. To explain about his new place, tell me, Iruka, do you know anything about the Urara clan? The professor thought for a few seconds. They were an ancient clan that joined Konoha when it was created, however never as big as the Ukiya or the IGA. It was said that they and the Ukiya hated each other with a passion because that, well, they were well known for creating many techniques, so I supposed it was natural that they would oppose a clan that had the Kingen. Plus, there were rumors that the Urara were very fluid with the law, something that a clan known for being the ninja police must not have liked. Ninja police, you probably don't remember since you were so young, but before they were almost exterminated the Ukiya, they were known members of the military police. They were the ones who enforced the law within Konoha instead of Ambu like that time. And the Urara, what happened to them? Well, the last one died fighting the Kibi, although the clan had been dying for decades. From what I heard, it seemed like they kept killing each other, trying to create new and more powerful techniques, so they had a mansion or a complex or something. What happened to that? The same thing that happens with all the properties of the ninja families that are dying. They return to the box. Some become training camps, others are sold to merchant families for money. Why, you ask? It would be possible to buy their place. Why? Naruto racked his brains for an explanation that could fit what he wanted, but in the end, he decided it would be better to show his new place to the Master Tlin. Would be a valid explanation by itself. Iruka, can I show you something? Something as secret as the joke? The adult thought for a second, but went with the fact that whatever Naruto had hidden would be better if I knew, and could convince the boy not to, of course, follow me. The two ninja jumped back into the alley, only to find a clone holding the grate open, and the clones coming out one by one. A flash of surprise crossed Iruka's face at the sight. He wondered if he would ever get used to the sheer amount of Bunin that could be there at any given moment. Naruto, however, went straight into what Sam began to call Jek mode. Straightening up, he looked at his clones with obvious leadership. Everyone knows what to bring, right? A chorus of feelings responded. Remember, put everything back the way it was before. All this started. Now go, Josh. Some clones responded, while others immediately jumped to their windows without saying anything, waiting until the clones stopped coming out. Naruto led Iruka down the path he had used to get to his apartment. Iruka, however, paid close attention to the path, as Na was no stranger to secret paths or hidden exits, but the depth of these was surprising. According to his estimates, they were at least 300 m below Konoha. The Chunin suddenly had a flash of fear at the thought that the Orange Academy student might have found a hidden Ambu supply depot or something along those lines, and feared what the boy might find with so many explosive tags. It fit with what he had seen. A hidden entrance somewhere accessible but not obvious, also known as the sewers, paths lit by chakra seals far below beneath Konoha. The only thing strange were the signs of disuse, mainly seen through the damaged seals that no longer produced light, that came out frequently when Sichin finally left the various hallways and entered the room itself. He wondered where he was. It was evident that this was not of who manufacture, being too large to have any purpose except as a shelter. The only other thing that came to mind was that this was a training camp. Naruto, what is this place? The Uras of the that I talked about before. Iruka nodded. This is his basement. Looking around, the academy teacher could guess what this place had been like when the ancient clan was still active. It was a perfect place to train his people in techniques that were illegal or dangerous. Paths like the one he took would have been of great value to the smuggling operations they were accused of, but were never proven to carry out, especially if there were paths leading to the other side in the forest. OG, I understand you asking what they were, but why do you want to buy a place like that? We will need a place to meet. Iruka didn't understand what you mean. I mean me, my clones, even you. The fact that I would have dinner with me, it may not be suspicious, but if you keep being seen around me or my clones all the time, someone will notice something is wrong in no time. The same with my transformed clones. If I keep hanging out with them while everyone keeps telling them I'm a demon, one day a person will find it strange and investigate. And that doesn't say what could have happened if the wrong person had come to my apartment while it was full of weapons. Iruka paused for a second, thinking about the implications as the Bunin came and went carrying weapons and tools. Ninja had to accept that the boy was right. The fact that the Seichen had spent an entire day with Naruto might not draw attention, especially since the boy had just saved him, but weeks on end. He reasoned that having a secret meeting place might be for the best, especially one that seemed to have so many secret exits. In reality, Naruto having his own place could solve quite a few problems. The Chin had seen the looks the other tenants in his building gave him and didn't think it was a good environment for the boy to live in. The size of his apartment also made most training difficult, and with the reactions of most Konoha citizens, he didn't think he could buy another place when the time came, not unless he paid exorbitant prices. This house, she was abandoned, and her writing was probably in the Shinobi archive, so it wasn't like she was hurting anyone. All in all, it was a good plan, and an easy one to do with the powers the Okage had granted her. OC, first things first, no one is allowed to talk about the fact that you are the Kirby's prison. That fact is a secret as well kept as that of your prank, and you already saw what the punishment was for that. About that, what is capital punishment? Actually death by execution. That's probably what awaits you, Mizuki, as soon as the Ambu find out what your plans were with the Forbidden Scroll. You mean talking about my joke with anyone is punishable by death? For someone who doesn't know about it, yes, that means except you, since you are the source of both secrets. Anyone who talks about the jailer of Kibyo, your romance, is forbidden at the highest level. Okay, said Naruto, nodding, dazed. What is the second thing? Secondly, I agree with your reasoning, and I think this place will be a much better place for you since it's probably Konoha's official property by now. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Shinobi Archive and get the official deed. That's all we really need, and the Okage Journal grants me more than enough power to do it. Naruto jumped towards Dante and hugged his favorite Tenin as tight as he could. For once, everything was going so well. He had a new place, new techniques, better equipment than ever, and he even had the best chance he'd ever had of passing the academy. And with a joke, wouldn't it even be better to go now? I mean, it's just early evening. I'd rather wait. Me coming straight from a talk with you to go to the Shinobi Archive might raise some eyebrows. I'll do it first thing tomorrow morning, plus stop by a bank for the funds we'll need. Yada. Naruto jumped for joy. Some clones passing by looked at him curiously, but kept working. Now something else. Can you do the various we worked on today? In a second, Naruto had produced another 6 clones beside him, and another one had in the various forms that they would use regularly. Irika, who was very used to analyzing ninjas, found no flaws or errors, and the clones were exactly the same as he remembered from before his meeting with the Okage. Or Naruto was a natural shapeshifter, which could explain his unfailing talent with the technique. Or had he trained extensively in those 6 forms? Probably a bit of Andos. Will you have planned in what order will you get them in Konoha? I think the best might be the female ninja, first the civil family next, and the Inya male at the end. I agree, but first we'll have to give them the names. Have you thought about that? Hadn't done so. They racked their brains for a few seconds, but found nothing that wasn't obvious, like Naruto or the name of a former classmate. Desperate, he turned to the clones carrying the previous content of his place. Does anyone have any ideas of a name for our female ninja clone? The horde stopped what they were doing and immersed themselves in their thoughts. Not really, Ariko said. One in the back. Ariko thought about it for a few minutes. She liked the connotations. Well, one less. How about the male? Muraru, said the clone that was in the specific form of that person. It was evident that he had been thinking about it. Muraru is, and the others, said Naruto, smiling. Irika, however, couldn't help but laugh inside. It was a joke, and the names fit perfectly. Luckily, people probably wouldn't notice the bond, especially if Naruto avoided using his technique too much of cloning. Now all the clones entered the game and gave their favorites, each one talking over the other and trying to make themselves heard. Irika, accustomed to a noisy class, took a sheet of paper, a pen, and began to write down those that were worth it. Slowly, the clones even began to invent surnames, something that suited the chin very well. Finally, Naruto got tired of trying to make sense of all those copies talking over each other and shut everyone up with an order. Aka handed him the sheet in which he had been taking notes. To the boy, that's a list of the ones I found the most promising. Sit down tonight and pick the ones you like. See you tomorrow around noon. Ho, where do we meet tomorrow? Where you best know. The training camp. 23 intervened a clone. Everyone knows very well that I do it. It's the closest to the academy. Meet us there. Then a question, however. Where do you live? Why to use the best exit of course, answered the clone, giving general instructions and receiving some in return. Irika found himself coming out 30 minutes later from a moss-covered fountain in a grove of trees a block or 2 from his house. He had been there many times in his youth and had even cried for his parents in that very spot and had never thought of finding a secret path there. He wondered where else such paths led and shuddered at the thought of what could happen if one approached the Okage monument. As Naruto looked at the back of his master's shirt for the second time this day, he made some calculating in his head based on past experience. He realized that he only had 15 days before classes would restart. Combining that with putting a day between the arrival of each group and the need for them to be present in Konoha at least a few days before the start of classes, the preparation was quite hasty. Giving the sheet with the names to one of his transformed clones, the original Naruto in his place turned around and gathered some specific clones who came up with. Ariko was the first, along with the one who found Urahara's place, and 2 of the clones who had been sorting scrolls in his apartment. Added to that were 2 copies who had been exploring the city, and the Bunin who had first succeeded in the drain technique, led everyone up to an upstairs room that had probably once been used for conferences, and sat his counsel right there. The original then said, once everyone was seated, I just realized we had less than 2 weeks to prepare ourselves for everything that is needed before the academy. As he looked around, Naruto could see each and every one of the copies obviously counting down in their heads. He knew that they had not yet realized the implications that the remaining time meant. And that was exactly why he had asked them for advice. The boy had realized at some point the day before that even though they were his clones, and they were speaking with his voice, that did not mean that they were thinking the exact same things. He knew that they all had the same general opinions as he was. Reminded of the whole the clones had eaten in their ramen stash, but their different emphasis on specific experiences meant their thoughts didn't always run along the same paths. As Naruto saw the conclusion of the countdown in each pair of eyes, He continued, "That's why we have to plan everything that's needed before the academy starts. We can't ask Irika to think of everything like he did today." The whole table nodded then. Something what comes to mind, well, send the clones that will come from outside as soon as possible. A fact, however, not now. Another Bizon intervened. First, we have to give them the money that Yuka will give us tomorrow. After that, we send them all. And we send them a message by clone once they should be arriving. True, what about the jobs? All the Narutos in the room, they turned to the clone that had given that statement. I mean, the two civilians will need a mother, a father, or both. Nods all around. So these two clones will have to pretend to be rich or have jobs, and frankly, I don't think Aluka will give us access to a huge amount of money. So what jobs should they be? The original Naruto admitted that it was a valid point. Even if civilians had less chance of being discovered, surely someone would be asking questions about their parents. Once that means they needed a way to make money. The only problem with that was how Naruto didn't know much about how civilians lived. And the few occupations they had he knew outside of ninjas were cooks like Tucci and A merchants or apartment managers. Unfortunately, Naruto had nothing he could think of to sell any skills outside of the ninja arts, and he didn't think he would get enough from Irika to buy an entire apartment building. There was talk, but all the suggestions needed more money than they would probably get or knowledge they couldn't get in the short time needed. Finally, the only thing possible on that front was to ask Irika for ideas. And that point was left on the table. Then came the discussion on what techniques to learn and in what order, during which the room fell into total chaos, generating clones to go find scrolls didn't help either. The start of a plan. Irika, as an academy teacher, was used to getting up early. He had also had many late-night qualifying exams and had planned for them. However, getting up the morning he was supposed to go to the Shinobi Archive was the start of the hardest day he had had in a long time, probably ever since he last took the exam. Chin had been staying up late thinking, planning, and generally stressed out. Helping Naruto with his prank had seemed like the right thing to do the morning before, but now he was thinking about it more. The scroll that Sarutobi had given him didn't help with that. In a way, he was proud that the Okage trusted him so much, but on the other hand, he feared failure even more. That's why the scenarios kept popping into his head, various flaws highlighted in all of them. He knew it was just his imagination playing with him, but he couldn't help it. However, that doesn't mean he wasn't present. When he opened his bank, he was there trying to brush the cobwebs of sleep from his mind, requesting a meeting with the banker in charge of his funds. He did it mostly for appearances. No one would suspect a ninja going to his own banker to conduct official business. Once he was saved alone with the man in charge of his accounts, only then did he withdraw the note Sandame had given him. Unrolled in front of the man, waited for him to finish reading. The look on the man's face in front of San's face was priceless. Yuka wondered if he had made the same face when he saw those words for the first time. Once the civilian finished reading, Irika had no difficulty in asking for the balance of Konoha's accounts at the bank. The Okage had different accounts in various banks, both as a precaution against thieves and to make it easier for various ninjas to receive money from the various funds that existed. This bank was the one used for the fund orphanhood, a precaution used by people whose parents had died in service. Irika had been one of those a long time ago and had kept the same bank. Upon becoming a genin, with how large the account was, Irika had no problem withdrawing 5 million ryu. In his opinion, it should be more than enough to buy 2 good quality houses with enough space to live in. He even withdrew a little more just in case, as he didn't want to have to go back for more funds. The only delay was gathering the money, as Yuka had already done. So he needed cash. It would be suspicious for a newly arrived family to have access to an account at a Konoha bank. So cash was the only possibility he had even thought of beforehand, and brought a storage scroll for such a purpose. After receiving the money, and only a few words of warning to the bank employee about keeping quiet, the Chinin now headed to his second objective of the day, the Shinobi Archive. Shinobi Archival was where most of the documents ended up, official and unofficial ninja. It was also the dead-end job of many Jin, and Yuka had once feared that he would end up working there full-time before managing to pass his Chin exam that year. He was lucky to have managed to put in a good enough performance to make it to the finals and then get promoted. Otherwise, he would probably be like the genin who welcomed him into the heavily secured building. Despite having been on file many times due to his job at the academy, he had never managed to feel comfortable inside the documentation building. He had been in school with many of those who now worked here, and he remembered the great ambitions they had while they were students. Ambitions that were shared by many of his own students. It always gave him a chill to think about it. Suddenly, the Tennin master realized that if things continued as they were now and Naruto remained in the academy, this could be the place where this simple thought of a joker like him would end up. The boy, working with so much paperwork, chilled his bones like never before and pushed him to make sure his protege would never end up like this. The letter sealed by him did not attract amused glances here, as such papers were possibly more common than one would expect. The Chinin further twisted the clues leading to Naruto, asking around for all the old abandoned ninja properties, then selecting 3 at random. When Yuka left the ninja building, he realized he felt more alive than he thought he had felt for a long time. Brought him back to the missions he had before making CHN and becoming a teacher, and the risks he had taken. And then he liked being a teacher but he wondered for the first time if he hadn't stopped too soon in his career, and as he waited for noon in his office at the academy, he had plenty of time to think about it. He was still thinking when as he waited for Naruto at training camp 23 a girl approached him. "Sir, are you a ninja?" He was very young and cute like Mini 6 with combed red hair and a yellow dress. If it is true that the ninja do not fear anything, of course the truth is that no, but Irika was not going to ruin the dreams of a girl so young. "Then can you help me find my kitten?" Sure, it was not as if Naruto could wait a few minutes. It was not yet 12, whereas the boy, he smiled shyly. "He is there." She took him to one of those large pipes that the buildings used to evacuate the steam. However, that one did not seem to be used in a while. The grate was rusty, and the broken lock. He chased a little mouse. "And I don't like the dark. You can go and find him." Sure, it was tight for a man his age, but he could get through easily enough. He hadn't gone a dozen yards to be able to see the two bright eyes of the cat in front of him. "Ah, finally, come here, kitty." The cat meowed in response and moved away. The master set off in pursuit, which was made easier by the fact that the pipe seemed to be widening. Lino, however, gave in as much as he could and stayed a few meters away the whole time. It wasn't until Irika saw light at the end of the tunnel that he realized he had been caught. Taking a deep breath, he yelled, "Can you come out now, Naruto? I know it's you." "That gave him away," said a voice behind him. Managing to turn around, he realized the girl had followed him down the pipe. The light that and the fact that no matter how long he crawled down the tunnel, he never turned. "Curse," said the girl. However, it was strange to see the natural inflections Naruto used on such a small girl. He was sure that you wouldn't know until the stairs. He launched his own inge with a seal. "Good joke." "However, I didn't even notice anything strange about the girl." "However, it wouldn't have worked if you hadn't gotten there early." "Where did you get the cat?" "See for yourself," said Naruto, pointing behind Irika's back. Turning around once more, Chin saw that the cat had stopped right under one of the seal lights. Then, with a burst of smoke, another Naruto was standing there in his place. Irika was shocked. The inge conventional would have a hard time turning anyone into a girl due to the difference in mass. A small genin like Naruto could have done it, though it would take a terrible amount of skill to accomplish something most genins would never have. The cat, however, simply impossible, trying to hide how much he had been given and how much Naruto's technique was superior to that taught by the academy. Instead, he asked, "So what's the clonus to?" The Naruto in the light replied, "The real one is training downstairs. They sent me to wait for you 30 minutes ago." Added the clone, still being a child. "When I saw that you were already there, I had the idea of trying to get you inside without you noticing." "And how did you come up with that plan when you didn't notice anything special about the black dog that was approaching you?" Irika wanted to hit his head on something. It was getting harder and harder to pretend that Naruto's in looked like the normal one. "Yeah, then I created the other clone here. And you know the rest." Suddenly Irika realized something that scared him like never before. "The original put you up to this, wasn't that all?" The academy teacher instantly feared for his sanity. He was already having trouble keeping up with the Joker, and now he could multiply. He hadn't realized that clones themselves could have inspirations and act on them. He feared for Konoha. He really did after yesterday's council meeting, since Naruto and his clones couldn't agree on what to train on first. Naruto decided to split the number of clones into 7, forming 8 teams with him alone in the last one. The original academy student had agreed that they should work on at least one jutsu of each element, and 2 more were added at the last minute. The fire technique that was finally selected was one called Katon Akaraka Jigaku and Yuruwara technique, made in imitation of Yukia's last fire technique. Surprisingly, it was not banned due to it being dangerous to the user's coils. The reason stated in the scroll was that it was too difficult a technique to train, as the failures in the control of such a jutsu tended to kill the apprentice. The fact that the Yukia had long campaigned to have it banned probably didn't help sway Untopan. Kua settled on the side of water. An original technique invented by the Nidame was well known for the need to create water from raw chakra, rather than using that which was already present. This fact had caused every person attempting it, since the second OCG, to fall from chakra exhaustion after a single-use futon. Yufuna Nuri had the same side effect as wind technique. Originally from Sun Gyur, it was very powerful, but it demanded so much chakra that even most Jin couldn't use it. Even once again, same for Doton Saiyan and Natsuno. That earth technique was especially exhausting due to the fact that you use chakra to pressurize the rock, giving it a diamond shape before making the ground surge towards your opponent. However, the lightning technique was simply deadly. Being of the Yuruwara right Unsound brand, it transformed all of your chakra into electric current, frying you and everything you were holding. It would definitely be a cloning technique. The 2 additions were a technique forbidden by the Higas called Chakra Shield, and one forbidden by the combined power of Yukiya and League, whose name was Right Unmousy and Kagayaki. The first was about creating a second solid skin made of chakra to block attacks, something that was said to interfere with the IG Jukin that would be especially useful if successful, since most of the physical attacks on the clones would be fatal to them. The second one, however, was simply added to the training list out of spite. It generated a blinding flash of light. However, what banned it was probably the fact that at close range it could cause permanent damage to dojutsu users. It also gave a lot of credit to the fact that the Urara who had invented the technique hated Lukia and vice versa. The work of the original, however, is about the Kai Boon, as there was no proof that they would master the technique. Chakra Shield in time, or at all. He was testing the physical limits of his clones, and attempting to increase them. His tests had already shown it was possible, as one of the clones made in the forest, while training in chakra draining, was already more solid than one Naruto had just made at the time. However, that was all he had found now as Iruka entered Uraara's basement flanked by two of his clones. Naruto instantly abandoned his fruitless attempts at improving the Kaibunin and jumped towards his sensei. He was about to ask about the results of his travels, but one look at his teacher sealed his lips. Iruka was white. Naruto had never seen his teacher with such a pale face, even counting the time he pretended to have missed his target by throwing Kuna, and while he transformed into a copy of himself with said Kuna, and nailed to the side of his head with blood running down his face. Of course, sensei, are you okay? The man's gaze focused with inhuman speed on the face of Naruto. You're the original, right? Haras. In an instant, Iruka was holding the orange boy, still looking straight into Naruto's blue eyes as the student's feet dangled in the air. Promise me that you and your clones won't do more than a few pranks here and there. I like Konoha, and I want it to still be standing next year. Sensei, promise me. It was Iruka's eyes that finally broke Naruto's resolve. They were filled with fear and looked too much like some of the looks that he was given the civilians to feel comfortable. He never wanted any of his precious people to look at him like that. Okay, I promise. El Chin gave a sigh that was unmistakably relieved and put the academy student back down. However, I won't stop completely. It's important for my cover-to-cover take. Uncle the old man, for example, what would you or he think if he was in class calm and happy for a whole week? Iruka saw the point he was making. The boy would think you were planning something and I would be suspicious and investigate. Right, so I have to play a prank on people, or they will look at me with much more suspicion, which does not help my clones at all. I understand, but please do not use your clones too much, or let them play pranks. I'm afraid. Seriously, how much damage can I do with them? I do not hurt anyone with my pranks. I will give you an example. Do you remember the day you painted on the monument to the cage? Of course, for him it was one of the best, not so much for the planning but for the guts and the reactions he showed. Now imagine so much more you could have been using your clones. Naruto smiled at that. You could have even had time to write down the dirty notes you had been thinking about on the third's face. Iruka had shown up way too early that day. Now think about what happened to your apartment. Unfortunately, that was too easy to visualize. Similar things had happened before, especially around his birthday. One time, he came back from the academy to find Debin in big letters written all over his apartment, and his few spare clothes soaked in paint. Imagining that multiplied by the amount of clones he could generate was too much to think about. His apartment would no longer be standing. At that moment, he realized how much damage he could do and understood his teacher's fears. I see what you mean, he finally admitted. I will try to make my pranks as harmless as possible. But remember one thing, any teacher who treats me unfairly will get pranked. I know why they are doing it now, and I don't all tolerate. That's good enough for me, Ruka replied. It was especially good for him, since it just meant that he wasn't going to be pranked as much as those who truly deserved it, those who he didn't think he could save. Anyway, silence reigned for a few seconds as Naruto fidgeted. Then Iruka, everything went well. Realizing what the boy meant, the Chunin nodded and withdrew both the scriptures and the storage scroll he had received today and handed them to Naruto. Yes, everything went well according to plan. He pointed out the 3 facts. These are the deeds to this place and 2 other places I chose. Why 3? He didn't care, but he wasn't greedy anyway. It wasn't like he needed more than this place. 2 reasons. 1, in case you need to leave this place for whatever reason, and 2, to cover my tracks. What do you mean cover your tracks? This isn't the first time I've used such a deed. 2 years ago I withdrew 2 for him to use the academy. A house was demolished and became the training ground, training 55, but the other one is still standing and is sometimes used as a stealth training course. By removing more than one, I give the impression I'll use one of them for something and the rest for later, so no one gets surprised when I don't use a specific one. Does that mean you'll need one of them, right? I'll probably use one of the places you're not using on a training mission sometime next year just to keep up appearances. However, you can keep the deeds. We just remove them to make sure no one uses them in the meantime. What about this thing? The academy student held up the scroll. That's a storage scroll, Naruto. I just sealed the money I received inside. How does it work? Surely you remember he started hookah, then he stopped. He knew that Naruto had missed the last lesson he gave on storage scroll, since that was the day he had been painting some faces, but he couldn't remember if he had been there for the conference the year before. What do you know about the storage scrolls? Not much really, the boy replied, scratching the back of his neck. I keep managing to miss that one. It's okay, replied El Chin mentally, preparing himself for his usual lecture at the academy. The storage scrolls are scrolls with some sort of storage seal. To prove it, Iruka took the scroll from his student's hands and unrolled it on the ground to show the seal written inside. It is a tool commonly used by NAS, either to transport large quantities of material or to hide the contents of what they carry from normal view. This scroll contains a briefcase in which the bank deposited the money. I withdrew that briefcase to hide the fact that I was leaving with a large amount of money. The Chunin placed both hands on the outer outline of the seal. To use a storage seal, you only need to release a small amount of chakra on the outer line of the seal, so the same allows you to put an item in the seal. To demonstrate it, the master took out one of his shuriken and placed it flat in the middle of the seal. He then pushed the chakra out as he had just done. The shuriken vanished in a puff of smoke. However, there are certain things that should never be inserted into a storage scroll. Anything that would be affected by a direct application of chakra is a bad idea. Especially bad is trying to seal explosive tags that explode upon exit and storing a storage scroll in another. It is well known for destroying both scrolls in a dangerous way chakra mission by molding your chakra correctly, and with good focus one can further control what goes in or out to summon or seal only certain elements. Iruka realized at that moment that not only had Naruto been paying attention to the entire lecture, something he rarely did, some of the clones that had been training around him had also stopped and listened to some question. One actually said the original "what happens when you don't know what's inside a scroll, you can still publish your content, although everything will come at once. Why follow me?" Yuka followed him, as did about 24 clones. Naruto led him back to the Uruara mansion proper, and stopped after entering a room that was obviously an armory. The Chin noticed some of the weapons that had hung on the wall of his student's apartment. However, the boy led him to a corner where scrolls were stacked in surprisingly neat piles. Some were huge, even larger than the scroll had been forbidden, although most were the usual size to be carried inside a ninja vest. Sensei, you can identify one scroll from another, most of them, probably why Naruto handed him a specific scroll. A clone opened it and was blown up by some sort of trap inside. Iruka recognized the scroll instantly. He had even had to look for one of those more than once before doing. "Chin, where did you find this?" "I think hidden in a training camp." "Why, Naruto, this is a heavenly scroll." They are with their Earth counterparts, which are mainly used during some of the Chin exams and are supposed to be opened only in specific locations. It's really surprising that you found one, since they need to be retrieved after every exam. However, it's not much use outside of exams. "Okay, now, let's see what you got there," the Chin said, taking a first scroll. Now this, a good 2 hours later, Iruka had finished sorting the hundreds of scrolls along with Naruto, and his clones had sorted them into 5 different piles of very different sizes. Then "Sensei, what's the verdict?" asked the original, pointing at the largest pile. Answered El Chin, "These, as you've probably noticed, are various storage scrolls. Della, their contents should be pretty easy, though you should use clones for that. Some people are good enough to have cheats included, but most you can probably reuse later." The large pile next to them are the useless ones. In this pile was almost as tall as the first one, and both the Heaven Scroll that Naruto had originally shown him and the 2 Earth Scrolls he had found were included. They are old mission scrolls, encrypted messages or other things that serve no useful purpose. Burning them is probably the only use you'll get out of them. Going to the 3rd largest pile, Iruka continued, "These are blank scrolls. Ninjas proficient in seals or team leaders usually carry a few, so they're not unexpected. You'll probably have enough now for the next academic year." Iruka stared at Naruto. "I'll expect good homework from you. And your clones too, understood?" Naruto gulped and nodded. He realized his joke meant 3 times as much homework. "What about the rest?" Naruto added. There were only 8 scrolls combined in those 2 stacks, so Naruto automatically wondered what those 5 could be. "Their scrolls I'm not aware of. They contain seals, that's for sure, though the type specific escapes me. However, I wouldn't do anything other than store them in a corner for now." The 3 scrolls on the left are single-use summoning scrolls, although I can't identify what animal. The 2 white ones are identical, so I expect they summon the same thing. The red one is completely different, so I have no idea about that." Intrigued, a clone asked, "What are the paths of summoning?" "Sensei, I don't remember hearing about them in school." "That's not surprising, because they are generally the Hunin and 6 of the Genins who teach that material. Summoning scrolls are simply scrolls with a summoning jutsu inscribed on them. A summoning technique is an ability in which a ninja calls upon a creature to aid them in a task, whether it be fighting, hunting, or even passing on messages. Summoning techniques require a contract with the creatures being summoned. A person with such a contract can make scrolls like the ones you have that anyone can use. And how are they used? One, just write a line in blood along the scroll. Obviously, that means your clones won't be able to summon anything with them. And this contract thing, how it actually works, I've heard it's different for every creature, but I don't have any examples to offer. The Sandaime has such a contract, so asking him might be a better idea. Unfortunately, there are only 2 or 3 ninja or never with such contracts, so finding another person will be very difficult. An idea popped into Naruto's head. "And those summon creatures can talk?" "It probably depends on the summoning. I heard that the summoning of Sandaime-sama can, so at least some have the ability. Or one last thing, be careful with using them, since the summons have personalities. They might not like being summoned by you and counterattack. Be careful when using them." "Any questions?" The academy student shook his head along with his clones. "Okay," smiled the Chin, glad to have been able to make Naruto listen to the whole explanation. The boy had no problem visibly listening when the subject interested him. The atmosphere of the classroom probably didn't help his studies now. Yuka continued. Money brought the briefcase she had dragged forward and opened it. Now Naruto had been poor frequently during his short life. The weekly allowance that Cage had ensured he received was supposed to be enough for a boy like him, but the inflated prices he now realized he had been paying his entire life. Sometimes they had the fact that her budget was in deficit was only the lucky find of a shop on the opposite side of town, one that sold ramen at a cheap price that really managed to survive. Her recent funds were now very scarce, as more clones meant more ramen consumed. But when Yuka opened that briefcase, she thought she would never find herself poor in her life. She could only see the top bill of the packages, but just one of those bills meant ramen for a week. "At least that's all for me. In fact, I was shaking. Yes, that should be enough for 2 houses." With some despair, "Now, I want you to be careful with that money, as I hope it will be enough until you have gained Genin. I don't want to have to go get more." "Understood." Naruto nodded fervently. "You swear you will not use this for pranks outside of your multiple clones?" only for houses, food, and equipment. I swear well. Then Yuka closed the briefcase and solemnly handed it to Naruto. I am entrusting you with this. Her student slowly approached the briefcase with eyes filled with tears. Iruka suddenly realized that this was the most trust anyone had ever shown him. He ruffled the boy's hair. Don't worry, you'll do fine now. I'm sure you have a lot to do and I myself am late for the academy preparations. So I'll leave you to your planning. Do you need help getting back? Naruto asked. No, I actually wasn't sure if I could get back on my own. He remembered the path he took, but there were some turns in the dark. Yes, that would be very helpful. Okay, the boy replied, switching to Jeff mode instantly. You said, pointing to the clone closest to Iruka. You know the safe way, then take care of it. Pass the message of a council meeting while you're downstairs, okay? I'll do it. The rest of you, unless it's a council member, get busy opening the scrolls in the storage stack. Josh, as Iruka left the room following the specified clone. Iruka laughed. The whole joke was also good leadership training, and good to see what Naruto could be like once he became Hokage with so many people behind him. It was only a matter of time after a brief council meeting where they separated the money into thirds and gave 2 of those to the respective clones, 1 to the family, another to the ninja and her father. The council split up again into the various groups used for training. The original, however, had another plan to go back to the Kaibunin. He had the idea while listening to Iruka's explanations about the summoning. Instead of going to someone who probably wasn't going to answer or respond critically, as the old man would simply ask the summoning itself. Yes, if they could talk, they could answer. And with a contract, he would be much closer to being Hokage, since the current one had one. He knew that Iruka had told him to be careful, but he was in his underground base surrounded by a sea of his clones. He didn't think there was any danger. After a detour to collect said scrolls, Naruto returned to the same place he had been training. When Iruka arrived there, the clones had given him a wide berth, so whatever he summoned wouldn't crush any of his Bunin. Looking at the scrolls, he realized he had 2 options. Assuming the 2 white scrolls were the same, he could use a white one or a red one. Thinking for a few seconds and finding no reason to favor either, he searched his Gamchan wallet and flipped the first coin he found red. It was unrolling the scroll and opening his thumb into a kunai. He drew in a straight motion a line along the scroll. Instantly the scroll burned and a smoke explosion similar, but dozens of times larger than that of his clones, covered the area in front of him. It quickly spread, showing what the scroll had been about: a crab, and not just any crab, a black-gray crab twice as tall as Naruto, and at least 5 times bigger. Cold, he thought, now that's it. And then in a single burst of speed, said cold crab launched itself right in front of Naruto, and with a swing worthy of a baseball, knocked the original a good 200 m away. Luckily for Naruto, his clones had been paying attention, and many of them managed to stop him before he hit the wall. However, 3 of them exploded from the effort. The rest charged the summons in waves, but it had very little effect. The armored exterior of the crab deflected Shurik Nikuni without damage, and physical attacks meant getting into range of those pincers was also fast and could spin quickly. Still gasping from the blow, the original leapt onto a rocky outcropping to judge how the battle was going. The clones had cleared a good radius around the creature, although his speed meant he could still get something out of charging and clearing the various memories of dying clones. He focused on trying to find a way to beat the thing other than trying to trick the crab into crashing into a wall. He had no idea how to do that. Then, from a sudden memory from one of his clones, he knew what to do, and so did the other clones. From 100 voices to voices came a sound that filled the area right on Busi and Kagayaki. Even though he had closed his eyes, the combined flashes nearly blinded him. Anyway, the crab, however, was much worse. It moved erratically, spinning and trying to catch one of the many clones in its pincers. The radius they had cleared meant it couldn't touch a single one of them. In a sudden flash of inspiration, the original screamed, Drello, yes. It looked like a clone. Perhaps it disappeared like a clone did when its chakra ran out. The clones surrounding it began to tagging it with draining hands as soon as they had an opening, and by the way the creature's movement slowed, it seemed to have some effect. The crab eventually disappeared in a puff of smoke again. As a clone, all the clones took a breath as the original stepped down from his post. From what he had seen, he had lost at least 20% of his buns. Infuriated him. Although he thought having an action was much more valuable now, he was just like a clone, except he was much more solid and much stronger. Once he had a clone fell intercepted him. Are you thinking of trying the other one? Actually, I wasn't sure anymore. I would have to try it someday, but I wasn't sure if now was the right idea. What do you think? I think now is better than late. Another clone intervened. At this moment we are ready, and we have a way to solve it. If it is violent, just keep some clones with you ready to blind them if necessary, and everything should be fine. Naruto nodded and withdrew the scroll this time. While it was bloody, everything seemed to be ready and prepared to spring into action, only for those preparations to be rendered useless as the smoke dispersed. A rabbit stood there. It was no bigger than usual either. It was a simple black rabbit. The only thing strange was that it had something strapped to its back. It's been years since I've been on this side. Oh. And he also spoke. The various clones dispersed and returned to their training, quite confident that the original could handle a 30 centimeters rabbit by itself. Said person approached the summons. A summoned rabbit? What, you have something against rabbits? I just don't see what use I could have a rabbit summon for a ninja. Your blind rabbits are great ninjas, silent, stealthy, cunning. What else could a ninja need? I don't know. Power is all well and good, but all the power in the world won't defeat an enemy you can't see. A good ninja doesn't always have to defeat his enemies to be successful. A silent shadow has a much better chance of gathering information, delivering documents, and infiltrating enemy fields than a man in shining armor. And no one can plan well for the bodyguard. He doesn't know. Naruto had to admit the rabbit was right. You're a ninja. The rabbit asked. Naruto nodded. He knew he hadn't passed the academy yet, but it was only a matter of time. Yeah, you must suck. That what kind of environment is your orange suit good for hiding in? Naruto tried to answer. He really did, however, nothing came to mind. I thought about it a lot now. Who the hell are you? Naruto Uzumaki. I've never heard of about you. Are you related to the Kamisi clan? Not that I know of. Then how did you summon me? Naruto pulled out the other white scroll from his back. Some of those still exist. We were pretty sure they were all destroyed. It's been quite a while since we were summoned. The rabbits, do you know if anything happened to the Kamisi clan? I've never heard of them. What country are they from? Grass. I'm a leaf ninja, so I have no idea. Is it possible they've gone extinct? And where did you find those scrolls? In the forest around Konoha. Cursed. The rabbit, who was now half a meter tall, hit the left in frustration. Okay, then why did you summon me? I actually had some questions. Shoot, how do you get a summoning contract? Why do you want to summon rabbits? You did a good job convincing me that rabbits were good ninjas, so I don't see why not. The rabbit snorted with obvious pride. You just have to sign a specific scroll that we rabbits have in our lands. You can bring it with you. Noble handed the rabbit the second white scroll. Can this scroll bring someone? Who can? The rabbit looked at the scroll for a few seconds, then shook his head. No, this one also summons me. He pointed to a specific set of characters on the scroll. You see here, that's me and Chiv then. And Chi, how am I supposed to sign it? Only one way. Go to Graha. There's a place in Gra where we can appear without being summoned. Go to the forest north of Akuto and call me there. I'll guide you there. Okay, fine. Naruto Uzumaki, I'll meet you there. The rabbit disappeared in a cloud. Naruto wasted no time in summoning a dozen clones. He knew he would need to summon many more soon to replace the ones that had fallen to the crab, but those would wait until he started training in the cage. Bizen a bit more. Looking at the new dozen, he ordered. You know what to do. Get to the grass ASAP. Message me once you get there. And once again with the results of the meeting there. Oh, and try not to raise too much suspicion while you get there. Okay, well, one thing intervened. A clone training not too far away. How are they going to summon that rabbit once they're using the scroll? Of course. And how does it work? Well, draw a line. And Naruto paused, thinking for a few moments. I see what you mean. Naruto finally admitted. I think I have a solution. Another clone admitted. Naruto turned to him and noticed that most of the Bunin in a radius around him had abandoned training and were watching the conversation taking place. Said clone ran out of the basement of his new location and returned a few minutes later with a specific unsealed scroll. He opened its contents. At Naruto's feet were spread out dozens of vials, pills, and bandages, including more than a few empty vials. The fake Naruto took a few in his hands. Simply fill it with blood, then reseal them. The clones will simply need to use them to activate the scroll. Naruto nodded, then took a kuna and opened a blood vessel. It took more than a few tries to succeed in filling all the vials, as the wounds continued to close before Naruto was finished, then returned the filled vials to the clone who had given them to him. Here, go with them, since you seem to know what to do. Sure. The Bunin sealed the items, then stood up and gathered the dozen copies. Naruto had summoned the group of Cespit, left the next minute, and Naruto returned to his training. He wanted to have a small improvement in the clone's resistance before summoning another large batch. Chapter 5. First in the breach, Ariko and his father, a clone they had called Ichiro. The whole time they were waiting in a restaurant in the civilian town closest to the eastern road leading to the Leaf Village. They had arrived late yesterday and decided that it would be less suspicious for a rich merchant to stay at a roadside in arriving late at night. Now they were waiting for a ninja to school them in Konoha. Their two outfits included high-class clothing like the ones Naruto had already seen on rich bourgeois. Ariko wore dark red, while her father was dressed in a slightly brighter red, but this one with silver trim. Both the shop and innkeepers had been on their best behavior. Something Ariko deduced was due to the fact that they looked rich and the merchant greedy. While an escort wasn't always necessary to get to Konoha, most people had guards to make sure they got there safely. Konoha provided them at the price of a rank mission. It was sometime after the 11th now when the Leaf Ninja they had been waiting for appeared. Both Ariko and Ichiro had to contain their reaction when they saw who it was. They didn't expect this person to be put on a mission like this. Uchi Sasuke made a small bow in front of the two civilians. He was to escort. I understand that you are looking to visit Konoha. Ichiro came out of his reverie and stood up, bowing and turned to the ninja. Indeed, we do, Ninja-san. My daughter Ariko wishes to be trained in the same arts that you practice. Sasuke turned and looked, staring at the civilian. Ariko's eyes met Sasuke's for a second before turning around, hiding her eyes. There had been rumors in the academy that her eyes could do many things, from copying techniques to shooting lasers, and she didn't want to test if they could see through an inch or notice that they were clones. At that reaction, the Yuki aside, another one of those insipid girls that kept bothering him about dates and stuff. Kona would be better off without most of them in his opinion. However, the mission was the mission, so he would take her to Konoha anyway. Follow me. The Yukiya turned and walked away, causing the other two to follow him while Ichiro handled his role perfectly. Ariko couldn't help but glance furtively at the ninja who was still her rival. His posture of, "I'm cooler than everyone," hadn't changed and neither had his way of walking. Both were specific enough for Naruto to remember them among all the students who had passed through the academy for another reason. The orphan Yukiya felt and hated the fact that said girl was looking at him. He just wanted to get stronger. That is not to attract more girls. He was getting a headache just thinking about the size of his so-called fan club. Luckily, the path was short, and in no time they passed the gates of Konoha. Yairo, still good in his role, returned to the front. Would you be so kind, Ninja-san, as to direct us? This may not be the first time I come to this village, but no other son of mine has enrolled in your academy. Sasuke, glad to have something else to think about. His fan club didn't wait before answering. Follow this path for about 1 kilometer to the left. You'll find a large white building. Go in there and find a master. He'll be more than able to help you. Thank you. Ninja-san bowed and Ariko followed him here. He handed the genin a small bill. Go buy yourself a treat with this. Sasuke bowed in thanks and turned back the way he came. He had no interest in staying with what was visibly a fangirl. As soon as the boy turned his back, Ariko released the glare she had been suppressing the whole way there. She couldn't wait to show the bastard and kick his ass like he so rightfully deserved to, when a shiver stronger than any before ran up her spine. Yukiya Sasuke silently swore to never see that girl again. He never wanted to know what wicked thoughts had caused him the bad feeling. He had just had a knock on his door. Interrupted Irika during the planning his lesson ahead. A middle-aged man entered, followed by someone who was obviously his daughter. However, the teacher recognized the girl's form as the one from Naruto's joke and smiled. At least less had come this far. Good morning, Master. You sent me here, a young ninja. You told me that this would be the place to go to train in the arts of the shinobi. My daughter Ariko wants to join your institution. Good morning, sensei, said the daughter, bowing. Come in, answered El Chin, closing the door. I had to be. Agreed that if I hadn't known about the prank beforehand, I would have never believed that these two people were Naruto. Different thoughts, postures, personalities, all in all very good acting. Once Irika was back in his chair and looked around, he relaxed and spoke. We're alone. You can stop pretending for now. In that instant, the two people in front of the teacher relaxed. Their body language instantly changed closer to what was used. The chin of this student. How the prank goes, Ariko? All he agrees with the plan, although we had a close one. What the ninja who accompanied us to the city, continued Ichiro. It was Sasuke. Irika agreed that they could tell it like that, and he didn't notice anything. No, the Chunin smiled. Well, what do you think? Asked Ariko. Irika took a deep breath. Now, Naruto, I know you don't like him, but thinking about the members of your last class, Uchi, Sasuke is the one who has the greatest and best chance of seeing through your disguises. He is also very skilled in oral reading and has been around you recently. If Sasuke didn't notice anything, then I'm pretty sure your disguises will hold up in front of the other returning students. Both transformed clones nodded in agreement with that reasoning. Now they both know what's next. They both shook their heads negatively at the question. Okay, right now, I'll have to test you, Ariko, for your competence. During that time, your father could stay, or he could just go out and do more things. Personally, I would recommend going out and buying the place. She'll be using it anyway. We've got a good 3 hours of tests, so you better get on with your plans, right? Said Ichiro. Ariko, however, he lowered his head and sighed. More tests again. As Ichiro left the room, Ariko turned to his teacher. What tests are going to be? A 1-hour physical assessment followed by a 2-hour written X. Ariko couldn't help but sigh once more. Ichiro wasted no time in leaving the school and began walking aimlessly through Konoha. Of course, that was just an image. Actually, the clone of Naruto walked steadily towards the nearest of the houses that Naruto's group had hoped to use for the disguised clones. There were 6 of them around Konoha, scattered randomly around the city. These buildings were supposed to be former residences of the former Yuras, or the homes of some of their more important contacts. 2 of those buildings were shops along with 3 houses and some sort of storage depot. But they all had one thing in common: the Urahara tunnels that ran under the city. The city had an exit in each of those places. Between them, only 2 were currently occupied: the storage depot in one of the houses. Arrow hoped to be able to buy one of the empty houses for his daughter, still acting as eye under his mask. It took a good hour going from person to person to find the real estate agent responsible for the first of the 2 available houses. At first, the man was surprised that such an old property could interest a wealthy merchant, but quickly got the relevant documents signed. Once he realized that the merchant had other options belonging to other real estate agents, the Naruto clone by the name of Ichiro left under a mask that such a transaction was normal, but he smiled inside. He still had almost 3/4 of his third's money left, and he had achieved the goal he had without any problem. The real estate agent, for his part, was happy to have finally sold such an unwanted place. Okay, stop, Yuka, shouted, clicking a button on the side of her stopwatch. Ariko, who had been doing sit-ups and various other forms of exercise for the past 15 minutes, she sat up, dusted herself off pretty well before standing in front of the teacher. So how are my results, sensei? The differences between what Naruto would have done and what she did were apparent to the Exine. Where Naruto would have done something like a spin and not minded the dust, she did the complete opposite. He would have to ask later when we're alone. Instead, Irika responded, very well. Actually, your throw is good as well as your speed. Your endurance is huge for a woman. Your taijutsu is below average. Although that is to be expected from someone without much physical training, I see no reason not to include you in our next class. Actually, compared to Tintin, who was the last girl to come from outside, Ariko surpassed her everywhere except her throws, given that the class by now was not as full as the previous one was practically assured a place. As long as she didn't completely fail the written exam well, she answered, smiling serenely. Now follow me. I already have a classroom ready for your next exam. And how are you doing? Asked the real Naruto, coming out of the tunnel hidden behind a false wall. Ichiro had returned to the place that he had now mentally nicknamed as Ariko's house, and sent a clone through the underground passages for Naruto to come, which hadn't taken long time. Everything is according to the updated plan. Already one on your side. I discovered how to increase the stamina of clones, although it won't help. Why? I discovered that the amount of chakra a clone expends simply by existing depends on how tough they are, meaning the tougher they are, the less they will last. I actually made one that was almost as tough as me and could survive stab wounds like me, and it barely lasted 3 minutes, and without using any techniques. The best compromise I discovered was actually similar to the clones that I did during chakra drain training. Any harder, and the clones have to spend too much time draining things, then that idea is a failure for training at the academy. Yairo asked, unfortunately, any idea how we're going to do it? Well, the council decided to put everyone in training to succeed in chakra shield before classes start. Other than that, not much. No progress on the others. No, I'm starting to think I might have made a mistake in mastering the drain first. Yairo was surprised. Why? Because clones don't train as hard as they did before they trained relentlessly until they dispersed. Now, how do you know they can live forever? Because of chakra drainage, they run less risks to stay alive. Plus, do you remember how I trained to master the Kaibunin? Of course, with what happened while I was training, how many times would I have burst if I were a clone? And how many times has something like this happened since we mastered the drainage technique? Yairo, he thought for a few moments while the original waited for an answer. He had to agree that he didn't remember any clone exploding from overtraining since they had mastered chakra drain. Yes, but none from damage from training errors, which, with the fact that they had gained Tails' memories, meant that it had happened very infrequently at best. I understand you. I don't think it's a conscious thing, just a basic survival instinct that clones have. Now, because they can last longer, unfortunately, that means there's not much I can do about it. I'll think about it, said Ichiro, turning around. You're going to go back to look for Ariko? Yeah. He should be done by now. Something special you should know about, aside from the fact that he's now pretty sure that any student who comes back won't see through our disguises. Anything really? Why that? Now I'll explain to you later. We just met someone we weren't expecting while coming to Konoha. Okay. See you later, Naruto exclaimed, diving back into the tunnels with only 17 minutes left to go for the test. Yairo entered the classroom that Ariko and Irika were using as an exam center. Chin instantly silenced the so-called father, calling him closer with a finger and explaining what was currently happening in whispers. The man took the silence while he grabbed a chair and waited so patiently that Irika for a moment forgot that it was actually Naruto. It took very little time for Chin's teacher to grade the exam. Once Ariko finished, he had done a good performance. Actually better than Irika expected, considering his last scores. Okay, now it's official, said the teacher after having calculated his average score. It was more than enough to be accepted into the academy. I'll see you next Monday for your first class. This Irika handed him a folder from the top of his desk. It's the equipment you'll need starting next week. Congratulations on your acceptance. Student Ariko let out a screech that made even Irika doubt that it was Naruto that was inside all of this, and jumped into her father's arms in gratitude. The man shook Irika's hand, thanking him for his help, and after filling out the various necessary forms, he took his daughter out to celebrate. Now, Irika had already gone on infiltration missions before becoming a teacher and couldn't believe the level of talent Naruto was showing. He had even worked with some considered naturals in that field, and they had never could make him doubt what he knew for sure, as much as the spectacle the two had made at that moment when gathering the papers that the two clones had just signed. The Chin was surprised to find among them a small note that he hadn't even realized had been slipped there. It simply said basement at 5 again. Using the exit of the Urara tunnels closest to the academy, Irika managed to reach Naruto's new basement a few minutes before 5. Once there, they took him to a conference room where 9 Naruto and Ariko, or a clone under an Ariko inch, possibly laughed and argued the day away by the looks of it. However, every conversation died once he took a chair. Then all is still well, asked Naruto. Are you the original, right? He guessed. Hooky, yes. How did you know? Your clones tend to give in to you in most conversations, letting you talk unless they have specific points to add. I just assumed the first to speak would be the real you. He opened a folder he carried with him. Yes, everything is still going according to your joke, and unless Konoha receives a dozen applications more valuable than yours, Ariko will stay as a student of the academy. What do you mean more valuable? Intervened the clone of Ariko. Konoha rates the value of each applicant for the academy on several criteria grouped mainly into 2 categories: status and potential. Status depends on where you come from. The best thing for Konoha is that the children of the Leaf Ninja clans, children of Leaf Ninjas, children of Konoha civilians from long time ago, children of Konoha civilians orphaned, and children of non-Leaf Ninja. Why that order? And why the clans first? Mainly a loyalty issue. The academy teachers are supposed to check for infiltrators among the children. Although those specific cases are rare, the order is based on who is probably most loyal to Konoha. So technically he said the original Naruto fit at the bottom of the chart just before the Children of Outer Ninjas, right? I don't really know, he replied. Elchin, the details of his biological family are sealed, as is most information about his youth. In fact, he could come from any of those categories. And you wouldn't know, though. In his case, it really makes no difference. Why do academy students sometimes have sponsors usually, or Gene, who found the kid being what you like? Your place was never in doubt. I'm pretty sure some did. Anyway, Naruto muttered darkly. I'm not going to deny the possibility now, the potential. It's based on the assessment, Ariko, and I did today. Konoha will surely look for people with the potential to become great ninjas, so the specific potential of each applicant also influences whether she gets a place. Okay, then you don't expect the academy to have enough new students to displace Ariko's application. Not in the best case scenario. During that time, the academy will normally receive 6 applications. And that's counting the clone you're going to send, Muraru. Right. So I'm almost 100% sure that your 2 Bunin will be accepted. Well, exclaimed Naruto, falling into boss mode. Now on to other matters. The next participants, the civilian family, said Irika. Exactly, we had a problem with them, added Naruto, looking directly at Irika. What jobs? The 2 civilians will need parents to evade suspicion, and those parents will need jobs to do the same, so they will need a job that us Narutos can do reasonably well. Unfortunately, all the jobs I know are directly related to ninjutsu that would draw attention on its own. Something I can't do well enough, like cooking and building an estate with apartments, would probably be way more expensive than the budget I have. So what job would be best for both of my parents of my civilian identities? Irika pondered for a few moments as the council waited for his answers. Normally civilians who came to Konoha were merchants or craftsmen, and both had difficulties associated with their trade skills like blacksmithing or carpentry, took time to learn and do well enough, so it didn't fit with Naruto's time constraints. Outside of the ninja team, it would be suspicious in the hands of a civilian family. Naruto had no goods to sell, which eliminated most of the merchants. Irika began to go back in time, thinking about the different people he met and their jobs. What about the merchants? Irika asked. After a few minutes, merchants, the clone mass replied. Irika sighed at how uneducated his protege had been. The merchants are a type of merchant that specializes in selling goods from other regions. What is the use? Not everything is as easy to get out of as in Konoha, for example. What do you know about Suna? Only that they have ninjas and that it is a desert. Irika sighed at the reminder of his protege's lack of knowledge. So what do they do with the wood or the fabric? I have no idea. They have to import it, and many of the people who do it are civilians. Normal people who make a profit by buying goods where it is not expensive, like anything related to wood in Konoha, transporting them to somewhere where it is scarce and in demand, and selling it for profit is perfect for their needs, since logically it would take some time before they have stock, so no one would be surprised if the store they use does not open for a while. It would also explain why one or both clones go through. The parents were missing as merchants are often away on business, but I would need merchandise someday. How would I get it? Just send clones. Compare how much it would cost in Konoha and how much it costs wherever you are. If the difference is big enough, buy a few as a test and see if you can sell them easily enough, then buy more if there is demand. Then are you telling me to have more clones running around? Yes, El Chin replied, but not in Konoha. In the village, the 2 clones you have looking around you will be more than enough. Just send a few out of the village to see factories and craftsmen, especially in other countries, as those have more chances of being expensive. In Konoha, thinking for a second, Naruto remembered that he already had a team of clones on their way to Gra along with the lone clone and the clone family waiting for orders to get to Konoha. He would send them a message with a clone as soon as this meeting was over. The good thing about that is that it could become their information network too. As you rise in rank, the information network of spies, answered the academy teacher. Among the higher ranks, many ninja have a number of contacts that send information in exchange, usually for money or favors. This allows the ninja to have a good idea of what is happening outside of Konoha most of the time, and helps when a person has missions in regions where they already have informants. It is especially useful for infiltration missions since the information is up to date on the city or countries. It can make creating fake funds safer and avoid other potentially dangerous situations. So in short, you're saying that I should have a few more clones running around outside of Konoha looking for things to buy and sell for profit, right? I'm assuming Ariko's clone intervened that the 2 clones inside Konoha that aren't studying would be the ones checking the prices inside the city, or the parents themselves. Hooker replied, actually the parents would be better off since they could answer questions and pass the scrutiny much easier. They might even find some people who want specific merchandise and are ready to pay for it. Ho said the original. So the clones of Konoha will start shopping around for prices as early as tomorrow, and the 2 parents will join them. Once they are settled, the clones from outside will use Kagebunin to generate some copies to search other cities for something else. All the clones shook their heads negatively, and Irika refrained from adding anything. Then let's all go back to the shield training. People Josh, the various council members left while Irika held the original. He wanted to ask some questions and felt better being one-on-one for once with his student. It's happened so rarely lately. So what did you want to talk to me? Asked Naruto. You know what happened today with Ariko? Even I remember it well, exclaimed the Chin. Then can you explain to me where you got the training you have in infiltration? What do you mean? Do you remember what you did after the physical test? What exactly? I mean, dust yourself off the way you got up. Sure D, you had those Sakura. That's what she did. Every time after taijutsu practice, and the hug and the squeal after the written exam. Faye, that's what she did. When her father came to pick her up after the final exam at the academy, Faye's Sakura Faye made a quick change, becoming a girl a little bit taller than him. She was there the year before you came to the academy, her and I had a prank war for a month or so or less. She had a terrifying laugh that sent shivers down most people's spines. She passed the academy, but I haven't seen her since. And you remember her for sure? Irika thought for a moment. I can test you on something for sure. Taking a piece of paper and a pin from the old clone place, he handed them to Naruto. You can write down everyone you remember from the academy, what year, everyone, sort them by year if you can. Okay. And he started writing. Looking over his student's shoulder, the Chin looked with growing amazement at the paper that Naruto was filling in. As teacher, Irika had been in first place with the 60 students he had taught for the past 2 years. But without the list growing in front of him, he wouldn't have been able to name them all one after the other like Naruto was currently doing, and that's not counting that he had been closer to them than Naruto had ever been, and the orange-haired boy was even able to go back 3 years and name students he'd never had. Of course, it wasn't perfect. Irika could see some mistakes in the names, but a memory like that was more than he had ever expected from Naruto. Indeed, I am missing a few names, but that's all I could write their descriptions for sure, and he did. And before that, Naruto made a face of disgust. You mean Alfano Otto? Irika. He didn't pay attention to him. Yes, you could write their names too. His student's face didn't change, it remained wrinkled. But he wrote name after name after name. The academy teacher was now beyond astonishment, isn't it? From wonder. The boy was so good at his fake personas, he had a veritable database of other students in his memory that he could use to build his fake identities. Chin wondered what made this information hold up while in classes, not lacking in practical application. Teacher sabotage. He knew he had worked at least 5 different times with Naruto on his basic Bunin, but the boy hadn't improved. He was pretty sure he had the right information for that. With the many times she had forced the boy into 3 columns without last names, they didn't use them there. The way she said there clearly explained what she thought of the place. The Sich suddenly felt ashamed of having to bring those memories to his favorite student. You have an exceptional memory for people, said the teacher. As an explanation, the boy blushed at the praise, smiling at the reaction. The Chinin stood up. Keep working like that on your prank, and I'm pretty sure I should graduate you this year now. You can take me back home. Naruto stood up confidently. The 2 friends left the room, while Yuka ruffled her favorite's hair. Chapter 6. Naruto's message, spreading thickly to spread like a combined information/trade network, had reached the dozen Bunin with the remaining summoning scroll. Just as they left Akuto, the group had made very good time. Mainly due to a lucky discovery, it was easier for them with the Kawarimi, and they doubled long distances. They had tried it while moving out of Konoha. A simple Kawarimi meant to overtake you 5 met failed 90% of the time, while one that traveled a distance of 20 met succeeded half the time at 100. They had only failed once out of 50 attempts, and further than that was even better, they could easily manage 500 met or more, with the record being a jump of around 4 kilometers. This led to a very strange game of tag between clones that went from the Leaf Village to the border of Fire Country, all in one night. The group had rested and replenished his reserves once in Grass Country, and had managed to find the required village long before sunset. Upon receiving Naruto's orders, each of the copies had made another, and all the newly created ones dispersed to gather information in the nearby cities. The others made a few last Kawarimi, and reached the first trees of the forest, opening all the necessary equipment. The lead clone worked the vials of blood to draw a line along the scroll of invocation. It took more than 2 full containers before the scroll was consumed, and before long Ichip returned to the group. That was faster than I thought, were the first words out of his mouth. When Lee's appeared, village was a week away from Grass. Last thing I remember, we found a good trick to cover long distances. I can see you're the original. Nope. B, and Chip patted the ground twice with his hind leg in frustration. In that case, follow me. The dozen copies did it. The wood, it wasn't that big, but it was incredibly dense, and the path the rabbit took looked more like a maze than a forest. It took an hour before the group came to a large clearing in the middle of which a tall tree grew between rocks. Wait a tick. Okay. With that, Yip ran towards the tree in a few jumps and disappeared between the rocks. It wasn't long before he came back holding a scroll as tall as he left it, a meter or so before the group of Narutos who were now sitting, and he used it as a podium. Before I give you this scroll, I have a question to ask you. Continue, answered the main ninja. Why do you want to be a ninja? Asked the rabbit. To be Okage, of course. The whole group of orange ninjas nodded. Okage, that is the leader of your village, right? The Naruto nodded. Why do you want that? The leader of the group paused for a moment before answering. The people of my village hate us and fear us, not because of anything we did, but because of something that happened when the original was born. We do not want it to be like that. Then we saw the old man. I want say the current Okage is ad loved, and for good reason too. We want to be that way. We want to protect my precious people, and have them see me as an equal, not as something to be eliminated or tortured, and Konoha is something precious too. Me makes sense to me, I care, replied the Black Rabbit. Thought the blonde was like most people, thinking ninjas were cool because they were strong, that or his family pushing him in that direction, and Chip was glad to see the boy was there on his own, having a good idea of what that involved. The job here. Ich handed the scroll to the main. Naruto, you deserve it. Thank you. This will allow me to summon all of you. Know this will summon my boss, the leader of all the rabbits, wants you to summon him to your burrow and meet him in person. My burrow, your house, the place where you summon me first. Have the real one summon him like you did for me. Thank you. The lead clone put the scroll in one of his pockets, then turned to the rest of the group. Oh people, let's see if we can outdo our previous speed and be back in Konoha before tomorrow night. Yasha. Second later, all the Naruto were gone. He, however, turns to the tree in the center of the clearing. So what do you think? Dispelling the genjutsu that had hidden him, replied the main figure. He is different, you tell me. With Zero, he is not trained in the battle dance, but has a great spirit, added another. The third figure said nothing. However, he smells like a fox, said the leader. He already has a contract, not that I know of, he replied. Ichip didn't seem to know much about summons. The rabbit waited a moment. Then your feelings will see. The main figure smiled after returning from escorting his master friend home and sending messages to his distant clones. Naruto stopped to look at the mass of clones training in their underground base. All of them were now training in the chakra shield technique, hoping to master it before the week was over and classes restarted. None of the Naruto had come closer, still jumping between two rock pillars. The original shinobi stopped on top of one. He had been using this particular spot as a training area for the past few days, right after he had used it as a lookout while fighting the summon crab. The best thing about it was that he could easily see around him without much trouble, and the fact that his clones could find him without much effort. After a quick look around to see if anyone needed his help, Naruto sat up and he concentrated on the details of this technique. As written on the scroll, there weren't many. The technique was essentially very easy. It had no seals or other movement, just a pure application of chakra. It was about compressing said energy and using it as an extra layer of skin. Looking back at the orange training sea below, Naruto quickly realized that everyone was doing it in a similar way, each releasing chakra in bursts and trying to make it solid, if only for a second. Neither seemed to be progressing a lot. Then he would try something different. Naruto released his chakra in a continuous wave, a blue aura of power forming around his entire body. Now, compressing it, he said to himself, trying to force his own energies to his will. So do you expect to be in Konoha in 2 days? Yes, said the master of the caravan. Just make sure you are here tomorrow at 8. If you or yours are not there, we leave without you. Don't worry, sir, replied the main clone after taking a look at his family. We will be there. Perfect. The Naruto's group left the caravan depot towards the motel they had rented earlier. The decision to use such means to enter Lee's village came upon seeing one such caravan on the way to the city they were currently in, and they had decided as a group that this way would be much more normal for a civilian family. They had rented a place in one of the larger caravans they had found in the city that continued towards Konoha, claiming that the previous caravan they had taken had not gone beyond this point. Now back in the privacy of their shared room, the group released their transformations, saving chakra that way. So how many clones should we make? Asked Naruto, impersonating the father. Well, added the clone, did you notice that we received a message to spread clones outside of Konoha? The other three nodded. Why should we create more than one each? I'll answer you with a question. Did you notice how many caravans were in the city and how many destinations did they cover? I have a good idea about the number, but not so much about the destinations. The other two clones shook their heads negatively. I have to agree that the final destination of most of the caravans is the wind, but they have different ways to get there. Grass, river, bird, rain. They are all on the way to the wind. We already have a team in grass. One of the children's clones was added, but none in the others. And that list does not include all those that do not go through wind. I saw caravans that were going to Waterfall, Vegetable, Andis Field, along with one that was going through Maratia country. If we send clones in all of those, we have a good third of all the major countries covered. Period, said the second of the child clones. I think I can handle a good 5. And you that night 30 more copies crept out of the motel the fake family was using, and the next day they were on their way out of Fire Country Shiren. Nor was a proud Tnin of the Leaf, who as usual was assigned to guard a part of the high palisade surrounding Konoha. It was a job he had done more than anyone else in his life, and he was satisfied as such, having been in that position for a long time. He thought he had seen everything outside of Total War. So 2 hours into his guard shift, he felt graced to see something he had never expected to be possible. There was a child climbing the wall. And by climbing, he didn't mean walking on the wall. He had already seen some of those new genins who had just been taught the method trying to prove their worth by climbing the tallest building. They could see that climb the wall they usually got lucky, at least compared to those who attempted the same at the cage monument. The Ambu were much less forgiving on average. Not this kid was doing it the old-fashioned way with an illo in each hand and some sort of nail in his shoes. Shiro had to admire the guts the kid had. The wall itself was taller than most of the buildings in the city and was made of hard rock. If he failed, the fall would surely kill him. The Chin decided to wait until he had finished his climb, or catch him if he fell. The boy took an hour to finish his climb. The guard on the wall had to give it to the boy. He had stamina, especially considering he didn't look a day older than 12. Dispelling the genjutsu He had used to hide the chin and asked, "Is there a reason you did that?" Surprised, the boy turned as he jumped to the side. "Good reflexes," Shiro noted, though his balance could use some work. "How did you get this far?" The boy said, his weapons, two knives so dull from the climb that would have hurt a fly with them, in a decent offensive position. "A ninja never tells his secret." "You're a ninja." The boy's face changed instantly, a big smile shining on it. "This is Koha, right?" Shiro nodded. "I want to join." The face turned pleading. "You want to be a ninja, yeah? And what do your parents have to say about that?" The face the boy made answered all of Chin's questions: anger, sadness, pain, loneliness, all mixed together. Either the boy's parents had recently died, or they had abandoned him no long time ago. "He'll tell you that." He changed the subject. "I still have 2 hours before my break, so I'm gonna test you. Until then, if you do well enough, I'll take you to the academy to enroll you." "Okay." The boy's face filled with tears again, but this time from happiness. "Thank you," he yelled, bowing as he did so. "What's your name?" "Muraru." "Don't thank me yet, Muraru." Shiro smiled. Then he put it to the test. "Everything works: push-ups, throw, dodge, even a mock battle doesn't." However, the boy impressed him again. He lasted the entire 2 hours without complaining or resting. He was sure not perfect. His throws were horrible, and his taijutsu needed a lot of work. But the boy was fast, he dodged well, and his stamina was high even for a child full of energy. When his break came, he had no choice but to keep his end of the deal. When he took him to the academy, he noticed something else he liked about the boy. He was focused. He spent the entire way to the ninja school in silence. He was sure, looking to both sides, but walked the distance in silence. Although Shiro was sure he had 100 questions. Once in the building, he made his way to Irika's door, and a single knock had the teacher opening the way to his office. "No Kyuzin, what can I do to help you?" "Yumanosan, I have a son for you." Yuman Noira was from the same Genin class as him, although contact between them had been rare after that time. In the end, they had gone in 2 very different ways. Shiro led the boy forward. "He is someone without parents, and he has come here so he can register as a ninja. I will take care of him." "Yumanosan," said someone behind them. Turning around, both Shiro and Irika noticed another Tenin had joined them. The wall guard knew him well, having been on a team under his leadership on many occasions during his Hinin days. "I have no problem registering him." And Jin-san replied, "Irika, you've already missed 2 days, and you're probably still late for work," declared Jan Kiritori in his usual tone, neutral. While many found this quirk of his speech condescending, Shiro knew that this was how he was. However, it still sounded like an abame. "Since my own preparatory work is complete, it is better for everyone that I take care of him, if you say so." Yuka relented. "Good day." Then Nuran and Jin-san then retreated to their office. Both he and Muraru followed the older instructor to the door of his own office, where said person turned to the boy. "You can wait for me in my office while I talk with no course Sanaki. I won't be long." "For sure," said the boy, leaving the two with their conversation. "I didn't know you had applied for a job as an instructor," Shiro noticed. As soon as the boy left, Sandame Sama personally came to see me. As soon as he finished talking to Muki, he said a strange emotion entered his word as he said the trader's name. "It also fit well with my plans." "Your plans?" "I'm getting old," Shiro said, sighing. And it was true for a ninja. He was just over 50 years old. He was past retirement age. And with what happened with the Kibi, I'm the last of my clan, but I swore to my father when he taught me our clan style that I would do everything I could to keep him from dying. So I've been searching the last 3 years for someone who could carry on my legacy, a child I could train to be the next master of the sharp fist, and nothing I've looked at the last 3 graduating classes, and all those with talent for taijutsu end up being members of the clan who already use a specific style, and I won't let the style of my clan be assimilated by another. What about this gay Rogel boy? He's screaming from every corner that he's the next Konoha taijutsu master. It's true, he has the potential, but my style needs the use of chakra to fully master it. Unfortunately, he couldn't make the cut." He sighed again. Obviously, he cared a lot about his style. It was the most emotion he'd ever seen in man. Now to get back to what he wanted to ask, added Kiritori, "How did the boy get here?" "You won't believe me. Say he climbed the wall. He already knows how to use chakra. Not that I know if he went up to the old one." Both were silent for a moment. "That's impressive. He could be what you're looking for. He has at least speed and endurance. And although his combat skills are nothing out of this world, at least it would allow you to start from scratch. I'll see what happens to his family, or dead, or have abandoned him." His face told me. "Do you want me to put you as the child sponsor?" Shiro thought for a moment. "Why doesn't he deserve it for what I put him through? You need something more from me, no? Then what? I will leave it in your capable hands while I return to the wall." Good morning," said the instructor as the other ninja disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Upon entering his office, he found the boy sitting in the chair reserved for guests. Said boy quickly turned around to look at him. "I don't know if Shiro introduced me, so I will. My name is Ijin Kirai, and I will be the taijutsu instructor starting with the next session." The boy raised his hand. "Yes, taijutsu, combat with the body or with weapons. Now may I have your name?" "Murara." The Chin wrote down his last name. The boy's face tensed and lowered. "I have no family. I'm sorry if this causes you pain, but I need complete information to make your registration." "Then your last name would be JK." The boy's face did not rise. "Place of residence?" "None." The questions continued along the same lines for a good 30 minutes. It took 10 of those for the boy's eyes to rise again, but by the end he was smiling, as if nothing had happened. Kitori had learned a magic word to make the boy's spirit would rise again. Ninja, as Muraru began on the physical assessment that came with the desire to be a ninja. Chin couldn't help but realize exactly what his previous subordinate had told him before. He was right, this boy could have been the exact person Irika had been waiting for. The day passed with agonizing slowness. He had hoped to be the one to write on Naruto's 2 prank inscriptions at the Konoha Academy, but he couldn't find anything in the Act 2 object to the words of the old man Tlin, and the worst thing was that he was right. He was still in his preparations. The worst thing was that Yuka had spent the entire afternoon juggling from the notification of supplies to the student cancellations and the weapons request form, all while going at half her usual speed due to anxiety, and the knowledge of the problem did anything but help. And Jin Kiridori, who had been chosen by the Okage to replace Misuki, was something of a legend in the circles. A high taijutsu specialist, though not at the level of Mate Gue, was one of the few Sichin who consistently received rank omissions. The rumor was that he had refused the Jing rank at least twice. For unknown reasons, though again there is much talk, he was probably one of the best Tenin in Konoha. He was good enough to be able to see through disguises, so Irika continually stressed himself out waiting for every second that Naruto would rush in to tell him that his joke had come true, or that his university will notify him of an infiltration attempt. He almost hit the ceiling when someone knocked on his door late in the afternoon. Kiridori walked in right after that and handed him the registration papers. As he placed the various sheets into their respective folders, Irika couldn't help but ask questions. So what should I expect from our newest student? Probably a Taku specialist. His university replied, full of energy, very focused. Irika was stunned internally. That's why I have high hopes for the boy after he unlocked the use of his chakra. However, his scores on the written assessment are borderline. So you and Kazui might have trouble with your work. Overall, a good match for most students. Okay, Hoka replied. His concentration wasn't fully there, but he was glad that Naruto's plan was still on without any major issues. Do you need me for anything else? The elder Chin asked. Irika quickly checked the various. As Yuka entered Naruto's underground training facility, she was graced with the sight of something akin to an all-out war. Each and every clone in sight was fighting. Amongst themselves, they were visibly holding back, fighting only with their fists, feet, and kunais. Irika waited at the end of the tunnel. He had taken looking around when he finally realized what they were doing. They were training. They had some kind of technique that Irika didn't know, one that allowed them to block attacks with almost any part of their body. Just now the Chin had seen Naruto push away one and with his head all without exploding. It was quite impressive. A single minute more allowed Irika to find what he hoped was the original Naruto was standing on one of the many rocky outcrops that he had the place, and was the only one not actively fighting. He also frequently summoned more Kage Bunin, which is how the academy teacher had seen him. As he made his way over there, Irika marveled at the training. With the sheer amount of clones working, he would gain mastery at an incredible rate. Jumping as he landed right next to his most unpredictable pupil, he couldn't help but smile at the sight. Good night, Naruto. Good night. Irika took a quick look around. How did you manage to find my true eye? Calm down. First, you're not fighting. Second, I'm pretty sure your clones can't use Kaibyun without as much as I've seen you use it. He scratched the back of his head. Well, you caught me, he said, smiling. I'd like to talk to you. So we could move somewhere a little quieter, please? Sure, 1 second. Once again, making the specific hand sign needed for his jutsu, the academy student called out to be the largest wave of copies to date, then turned to the closest to he passes the message. I want your clones to keep fighting until only one remains. Okay, fine, answered the clone. A second later was harassed by Kunis, coming from various points, including the original managed to block the first 5. But the 6th turned him into smoke. Come on, exclaimed Naruto Gua to Irika back to the room that the Chunin had seen the last time he was here. However, this time the council was absent, and only the 2 of them were present. The Chunin did not wait a second, and took a chair in front of his favorite student. Then, everything is fine, said Naruto as soon as his teacher was no longer standing. Yes, but first I have a question. What exactly was going on there? Training. I had realized what kind of forbidden technique the Scroll of Seals simply allows you to create a hard skin made of chakra to block why train, and that my clones will have to participate in any taijutsu training there is during class, right? They will need something like this simple, just to survive every time we have free-for-all combat, right? I hadn't thought of that possible solution. Irika had been planning to stay with Naruto and Bara, or one of his clones, for the taijutsu exercises under various pretexts. Only one would go, and that would have been the real Naruto. Underage, he was glad the boy had found another way, since his plan was quite risky. You should be more careful when training in those. They were banned for a reason. Yes, I know, but I'm pretty sure it was mostly banned due to politics. Why would that interfere with the IGA Jukan? Irika Silvo nodded. He had to agree with the conclusion. Naruto had come to the Niga clan, had a lot of political power, and were well known for opposing anything that limited the power of their style. Be careful. Anyway, don't worry, my clones already went through all the techniques, eliminating the ones that were dangerous to me in some way that didn't include anything related to chakra depletion. Since Naruto, he was pretty sure it was impossible for him. He paused for a moment. Now, how did the enrollment of my last clone go? You probably know better than me, Irika replied. Then, how about we exchange information? Asked Naruto. Perfect with me, Naruto. then explained everything from climbing the wall to the moment the Academy Master had left him after requesting and receiving a quote as an orphan Academy student. Irika added the comments Toy had given him. Though I have a question, said Irika at the end. I asked Kiridori and said, you were very concentrated. How that is the personality I decided for Muraru. Is there a problem with that? Are you sure you won't have any problem keeping up that appearance during class? He waited a moment. I don't want to insult, but you are not the most focused boy in the classroom. Are you sure you can keep up that appearance? Of course I can concentrate when I want to remember that time with the labels, you know, the one from 2 years ago. It took some time for Irika to remember that specific moment, but he groaned once he did. After a week of no pranks, Naruto had managed to put explosive tags everywhere Yuka could have thought of. Luckily, those had been training tags issued for the academy, and they were usually as strong as a simple firecracker. He had even managed to chain the tags together in specific ways like the ones he had used to make every drawer in the room open abruptly before his content exploded. Irika had to admit that the level of concentration needed for such a prank was far more than he had ever shown in class. Then why didn't you show that focus at the academy? Because it's boring, those tests you give. I've already taken most of those lectures I've already had. When I go to school, I want to be taught something new and useful, not something boring and useless. For the prank, it won't be a problem since it's a prank, but the rest of the time, it's not worth the effort after all. It's not like you're teaching a new ninjutsu. Before Irika could reply anything, a clone entered the room at high speed. Boss has to come here, he said. Why? The clones you sent Agris have returned, and why didn't you use a clone to send me a message? We did it even 3 times. It seems you didn't get it, replied the copy of Naruto. While Yuka followed Naruto down, she was thinking about the speech Naruto had given her. She had to agree that any child who had to do same thing twice wouldn't be interesting the second time, and most of the exams were similar on most points. There had to be a way to make it more interesting. Once back in their training room before the delegation was sent to Gra, Naruto didn't wait. You're back? Yes, the leader Bunin replied. I didn't tell you to send me a message. Once you were there, you did, and we did it. This is the first time we've heard of a message not coming through. I think it's because we're starting to have too many clones, probably something to do with the dispersal of multiple clones at the same time. Problematic, the original said, copying Shikimaru. Anyway, how did you manage to get from here to Gra and back in less than a week? We found something, boss. The Bunin waited a moment. He knows the problems we have with the replacement technique. The real Naruto, along with most of the clones around him, felt, well, it's all a matter of distance. The more we advance with the technique, the easier it is. Impossible, Irika interrupted. It is possible that the replacement technique has no set limits, but nothing can be done beyond 100 I want to bet, he replied. The clone pointed towards one of the many rocky needles that rose from the ground. How far would you estimate that peak to be? The Chinin looked carefully. 300 to 400 At least look carefully. The clone made the required hand signs in an instant, and a large rock took its place. Turning around, Irika saw that he had changed exactly the distance he had said, and now he was standing and waving from the top of said rock. A second later, he was back, replaced by the same rock. Enough proof for you, he said, smiling. Irika nodded in shock. The replacement technique was the range. Hey, the idea that someone could move that far with so little chakra was absurd. You would need to overload the jutsu incredibly. For the gears started turning in the Chin's mind. Unless you overload the jutsu, such distances were impossible in all techniques that Naruto knew. Some were impossible to overload, like Kai Bunin, while he had problems with every technique of the academy that required very little chakra, except the transformation technique. But since his was different from any other, it could be much more demanding in terms of chakra. Hey, Irika, asked Naruto. The Chin indicated to his student to keep silent, gathering all his reserves. He tried to do exactly what he had asked in the last exam of the academy to normal Bunin, only this time he wanted overloading the lozos as much as possible. Going through the necessary hand signs, he channeled as much chakra as he could into the technique, while limiting himself to 2 clones. Said clones appeared, however. They were similar to the last 2 normal clones Naruto had summoned. Their skin was clammy, and they were visibly sick, and they disappeared less than 2 seconds after appearing. I finally understand, Irika finally said, breathing heavily. Why didn't normal clones work for you all? Naruto, they turned to him in unison. Why wasn't it a lack of effort like I thought, but too much effort? You were putting too much chakra into the technique, and that's why it always failed. Oh, they all replied, it's good that we finally found out, the teacher added, especially since your 2 clones at the academy have to master that technique, especially if you want them to stand out because of you. Correct, said the real Naruto. While everyone else was silent, a few minutes passed before he turned to the group that came for Gra. So, since I didn't get the message, how did it go with Ichi here? Said the leader of the clone group, throwing the scroll at him. You need to summon this guy here, said the leader of the clone group, throwing the scroll at him. You need to summon this guy. Naruto picked up the scroll and looked at it carefully. After the battle with the crab, he was more careful with the summoning than before. Who is the rabbit boss supposed to summon? Thinking for a few moments, the original student replied, why don't you go over what happened since you left? The group of clones did so, each one speaking in turn to complete what the previous one had started, which made the conversation difficult to follow, not helped by the fact that the various explanations triggered some memories within Naruto. Evidently, he remembered some form of what happened, but not consciously. Fortunately or unfortunately, this was not the time to think about such things. So in short, said the blonde ninja, once the explanation was finishing, the guy that this thing summons is the one who will decide if we make the cut or not, right? The group of Bunin nodded. What do you think? Sensei Irika came out of his thoughts with that phrase. Sorry, Naruto. I wasn't paying attention. Were you telling me? Asked said boy quickly, gave a quick description of the various discussions with and about the rabbit summoning for his master. Irika was originally appalled at the risks his student had taken, but couldn't argue with the results. So what do you think? Naruto added, seeing that the Saiyan. I was still pondering what he had said. After a few seconds of finding no reason to argue, the master nodded. I can't find any reason not to summon this rabbit leader of yours. I doubt it could be a trap, and even then the sheer number of clones would practically ensure an escape. Don't be afraid to run if it gets dangerous. Also prepare a large space. I've heard some of the boss summons are quite large. The Bunin began to move at said words. Okay, can I just stand here and watch? I've never seen any of the boss's summons, so it would be a learning experience for me as well. No problem, he replied to his student, unrolling the scroll on the ground before him. Then he took one of his kunai, he cut a finger, and spread the blood in a line with a smooth movement. The scroll reacted instantly, consuming itself. While emitting copious smoke, however, it quickly dispersed, and the rabbit boss was now there. For all that Irika had said, rabbit wasn't big at all. It was an inch or two taller than Chin and stood in a similar manner to any other. It didn't wear much but was covered in pale gray, for its only equipment was a leather strap that held a bag full of staves on its back and a pair of black gloves with steel plates made for its animal hands. As soon as its eyes opened, it stared at Naruto. Naruto stood there, impassive. After a full minute in which Naruto stood, he stood still while Yuka was stressed, but refrained from moving. The summon raised her gaze. The one that had been there evaporated in an instant. The rabbit sniffed and then smiled. I can see that you are something special, Kit. Naruto relaxed at those words and smiled. It was the shy smile that Yuka rarely saw, like the time she had given the boy the money for his graduation. He also relaxed. I am Inano, leader of the rabbit summon. Eve has interceded in favor of you, signing the rabbit contract. The non-human figure, he made some seals which seemed strange considering his hands, and two more rabbits appeared. One was a little shorter than Naruto. He wore clothes similar to those of a samurai with two swords hanging from his side, and had his ears tied. The other was a normal rabbit the same size as a Chiba had been. He had two weapons that consisted of two short blades of different sizes on wooden handles that hung somehow on his back. Both were pure white. These two will be the ones to test you, said the leader of Asian before turning to his subordinates. Miyamoto tests his ability to survive first with Monty, then his ability to learn. Yes, master, replied the rabbit, bowing, during which time I will look around the city with you. He added, looking at Irika. It's okay with you? Irika, who had been until now a spectator, was surprised at his inclusion in the plans. I don't see why I couldn't, he replied. Well, added the animal boss, because I can't wait until I finish with the tests, and we all go together, he said. Naruto, his tone a little whiny. Irika held back a sigh. Sorry, kid, but we'll probably end up at a bar somewhere, and I don't think you're allowed to drink alcohol yet. Naruto pouted but didn't argue. As soon as the two taller of the group left, Naruto turned to the warrior dressed. So how are those tests going to be? First, Uzumaki's. As you've heard Monty here, the rabbit pointed to the smallest of the group. It will test your ability to survive. How he will fight you. Your goal is not defeat him, but survive. That's all. No limited techniques. Yes, Uzumaki's, and I guess it will be much harder than you expect. The rabbit stopped for a second. Are you ready? Naruto twisted his neck twice in preparation. Sure, Monty. No, you. Maybe, he said. Blurry rabbit. The rabbit crossed the few meters that separated them in the blink of an eye, and saw the two naked weapons centimeters from his face. A fraction of a second before reality blinked, disoriented. The academy student quickly realized what had happened the moment memories of a clone surfaced in his mind, accompanied by the sound of a bottle being uncorked. A clone had switched with him at the last instant, saving his neck. By hearing something running towards him, he switched again, this time landing on the pillar furthest from his point of origin. By now the clones had realized what was going on and were once again trying to attack en masse, though the only result was the rhythmic sounds of bottles being uncorked as he decapitated said clothing. Seeing his Bunin going down at high speed, he quickly created a new batch of 2s to 300 before changing back. This time he didn't wait, and as soon as he appeared he yelled right, unknowing his clones would understand the meaning, and they did. A second later, too many flashes to count filled the room. Naruto was happy to hear the gruesome pops stopped in that instant and restarted a second later. Once again approaching, Naruto changed as he swore in his head. How that bunny tracked him as soon as he reappeared. The death of a clone gave him a good idea. Sound noise, he screamed. Just before changing this time, the clones took longer to realize, but they did quickly. One by one they all started to make noise. Some clapped or stomped the ground, some started to sing, others to scream, others to whistle, some even started to tell jokes. The effect, however, was immediate. The rabbit no longer followed him unfailingly and began to eliminate the clones closest to him. Then it became a stalemate, with Mani taking out clones as fast as Naruto created them. After a full minute of this, the rabbit samurai Miyamoto had enough. Mani, stop. As soon as those words were spoken, the small summons returned to where it had originally been, as if it had never moved. Naruto, on his side, shifted position in front of the two rabbits, breathing a little heavily. Pretty good projection, I guess, the samurai Monty said. Motionless, he said nothing, overcome by curiosity. Naruto, no. He could not help but ask. Speak. He never did that I know of, answered Momoto. I'm not even sure his real name is Mani, however he does answer. He paused for a second. I can ask a question for sure. Why didn't you run away using your technique experience? Was the goal no defeat this? The blonde needed to reflect. It took him a few moments before he came up with an answer. I didn't really think about the option. My main goal was to deal with his speed and tracking ability. I don't think there could be done that while dodging him in a narrow hallway. He finally answered a valid answer. Now, for the second test, the rabbit paused. You have been trained in the way of the sword. No, perfect now. If you can get something to train with, be it a sword, Bakudo Shurnai listed. The samurai, with his eyes closed, the clone closest to the exit disappeared for a second, only to reappear a few seconds later next to Naruto, carrying a dozen sword-like weapons. Sheath a thin board, a cane up to a branch. Would do. He finished, finally looking at Naruto, who was in the process of selecting a AR katana. Miyamoto Atre, regant a little. That will be fine, I think. Now take your sword like that, he instructed, demonstrating with his own sword. And take this position. Mani, still watching, stood there silently. The summon called Nano had not lied. She had entered the first bar that Yuka had pointed out and had gotten them a private booth. It had helped her, the fact that she had hidden her natural appearance under a jinjutsu, that in the Chin's eyes it was flawless. Now it was out of his eyes, ooze and gray hair, a totally forgettable person. He had ordered a strawberry liqueur for himself, while Yuka drank a simple beer with Oha. As soon as they received their orders, the bunny leader approached. Now that we have drunk, let's see the real reason why we are here. What is it? I want you to describe me as your student, Naruto. Why? I could you have asked him? Yes, but a pack knows its members well. A friend knows it even better. A person can minimize or exaggerate his own abilities, but a true friend wouldn't. Then tell me about this boy who wants to summon rabbits. Well, how could I describe him? He's someone very friendly and energetic and loyal too. However, he tends to be very lonely and keeps his emotions to himself. He's much brighter than he seems and can think outside the box at best. Irika was doing tic-tac on his fingers. Sadly, he's not one for the usual school environment, and I have a lot of difficulty getting him to concentrate on your classes. Between that and your jokes makes the academy interesting, to say the least. So you're a joker, said the rabbit, smiling. The Chinin didn't notice, caught in the reminiscence. The worst, not even a month ago he painted graffiti on the carving of the previous osas. He pointed on the face of his leaders. Yes, Bua to Nano. He couldn't help it and laughed good-naturedly. You can see that he is a handful. Yes, apart from that, the academy teacher became more reticent. He really hasn't been treated properly. How well, he is an orphan, and no one cared enough to adopt him. He's been alone forever and doesn't make friends easily. Irika fell silent after that, not wanting to enter dangerous territory. However, he seemed to be painting a good enough picture for the Rabbit King. That's all well and good, but there's one thing missing. What's the bond between him and the foxes? Irika tried not to react. He really did, but even the partial stumble was damning enough for the creature in front of him. You know, he said. No, I can say nothing, replied El Chin. Wait, this is Koha, right? That would mean then he. Irika's eyes filled with fear. He was watching the crash of a train in slow motion, but he couldn't stop it. Bu the laughter, that wasn't what he expected. The foxes will try to surpass us for centuries. After that, he continued to give up. The teacher no longer understood anything. Please explain. Her voice was fierce, but her partner did not seem offended. Nano took a few seconds to catch his breath. The fact is that in general the relationships between the animal summons, they emulate those of the animal they represent. That's why the courts of snakes and frogs have always been opposed. One is the other's natural prey. Normally, it would be the same between rabbits and foxes if it weren't for one thing. We're both known for being tricksters. Okay, that makes the relationships between us two more rivals than real enemies. Our fights are jokes we play on each other, or occasionally on other animals. Irika gestured to continue. Added to that is the fact that foxes always, they were somewhat proud that Kibi was a fox. They didn't like his methods at all, but he was the strongest, and he was a fox. Nano smiled. And now the vessel for Kibi, who the fox court would have given their tail to have, is asking to be a member of the rabbit court. Bu started laughing again. The laugh was a little hysterical, and Irika couldn't help but smile. He had to admit it was a reaction he hadn't seen coming, and he understood that was the worst. It really doesn't bother you? The Chinin had to ask. What do you really think the mighty Kibi would want to sign the rabbit contract? He began to laugh even more hysterically than before. Irika himself burst out laughing at the image of Kibi, a great destroyer taller than Konoha, trying to sign a scroll not even 2 feet long. It was a while before the laughter died down, and Nano took the opportunity to finish his drink. Well then, the boy has my vote. At least I haven't laughed this much since I glued bunny ears on foxes and prevented them from noticing. With Jinjutsu, Irika smiled at the image of the foxes with bunny ears. It was pretty obvious that this boy and Naruto would get along very well. One last thing before we go back. Once again, he made several hand seals, although this time they were recognizable. A small black rabbit with a staff appeared on the bench next to the bunny leader. Cage said. Kai asked Irika, curious. Ever since he learned that ninja leaders are called cages, he has been calling me. That's what he has wanted, to be a ninja ever since he learned the definition of the word. He paused and chipped. Yes, about the matter of Naruto Uzumaki's oath. What is your vow? Nano said solemnly. He vowed yes, and he would also be proud to be a member of his battle flock and serve as his warren guard. The black rabbit replied with his head bowed, but with a straight voice. Nano was visibly surprised. You are safe with my life? The rabbit leader thought for a moment before nodding. Well, you always wanted to be outside. So this is your chance. Thank you. The smallest rabbit bowed deeply. Irika had been delayed and asked questions so as not to interrupt what was visibly an important moment. But now I couldn't resist asking, so what was all that about? Okay, to explain someone's battle pack is the group that accompanies one into battle only to a greater degree. The closest thing that comes to mind in human terms is war brother, a warden guardian. However, it is an honorary position given to a rabbit who guards at all times the warden of an important person, such as a mother pregnant, or a revered elder. Basically what Ichip meant was that he would accompany Naruto everywhere and fight with him. He paused for a second. You are his teacher, right? Yes. In addition to convincing Naruto, I want this man to come to an agreement before anything is finalized. Now Irika had seen 2 years of students at the academy and considered himself quite resilient to the various puppy eyes he had faced in his career. Naruto was one of the rare children who still had an effect on him, and that was mainly due to their similar lives. More than anything, he considered it a point of pride that he had held his own against those of a real puppy, as Kiba had trained Kamaru to produce the ape defect. Akamaru had nothing on Ichip, while the professor found himself answering the Inuzuka have their dogs. I can't really say no. The little rabbit began to jump and dance madly on the table, saying, thank you, thank you, thank you all the time. While Nano added, now that this is done, how about we see how our possible summoner is doing? Come on, said Irika, standing up. Now third, then fifth. No, like that. Keep your weapon straight. Yeah, better, said Miyamoto, as Naruto followed his instructions. That was the sight that greeted Irika and the 2 rabbits, and Chip was riding on their leader's shoulders. Nano had returned to her normal state, having removed the genjutsu as soon as they had entered the tunnels. So how is our young ninja? The rabbit leader exclaimed. As soon as he entered the Naruto's underground lair, the samurai waited until his master along with Irika met him near the training boy before answering. He can be taught. He's not particularly talented with the sword, but he has great stamina and isn't afraid to train. Okay. And your vote? I vote yes. Monty, standing silently and nearby, he slammed the ground once. Yes, the leader of the rabbits replied. The little bunny slammed once more, this time with both paws, then twice in quick succession. Are you sure? He fell to the ground once more, then with 4 votes of the 3 required, intoned the rabbit leader very ceremonially. Naruto Uzumaki, you have been cordially accepted as a member of the rabbit clan. Now, there are only 3 steps left. First, you swear to follow the rules of the rabbit clan, never to be childless, never to let the clan die, and never to let one's knowledge be forgotten. Yes, Naruto answered, standing straight as a heifer. Second, said the rabbit king, pointing at Ichi, who was standing on his shoulder. This one has something to ask, said Animal, jumped towards down, coming to stand in front of the student of the academy. Uzumaki's son, I would like to accompany you in your life. I will help you, I will protect you, and I will fight with you as needed. I will train you and train with you, so that both of us are the best that we can be. He made a deep bow. Please accept this selfish request, Uzumaki's son. I will do my best to be worthy of you. Naruto did not know what to answer. He was not even sure he had understood well. It seemed too good to be true. Instinctively, he turned to Irika and looking for clarification. Basically, he wants to be to you as Maru is to Kiba. You understand now? Chin answered the unspoken question slowly. Naruto sketched a wide smile. He leaned down as much as he could, just a tower less, over the rabbit, who was still leaning short. Ichip's head shot up in an instant. One thing though, I'm Naruto, so call me that, not Uzumaki. He healed something like that. Okay, said rabbit, nodded as it jumped up and down, then jumped onto Naruto's shoulder and began petting him on the neck. Both Irika and Nano let the scene continue uninterrupted. Irika knew how much Naruto needed the acceptance of others and suspected something similar in Ichip. He was glad that Naruto had someone other than the Okage and himself. Even if that person was a rabbit, he suspected a similar train of thought was going through the eldest rabbit's head. Third, intoned Nano, after the new duo had a few minutes to regain their composure, signing the scroll once again, made a series of signs with hands, and another rabbit appeared right in front of him. This one was a little taller than Mammoth, twice as big, and was covered in armor plates. Said scroll hung from the belly of the summoning. He handed the scroll to the rabbit leader the instant it appeared. Nano didn't waste time unrolling it, and after a few meters, he had a blank space at hand to place in front of Naru. Now to sign this scroll and confirm his contract with the rabbits, he must place a footprint with the blood of each of his hands on the paper, then write their name the same way underneath them. What about the other names? They are all blurry and illegible. That's what happens when a summoner dies, answered the rabbit leader. The scroll is special and keeps the blood fresh, but it is the user's chakra that keeps the blood legible, which means that after the death of a summoner, the blood runs and makes their signature impossible to read. Naruto opened his palm with a kunai and used the blood to wet his hands. Does that mean no, there's no other rabbit summoner left, right? Naruto didn't waste any time placing handprints and writing his name, knowing from experience that the cut he'd made wouldn't bleed for a long time. As soon as he was done, Nano rolled the scroll back up for safekeeping and handed it to its original location where it disappeared. As soon as it was back in place, Mamoto, Monty, we'll be leaving too. The summoned elder, Miyamoto, nodded, bowed, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Nano, he turned to Naruto and smiled. I hope he summons me again in a week to see how much he's improved. Partner, he handed Naruto his paw with a smile. Naruto waved gratefully I'll make him partner, he said, smiling. Take good care of my grandson then. And then he too disappeared. Monty did the same. A moment later, Naruto turned to Ichi in an instant. Grandson, sorry, we're late, said the two clones disguised as civilian children quickly took their places around the council table. Okay, exclaimed the original ninja, clapping. He, standing on Naruto's head, looked around confused. Now we can begin. As you know from various clone memories, this little one is one of the summon rabbits and the newest part of our council. This is the prank council, the group where we Naruto plan and decide what should be done, and this works with all of you being the same person, Ichi asked, visibly confused. You'll see, answered the Boonin known as Muraru. So now that we're all their status report, I finished furnishing my place, and by the remaining ninja supplies that we don't have in abundance, said Ariko, showing her kunoichi outfit as proof of her words. I also have 3 clones currently studying the required book, since my cover includes being better on the theoretical side than the other 2. Well, Muraru, unfortunately I haven't started studying, but today they have given me the apartment that I will use while I am in the academy. The group nodded. The chin that tested me has also given me some secondhand things, mostly old ninja stuff. I'll check it out as soon as I get back out. What about you two? Asked Naruto, pointing at the 2 newly arrived civilians. Not so good. On our side, we entered Konoha late today, and we haven't managed to find the person who has the deed to the shop we've been thinking of using, replied the female copy. The other 2 clones are also busy filling out the various papers we need to legally live in Konoha. How come none of the others had to fill out those papers? Asked one of the clones that looked like Naruto. Personally, I think those are part of the documents that Yuka and that other Master Kirit toy filled out for us, answered Naruto, disguised as a civilian. There's also been quite a bit of bureaucracy added with the various permits for the merchants and traders that are involved. I guess that means you've decided what names to use, correct? Asked the real Naruto, looking in turn at each of the civilians. Yes, I am Jisa Komori, said the woman, and I am your brother Jisei Koki. Our father is Janae, and our mother Ine, continued your perfect brother Koki Komori. Remember to update everyone through a clone about this selection. The 2 nodded as Naruto continued. The fact that you guys are not up to schedule is not that bad. Your placement is not as urgent as the 2 Boonin ninja now. Unless there is an emergency, this will be the last council meeting before the academy opens. Then we must make sure that everything is as perfect as we can't meet every day like we did before, or it will draw too much attention. The whole council nodded. So first things first, techniques. I would like your opinion on what we should focus on, asked the Real Academy student. Do you think we have a good enough mastery of the chakra shield, said one of the undisguised clones. I have to agree, he added. Another, we need to at least have a few others working on a new jutsu. Let's put it to a vote. The original concluded. The vote was unanimous, and the subsequent negotiation split the clones' training in half, with one continuing to work on the protection technique, while the other would return to the remaining 5 elemental jutsu they had originally selected. One less. Second point, the clones outside. We need at least one person to take care of that includes everything: maps, numbers, what we can buy and sell, etc. I won't be able to take care of that since I'll be returning to the academy soon, so I'd like to have volunteers. 3 of the clones raised their hands. Okay, then I leave it in your hands. However, we will wait for a report at the next meeting, added the civilian. No problem, answered the first of the 3, while the others nodded. The last then continued. Naruto, that's you, said Rabbit, jumped onto the council table. What can I do for you? Naruto, I've been thinking, and I think you should go with Ariko to classes because I would rather stay with the real you. I know, but the fact is that when the classes start, if you stay with me, I'll have to explain your presence. Naruto, clearly unhappy with the fact, and I can't. You're visibly from Kono. As a student of the Orphan Academy, you're not supposed to have been very far from the village. The council nodded sadly. Ariko, however, can you explain your presence as something your father bought you as an acceptance gift or something like that? He hit the table twice with a paw. That's just starting with the academy. Right, then okay, but I'm left with the real you. Until then, the rabbit stood up to stand on its 2 hind legs. I meant what I said before. I'll stay with you. Then it jumped straight into Naruto's hair. Fine by me, it said with a smile. Then it looked around the table at the various clones present. If there's nothing else, the various Boonin stood up and shook their heads in response. Then this meeting is set. The council will meet again after the first day of school. It concluded as it put its seat back in its place. The various Narutos each went back to their own job. Chapter 8, Back to School. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough talk. Tatsujin Rosie, present Utsumi. Naruto here face to face, said student. Raised her hand. Muraru, I perfect now as both your main instructor and your ninjutsu teacher. I welcome you all this year to the Konoha Ninja Academy. For all of you new students, my name is Yumino Irika, and teaching ninjutsu is my specialty. You come back one more year here. My job is to fix whatever deficiencies you have and turn you all into better ninjas, said teacher. Looked around while most of the class nodded. A quick look around easily revealed the status of the class larger than the previous one, which was somewhat unexpected. It was the first class whose initial student would surely have been born after the Kiwi. The lack of members of preeminent shinobi families was also revealing, given that none of the students were born into the clan of the year previously had failed to pass. There was only one Higa branch and one male member of the Kurama family currently in the room. As for those who returned, there were 10, Naruto not included. That was higher than average and a good thing in the Tenin's mind, as Konoha needed the manpower now. I would like all those returning for a new year to raise their hands. There is no shame in that, as there are always more graduating students than Hunin available to be one-on-one mentors those who returned. Raised Naruto's hand did as well, and Irika was proud of the fact that none of his other selves even moved. It had probably helped that this wasn't his first time going through this ritual. For those who are on their first try, these are the students who have a good idea of how to proceed. I'll try to be available as much as possible, but unfortunately, there's only one of me. If I'm too busy or out of reach, I asked. I'm pretty sure you can find someone that can help you in this class. Only a few nodded this time. Murara, the male Naruto clone, was one of them, but not the female. Now another hand went up. Outside of those who are returning, raise your hands if any of you have already received some kind of official ninja training. A good half of the class responded with Ariko, like one of them. What does it mean? Those who haven't. Only 6 people had their hands up, including Muraru. He nodded. There's no shame in any of this. Neither do I personally. I was barely trained before coming to the academy, and I'm the one teaching you now the most important thing. Each of you needs that effort. As long as you train hard and study a lot, passing the required exams will be a certainty. As long as you don't have some kind of birth defect like Rogel, he added mentally. Now, like I said before, I will teach you ninjutsu and general ninja knowledge. Along with that, we will see each other every morning, along with 2 little blows to his hair. They said it all incoming. What a cute little bunny. D. Lo, the Naruto clone known as Ariko, turned to the side to find 5 girls at her side. One was looking at her face, but the rest were cooing at Ichi, who was in his usual spot, sitting on her head. That's what she meant. She mused. I didn't do it. My father bought it for me as an acceptance gift. You're lucky. The lead girl, and the only one who had looked at Ariko's face, screamed. She just wished my father was as generous as yours. She pulled her hand out of her pocket to shake Suzuki Fichi Morin Yabasano, Okita Mio's Kimura ring, and Ariko, and the little one above his chip had cleared up with him. Ariko could use his real name. Anyway, from what he said, it had been more than 15 years since he had been summoned. Can he do something? Said Asano. I don't know, replied the Bunin. Wasn't supposed to be a ninja yet, however my father said it was a ninja bunny. A ninja bunny? Where did he get it? Somewhere in the grass. I think a bump on the left front leg. Yes, he agrees. How? He asked. Myosai seems to understand everything quite normally. He pointed at the rabbit, and she said yes again. Said rabbit hit the clone's head again with his left front paw. How smart, Fichi, replied. The rest also looked at the animal with evident astonishment. The other paw is no, that's practically everything he does for now. That was quite false. The real Naruto had been working with Ichip almost full-time since the last council meeting on silent communication was not up to par with real language, but by combining taps of all 4 legs with specific noises, the rabbit could pass simple messages to the clone or ninja. Working as a super hanger, Naruto side of the deal was in his fingers, snapping some in the air. Or against the other hand. So what does your father do? Ringo said. Shopkeeper. She replied instantly. They had been part of her character setup. What kind? Asked Nishi. That wasn't it. Ariko replied. The first thing that came to mind, clothes. She had been looking at the pattern on the main girl's clothes. At that moment, you like your kunoichi outfit, not civilian clothes. You had bought your outfit in Konoha, so you couldn't say that it was from your father. He's actually rarely in Konoha. Why? Is most of his work in grass? We live on this side of the border, but that's where he makes most of his sales. Then why did you come here instead of grass? Said the protagonist. Father doesn't hold the ninjas there in high regard. From what I can tell, he prefers to deal with those from Konoha instead. All the girls smiled, proud of their village. You'll have your father bring some of his best stuff, no, Asano said. But Ariko replied, yes, I want to see the best fashions. And Gra added. Myosai. I'm sure they're better than the boring ones we see every day in Konoha. Wait. Come on, it'll be fun, completed the apparent leader of the group. When lunch was over, Ariko's cover was as foolproof as it could have been. However, the girls had managed to get Ariko to promise a show with her father's products. Naruto had also learned a thing about women she had preferred to know before making that decision about her father. Never get involved between women, and Fashion-E on his side had spent most of said time hitting the back of the female clone's head with the fingers of his left hind leg, all the while purring IE in his language. I'm laughing at this situation. Well, good for him. Good morning, students. My name is Ian Kiritori, and I will teach you taijutsu and weapon throwing, said the CHN in his uniform tone. Usually we will have 2 periods together, one before lunch and one before leaving the class. Nodded. First, I will evaluate you to see where you are and what to arrange. Please divide into 2 groups, with those who already spent a year in this academy on one side and the rest on the other. The class divided as requested, and the teacher started with those who returned. He did it with each person in the group. Before getting to Naruto, only a person who had known Kirito Ori for a long time could have noticed the slight hardening of the man's eyes as he approached the bearer of the Kim seal. You've been at the academy for over a year, haven't you? Said Naruto, straight as a cow under the man's intense gaze. It hadn't been like that with Muraru, but now the blonde boy found his teacher quite intimidating. So show me the prim kata of the academy style. Naruto took a moment to remember what that meant, but he wasted no time. Once he did it, just as Mookie had taught him. Horrible. Look at me, the man replied. Said person performed the kata. Naruto quickly picked up on quite a few differences that made the exercise much more fluid than he had seen before. Now, you can repeat what I just did, Kidori said. Once Naruto finished, he did it to the best of his ability. Visibly, no, it was enough. Bring your left foot towards your right, said the man while performing the exercise. Shift your center of balance a little lower, extend less on the third movement. The sixth should start lower. Now repeat that kata while you fix those holes until I tell you otherwise. And believe me, if you stop. The chin lowered his face next to his students. I'm going to know. Naruto started again, trying to correct the errors pointed out. While the teacher went to the other group, Ariko was one of the first to pass by his side. The Chinin was much less cold and rigid with her. But anyway, he had her practicing the first kata. However, he did help her physically to place her limbs. When Ori arrived at Muraru, the master found that the boy was already performing the first kata almost perfectly. Even very well, the man said with a slight smile on his lips. It was good to have his hopes confirmed. The only problem I see is a block an inch too high in the seventh movement. Muraru redid everything this time perfectly. His teacher nodded. He tried this then and launched into the second kata of the academy taijutsu, then left Muraru to his own devices, continuing with the other students. When he finished the first part of the class, Muraru had arrived at the fourth kata while most had started with the second. However, the teacher had not let Naruto go ahead from the beginning. Uzumaki, Naruto, said boy, straightened up from his seat. What had he done now? Don't think I haven't noticed the message you just conveyed. You thought since it was the first day, I wouldn't notice. Kazui, the math and history teacher, yelled. You will put on your cap like always and stand in the corner like usual, he added, while some students began to laugh at the situation of the blonde. You will stay there facing the wall until the end of class, when I will find a suitable punishment for you. Naruto, now in the corner, saw this was life as usual in this class. Almost every day, Kazui found an excuse to send him to the corner and continued the class as if nothing had happened. Some students always made fun of him, but went unpunished while he would join anyone in the corner. If he did the same, the man was a master of double standards. Visibly, the worst thing was that the CHN was a teacher who wrote his lesson on the blackboard instead of explaining orally. So the punishment meant that he missed almost an entire class every time this happened. It could have been Kazui's way of teaching, but Naruto was pretty convinced that the man went that route just to hinder as much as possible. A class like this was always long, and he had learned that the punishment was always worse if he didn't wait for the teacher to acknowledge the end of class before leaving the corner. However, when he did, the man was waiting for him, as always, as punishment. Since this is not your first offense, first this year maybe, but not in total. You will write, I will not bother other students until I return, unfortunately, and his face visibly showed that he did not find it unfortunate at all. I will miss your next class. I will return after the teacher meeting, and I will keep you here if I find out you have not written enough. Understood, Naruto nodded, grinding his teeth. Okay, I'll see you later. Then he left the class. Naruto almost threw the chalk in his hand at the teacher in retaliation, but stopped when a better idea occurred to him. Yes, so room and board in exchange for helping serve customers 5 days a week. That's correct, said a Naruto Bunin in the form of a 17-year-old girl with beautiful brown and chestnut hair. You got it, girl, replied the owner of the restaurant, a burly tan man of about 30 years old. Deal, then said the clone, bringing his hand forward. What? They shook, and the clone was taken to her room. It was small, a little smaller than Naruto's original bedroom, but it would do as there was a bed and a desk, and she would eat downstairs at the restaurant more than enough. She was the third clone in this city, which happened to be the capital of grass. She was the only girl, and the previous two already had jobs, one in a building under construction and the other at a caravan dock. They made more money than her, even including their easy access to food, but they were practically in the same situation as her. As she made her bed, a burst of memories came into her head. This was strange, as the original had instituted an almost complete silence of memory sharing during the hours the three main clones were at school, and only urgent messages were transmitted. This was the first message since classes started, so she wondered what it would be. Then she laughed, laughing at one's own mistakes, and falling prey to pranks had become a necessary survival skill for clones, since the Kaibyun sins playing pranks on each other meant one would get both sides of the deal. Laughing at one's own misfortune came soon after, since sometimes one takes the side of the prey long before the pranksters, so he laughed as he thought about how to live up to the expectations of those Konoha girls. He had passed a few clothing stores on the way, but hadn't paid much attention this time. He would, and hopefully a clone in Konoha would do the same. It wouldn't be good to not have a point of comparison. Irika, he entered the academy meeting room a little anxious. This was the perfect day for Naruto and his clones, and his mind had sent him treacherous images of meetings where the other teachers were talking about infiltration assignments and guessing which village it was the cause. He hoped it was just his creativity playing on him, and not some kind of premonition. He was quickly joined by Kazu and Kiritoy, the former smiling and the latter as impassible as usual. As headmaster, it was his job to open the discussion. So what did we have? 36 students this year, the first full class since my arrival at the academy service. Any problems with specific students? None at all, replied the taijutsu teacher. I have tested almost all of the students in both releases and academic tastings, and I see no problems with the students as of now. Of course, it's too early to tell if any have specific problems that need to be resolved, but everything is as it should for now. Well, Irika nodded. That's exactly what I wanted. Listen, I mean, there's no problem with the clones. And you, Kazui, nothing unusual. The Uzumaki boy was once again disturbing the peace by passing messages. and he's being punished for it right now, he said. Then he turned to Kira. Did you receive the message I sent you? Correct, replied Kirito. Iruka found it strange that Naruto would do such a thing, especially since his usual partners in crime, Kiba and Shikamaru, were no longer in class. I'm going to write this down on the boys. After he confirmed it with said boy by suppose something more, Kirit, and replied no. With a nod, the math teacher, however, was more verbal. Nope, everything is usual. Then this meeting is over. We will see each other tomorrow. At the same time, both nodded and stood up, leaving. In the next step, the director on his side took a moment to relax. Everything was as planned. The clones had not failed in their job and had infiltrated the school without problems. On one hand, the Chunin was happy about this, as this meant that Naruto had a much better chance of passing, while another was a little dismayed that this had been so easy. While Naruto was good at what he did, this also showed how easy it was to infiltrate this academy. He would have to make sure to fix this at least as soon as Naruto and his clones were out of the academy. Yes, that is what he would do. Iruka was interrupted in his musings by that loud scream. Jumping out of his chair, he ran through the door at full speed until he reached the math classroom where was his university. Still fuming after a quick glance at the other teacher was fine, Iruka turned back to the classroom and instantly had to hold back his laughter, as it would instantly destroy any trust Kazui had in him. It was evident that Ka had been through here. On every surface in the classroom, the words, "I will not disturb other students," were written, and by every surface, he really meant every surface, in chalk on both blackboards with ink on every sign and on every sheet of paper visible in paint on the ceiling, the walls, and on every tile on the floor. As he entered the classroom, Iruka walked over to the teacher's desk and picked up the math book that was there. As he looked at it, he saw how his entire ward had been. Now each page was impossible to read because of the words on each page. A quick glance at two random books in a cupboard at the back of the classroom showed the same thing, that boy should be punished harshly for this. Kazue shouted that boy. Kiritori said as he approached his colleague, "Do you think a single boy did this? I must say it sounds absurd," Iruka added, still holding back laughter. "It would take at least 10, if not 20 people acting in concert to handle such a thing." The principal thanked God right there that almost no one knew about Naruto's skill in the Kajbunin. "I hope it stays like this for a while." "I agree," added the taijutsu teacher. "Well, he was the only one here who was being punished," replied the math educator. "It would seem more plausible to me that a group of people he will enter the room after this student left and deface this class expecting this same result. I don't like the Uzumaki boy, but I won't have him punished for something he visibly couldn't have done," said the taijutsu teacher. "Well, at least he'll be the one to clean it up," Kazue replied. "And why is that?" said Hookah. "He was supposed to stay in the room until I returned, and if it's like you said," she added, looking at Kirit Toy, "this wouldn't have happened if he had still been there, right? I don't will oppose here before classes start cleaning. He couldn't go against both of them like that. And even there he wouldn't. One should clean up his mess." And that Naruto knew well. Iruka arrived at the council room and found all of the Naruto laughing. He was pretty sure they were laughing. "I must admit, Naruto, you haven't lost your touch, but you know you'll have to clean everything up, not tomorrow." The group looked at each other and started another round of laughter, while only one, who he hoped was the real Naruto, replied, "No, don't worry, I planned it that way." The Chunin took the last empty spot at the table and Naruto started the meeting. "Welcome everyone to the meeting of those who know today was the first day at the academy, and as such the first day that our prank is live. First, Iruka status report. There are no suspicions among the teachers." "None," answered the teacher, smiling. "Naruto was doing well in a leadership position. The only discussion I had with the other educators was about your prank. Nothing else came up." "Perfect. I have some questions I asked," said the royal as the others turned to Ellen. "Did you really do something to disturb Kazui's class?" No, sensei answered simultaneously Naruto, Ariko, and Muraru. "Nothing like that," added Ichip was the blonde boy 2 desks to the left of Naruto, who threw a paper under his desk as high as this. Yuka held her hand at a specific height in the air. "She wears glasses." "Yes. Then I know who it is," she answered gravely. "That was a returning student. And the teacher, he was pretty sure he had done it exactly to get this result. I'll take care of it." "Don't worry about it, sensei," said the original student. "It's better if it stays like this, less pressure on the other two." Iruka nodded. Even if he didn't agree, he was going to set up a file against every abuse of power recorded against Naruto, even if he wasn't going to be able to use it while said boy was in school. Anyway, he was pretty sure the Okage wanted to know something else. The Okage asked Naruto, on which he was standing, and Chip, "Nothing else then." "Second point, Ariko's mistake." At that moment, said Bunin shouted, "Hey, we have to mention what he promised." "What he promised?" said Iruka. "Arrow. He made the mistake of saying that his father was a clothing merchant of grass," said Muraru, in a way much closer to the one used by the real Naruto, but with a different tone. In front of a group of girls who asked questions about Ichip, they ended up getting Ariko to promise them to show them his father's best clothes in no time. Suzuki Fichi Mora Nishiayashi Sano and Kimura Ringo asked the Shin. Yes, Okita Mio's." Iruka laughed at that. He heard about those where most of the Kunoichi from the previous year had been obsessed with boys, or even obsessed with Sasuke. It was already known that those 4 were obsessed with fashion, and they had also gotten a new member. It was probably the worst choice of profession to say. Maybe he was a fashion designer. The rest of the Bunin ended up joining in the laughter, even Riko, and it lasted a good minute. "To continue," said Naruto, "we will need to have a number of clones look at the fashions of No to compare them. I will assign them that task." Andos pointed to the 2 civilian clones, Komori and Kokiai, They both nodded. We have already received confirmation messages from the clones and grass, including some memories of the current fashion, so that side is settled. When you find something, have Ain and Oin travel to grass. They nodded again. Good. Something more about the school? All the clones responded, or shook their heads, while Shiruka raised her head. Voice a question. Actually, follow. What is your opinion on Kirit Toy? The new teacher said, looking directly at the real Naruto. Strict with me, actually much more than with the others, he answered, but no real complaint. He's doing his job 100 times better than what Mookie did. Mookie tended to ignore Naruto at the same time. She seemed friendly when she was alone with Naruto. The boy now saw him for what it was. That's a way to sabotage him without affecting the rest of the class. He knows what he teaches, added Muraru. He's a better teacher of taijutsu than any of the ones we've had. I'll support it, said Ariko. Then we can consider the matter closed, said Naruto, as the meeting leader Yuka left it at that it would have to be good enough. The next point, the clone network, pointed to a group of 3 Bunin with twice as much paper in front of them than the others. That's your program? Yes, he said, a clone in the middle. As he unrolled some maps, here's the last one. The first map was one of Fire Country, while the second and third were respectively of the eastern and western borders of said country. There were dots on all maps, although many more on the first one. The only region outside of Tierra del Fuego that had a large amount of dots was grass. As you can probably guess, the dots are the various places we have clone stationed. Most Maya of them have fortunately managed to find work or shelter, if not both, but we have more than a dozen still looking for said jobs. They are mainly physical work, especially for male clones, or the service industry. In the case of women, none in the type of service I'm thinking of. I hope, said the original Naruto. No, but some wondered. The closest we have is a Bunin working in a massage place. Well said, some clones. The rest nodded. Irika, however, he still hadn't moved his face from the maps. At first, he had tried to count the points, but quickly gave up as impossible. Looking more widely at the regions didn't help. He shook his head quickly to trying to concentrate and dispel whatever illusions he had in front of him. Didn't help. Naruto was really saying that he had clones in over half of the country of fire. Is this really true? Said Shin, looking at the trio. The 3 nodded solemnly. Do you mind if I prove that? How did he say? The one in the middle pointed to a spot, seemingly at random. Who's that over there? 2 of the clones of the trio turned to the one on the left, who began looking through a large ledger he had been carrying. It took him a few moments, but he came back with an answer. 2 clones there. Brothers, their names are my one. They both work in the gold mines. They're the oldest is Ichiro, the youngest is Taro. They live together in a small room they rented at the suggestion of their supervisor. They started working there yesterday. He looked up from his reading. Is that enough for you? Irika nodded, dazed. He had chosen that place because he had once done a mission there. One of the last is Tnin, outside the academy. It fit with what he knew of the place. That meant that all this of map, it wasn't a joke. Naruto, you really managed to have Kaibunin in half the country in almost a week. How? The original Naruto quickly looked around. How about I answer that later, sensei? I want to end this meeting as quickly as possible. Thinking for a second, Irika realized that Naruto was afraid that the people outside would notice that the 2 ninja clones, or the 2 civilian clones, were missing. He personally thought that this had a very low chance, but there was little lost in pleasing the blonde. Okay, fine. So the last point, he said, once again sounding like a civilian leader. That's you. What's been going on since the last meeting? We finally have the place we wanted, and we're starting to get it ready for the shop. It cost us a little longer than expected since the original owner haggled as much as possible for it. We ended up having to check it out to his boss to get anywhere, said the Koki boy. We'll start school for civilians sometime this week. As soon as the paperwork is completed, he added his sister Komori. We should start looking for products to sell tomorrow or the next day. Well said, Naruto, serving as a seat. I hope everything is perfect for the next meeting. Does anyone have anything else to add? The silence answered him. Well, then this meeting is already closed. The next one will be in 3 days, where to summon Nano, so be prepared to explain things if necessary. Okay, it's fine. Sure, yes, answered the mass of copies. And then they left their seats one by one, leaving only the original and Irika in the room. Now about this explanation, asked El Chin. Can we talk while we walk? Answered Naruto, getting up while walking. Did you want me to fix the mess I made in Kazui's class? He didn't keep silent for a moment. Yeah, sure, he said, getting up. He had completely forgotten about that. For now, Ichi, stay here. I'll be back as soon as I finished. Naruto added towards his rider. Said Rabbit jumped. I'll be back soon, he said, waving. Naruto didn't start talking until the 2 were in the tunnels. Now explaining, he said, how much you know about Kaibunin? The master opened his mouth to answer, only to close it again less than a second later. I don't have much to say, he finally answered. Now, I've been testing with this technique ever since I learned it, and I'm probably one of the people who knows this technique best, said the student. Then I know that calling it just a clone, it's like saying a ninja is just a soldier, is somewhat true, but only part of the whole. Kaibunin is a jutsu that makes a copy of everything the user. It's like a shell to hold an amount of raw chakra. Depending on how real it gets, shell will consume more chakra to sustain itself, and it will be a deeper copy further inside. Yes, deeper. Making a sign with both hands, he summoned a single clone at his side. Look, the clone took his kuna and began to make his way towards his hand. By it will be a deeper copy further inside. Yes, deeper. Making a sign with both hands, he summoned a single clone at his side. Look, the clone took his kunai and began to make his way towards his hand. For an instant, Irika even saw bones before blood obscured his vision. The clone dissipated shortly after seeing he did, but that was not what had stuck in his mind. How come it did not dissipate from the damage? Why did I make it more real? Although it burns chakra like water and would not have lasted more than 10 minutes. The boy replied, the ones that are normally created have nothing more than a thin layer like paper that is real, and that is why they dissipate so easily. The ones I make now have a few millimeters of real surface. That is what I found better in terms of toughness time relation, along with all that there is a copy of the user's mind and memories so that the clone can act independently and use the abilities that its creator has. That still does not explain how I managed to build a network like yours in a week. I'm getting there answered. Now what makes my clones dangerous is that they have a way of draining chakra, and that there is chakra everywhere. Everywhere trees have chakra, grass has chakra, even the air has chakra. Now let's imagine one of my clones on a road. It basically has all the chakra it wants since it can drain the environment when it needs it. Let's say this clone makes another. Every time the road forks, how many clones will be there at the end? One for each fork in the road. Hookah quickly replied, nope, one for each fork in each road, because the copy made at the first fork will also make a clone when it reaches a fork, just like every clone that do, and every clone make your clones, and every clone. I think I have it now, said the Chin, stopping his student. It was not an addition, it was a multiplication. It was not surprising that Naruto had been able to do so much in such a short time. Why have not you taken over the village, or something like that? With the manpower that you have, it would be easy, because clones are not exempt from their weaknesses, even removing the damage. They are naturally weak against chakra. How is that? Do you know the method of dispelling genjutsu? The Chini nodded. Naruto made another clone use it on this. He did without expecting anything, and was surprised when the Bunin burst into smoke. Why? Simple. Most applications of chakra on the shell that is a clone disturb its containment ability, dissipating. How to do it? The main reason M clones can easily spread this way and no one tests if they are real. Security through the darkness. For real, the master nodded. And now that we are there, I will show you another thing that I found about the Jebun Shin Jutsu. There, a quick look around him, he revealed to Irika that the two of them were a dozen meters away from the academy, and he hadn't even noticed. He had been concentrating on Naruto's words and hadn't realized the distance they were covering. It seemed that Naruto could also be an efficient teacher. Opening the door, Irika led the academy student to the class. He had played the prank on opening the door and the lights. He motioned for Naruto to come in. Now, what else did you want to show me? He said, smiling. His favorite student is still there. Was full of surprises. He wondered for a moment if he could get Naruto to teach him his favorite technique. Watch. Naruto grabbed a marker from the teacher's desk, put it in his pocket, and then made another clone. And what's so special about this? The clone took out the marker, uncovered it, and began to scribble on a desk, making the words that were already there illegible. Hey, Irika, he yelled, but his student silenced him with a simple wave of his hand. The clone quickly finished his work, covering half the desk with black ink. Then he turned to his summoner. 2 minutes, he asked. Perfect, Naruto replied. The clone then dissipated, and the desk was back in its original state, although written. How did Irika say once again? This seemed to be his word of the day. When you make a clone, you clone everything. You don't summon a naked copy. No weapons, right? No. Well, a Kaibunin is the same. Everything gets copied. That also means everything disappears once the clone does. That includes paint, ink, and such. Look, they both waited a minute, then everything written out. The lines on the blackboard disappeared without a trace. The only problem with cloning objects is that the objects have the same resistance as the clone, that is to say none, and dispelling an object dispels the clone along with all the objects that were created with it. That is why food is not cloned. In fact, that was how Naruto found out a clone had offered cloned ramen to a group of Bunin planning to dissipate. Once everyone had eaten, the joke backfired when he disappeared after the first summoned. After looking around for the last time, the teacher turned to the student. Then I'm giving you a perfect score for pranks. Amazing, efficient, harmless, even though it may not seem like it, and easily eliminable. I'll tell the other teachers I made you come over during the night to clean it up. He smiled, and then ruffled Naruto's hair with his hand. Now go. I'm pretty sure Ishik is waiting for you, and that you have a lot to do. The teacher and student went their own way, both with a smile on their faces. Chapter 9 Discussions and Discoveries. Prank Day 3 Summoning Technique. Naruto yelled, slamming his hand on the ground for the third time. Tonight's smoke came out on this call, this time a lot more than before. As it dispersed, Nanab was standing there with his arms crossed. Look, I told you, you weren't using enough. He added. Ichip, how you doing? I'll do the usual. And you said the rabbit boss. Passing the time as Naruto recovered, the boy was inhaling, and deep gulps. Sweat glistened on his forehead. Great, there's so much new stuff here I can tell you where to start. It's better than prank wars with Reed any day now. Okay, I'll call you for a meeting sometime next week, he said, smiling, then leaned towards Naruto. You'll be fine, partner. The student took a few seconds to respond. Hopefully, it won't take that long each time. It had actually tired him out more than when he summoned mass clones. When training for chakra drain, he finally straightened up again. The plan is working very well, partner. He extended his hand. They trembled, smiling. So you'll fill me in on this joke? Yes, Naruto replied. It all started less than a month ago. It was actually the final exam at the academy, and I spent the entire morning training on summoning, that's all. Naruto finished stretching in his chair. Nanaba felt thinking calling it a joke wasn't descriptive enough, even though it was certainly part of it. It was a joke. Infiltration, long-term revenge, and legal manipulation, all at the same time. She had managed to make him laugh several times, especially the various retaliations to Naruto's math teacher. But the point of this wasn't a simple laugh, it was much more. He didn't need to do anything about it. Anyway, it seemed the newest member of his court had things well under control, and he would help out where he could. And how are your own studies going? The rabbit asked. Good enough, Naruto shrugged. Right now, I'm working on modifying the Kagebunin to be used only for communication, but progress is slow. There's not much more outside of that. That's not enough, he said. The summons a few hand signs later. Miyamoto appeared in a puff of smoke. The smaller rabbit bowed to his leader. Just as he appeared, I come when I've been summoned. What is your offer, Shogun? Asked. Instantly, Miyamoto said, Nanab in an official tone. It's true, you haven't found someone to teach you your techniques. Yet yes, I'm sure you remember the newest member of our clan. You could teach him well, Miyamoto replied, visibly deep in thought. He has the necessary structure, which is something most rabbits lack, and he has shown that he can learn. So I don't see why not, Naruto said. The rabbit leader, cutting towards the boy who had remained silent during the last exchange. The rabbit clan is all about teaching and learning. One learns the techniques of the clan and uses them to discover new techniques or modify old ones, then teaches them to the clan, and the circle continues. Correct. Miyamoto has not found anyone who could and would learn the sword from him. Would you do him the honor of being his student? Naruto thought for a moment. He had already worked with Momoto and had found the rabbit strict but respectful, something that was not a problem, however, that would reduce his training time. And he had quite a few ideas that he wanted to try in the end, however, one point surpassed the others. The swords were great, and he would be better off using one. Clear, answered the academy student with his usual smile. I'll learn too, Ichi said from his position on Naruto's head. I can't stop you from trying, the rabbit with the sword replied, but it would be much more difficult for you. Most rabbits your size don't have the strength in their arms and fingers to properly wield a weapon with one hand. Not to mention the problem of finding a sword of the right size. However, it will send you far away when you train your partner. The summoning leader said, smiling, the seriousness of the moment evaporating in an instant. We'll work out the details later. Now jokes, what do you have planned? Smiling to himself, Naruto replied, well, there's one I have. You have to bring me here for that. I know a genjutsu that will complement that joke perfectly, said Nano, stamping the ground repeatedly with her left paw. Naruto had quickly noticed that every time the rabbit laughed loud enough, it was probably some sort of nervous tig. I'm glad to have you there. I'll be sure to call you once I have the limited time, the boy replied, smiling perfectly. Now, is there anything else in the plan? Asked the bunny leader. Well, there is a meeting of those who are in on the joke a little later, so maybe you want to be present for that. But other than that, he had nothing planned. Nano thought about it for a minute. He was about to say that, but he stopped himself at the last moment. He had barely realized, but Ichi had barely said a dozen words since he started talking to the boy. Although his grandson could be direct with him in private, he tended to stay silent and be too accommodating with him. In public, the little rabbit would be much more active. If I was absent, not necessary. You will be speaking for the rabbits in my place, agreed, and Chip tensed. Are you sure, Kaj? Perfectly, I'm sure you'll do a good job. Like my voice? The rabbit in Naruto's head nodded. Then Naruto, I'll be waiting for your call about that joke. Don't forget to call my Yamoto every night to train. At the very least, I will see you, partner, said Nano, greeting Naruto. He returned the greeting, and the summon disappeared. Joke day 6. The village was abandoned, and had been for quite some time. It was located halfway between Konoha and the Gra border, deep in the forests of the Fire Kingdom. The Naruto, who had found it, assumed from the buildings that it had been some sort of logging camp, but that was all he could tell really. Its exact location and current state made it a perfect meeting place for the various Naruto clones that were in charge of the trading network. These Bunin were originally 3, but ended up having to multiply to keep up with the multiplying copies that were spreading throughout the ninja world. They were now over a dozen. The way they increased in number was simple. Originally, the 3 would take care of one area, i.e. this one, or the fire itself. But as the number of clones ban infiltrated into various places grew, there began to be too many for one person to track. The clone in charge of that area created new Bunin as secretaries, or divided their territory into smaller increments, and the process was repeated when too much work piled up. Again, the entire group was inside the building that seemed more stable around a table that was actually a clone. Since no furniture was found intact enough, they were grouped according to their respective region. Oh people, this is our third meeting, said the Bunin in charge, who was officially the head of the Konoha region. Does anyone have something urgent to bring to the table, or we can go straight to the agenda? No one said anything. So let's go to that first. Clothes for Ariko state. A clone stood up from his seat in response. The only difference between him and the other Narutos was the set of glasses he wore on his upper left arm, the jumper symbol. I brought the package to Konoha last night and delivered it directly to your house. That was what jumpers did. They used the Korami Jutsu to jump distances and bring packages. Were only a few as of now, but their number was expected to grow quickly. Well, one less. The second is we have our first stock from outside of Konoha. I know it's not much, but it will be enough as samples to see if those items are worth it. We have spices, medicinal plants, silk, and a box of peaches to Kutajine. He nodded to the civilian parents. Clone, you go with that. We will wait for news as soon as you have it. Both nodded in return. Actually, this would be their first task as part real network. Anything to add on this? Silence answered. Then 3 maps. A couple of Bunin came over and unrolled a map, almost as long as the table. The network leaders had switched from the smaller ones to this cloth representation when the scale issues became apparent between the various maps. As of yesterday, we now have a team in both our field country and north country, meaning we now have members in 7 different countries. By this time next year week, We should be in 10 equal countries. As long as the Wave country team can find a boat to ride, the clones nodded left and right in agreement. The Wave team was already 5 days late and looked like it could continue in that vein for a while. This brings us to our last point. The catalogs brought a rolled-up road to the table. We have the first draft of the product list that the network could get their hands on, along with estimated prices. The country products are not there yet, as the group arrived early this morning, took out other scrolls copies of the first one. I hope the region heads come after the meeting to get one. Any last words before closing the meeting? As usual, only silence responded. Then meeting closed. The next one is in a week at warehouse 4. Let's get back to work, people. The clone leading the meeting clapped twice and stood up, as did everyone else. Most walked or jumped, and only a few, Jine and Ane, remained. They walked over the person who was, although only nominally, his superior. All meetings are like this, asked the Boonin, who was posing as the father. Did you expect anything more? We are all Narutos. So long meetings would do us in with our mediocre attention span for such things. Fast and loose is the way to go. He threw a catalog to the director of a stern fire country. Besides, it works. That's the important thing in the end. The supposed parents couldn't find any way to refute that joke. Day 9H. Now, what did the clone leader say again to the group? This group in particular was one of 5 that trained in the new elemental techniques, and the one assigned to them was not Kato Akaraka Jigaku. As often happened within the clone ranks, all jutsu learning had turned into a sort of competition between the various teams. Bragging led to each group proclaiming they would finish first, and now each was stuck trying to back up their words. I don't know, let me get the scroll, said another Boonin, who then ran off the other members. Didn't they had nothing else to add, so they only focused on keeping the black balls in their hands stable. Those balls were the core of the technique, a kind of shell on which the fireball was built, or so they understood. Those balls could be thrown, although the distance quickly made stability a problem, and it would explode upon contact with anything solid, releasing the flames inside. In reality, they had not yet found what made the technique dangerous. They knew that the scroll mentioned that most of the ant students had died due to accidents in training, but most of the flaws they found released fire similar in quantity to the fire-breathing technique Naruto had seen Sasuke use, and not much more, enough to blow up a clone of course, but barely deadly enough to be banned by ninja standards. The clone returned with another one, this one holding the standard practice scroll. Actually, with all the techniques that at times they got out of hand in this room, they had no other physical set of copies of the scroll of forbidden seals. It simply had not appeared. The lead clone grabbed and unrolled the scroll and began to read aloud: Reverse Dragon, Tiger Dragon, Focus Chakra on the palm of each hand, forming a black ball, constant concentration intoned after having generated a stable ball. Now, you can feed it with the other hand. The technique of chakra aspect to the fire, increasing the heat, thus contained, quoted directly from the newspaper, then looked at the entire group. Silence reigned for a second. So how does someone generate a chakra aspect to fire? I have no idea, said the leader, and this was visibly the general opinion. We will have to find out. Hours later, they had not advanced another inch. There was nothing as such in the copies of the textbooks of the academy that the other scrolls had of the Katon technique. They only referred to it without explaining what it was, and all the other clones had no idea what it was, or how it was formed. In the end, they continued working on the generation and maintenance of the sphere, and thought about how to find a solution in the worst-case scenario. If they found nothing, they would request to ask Irika at the next council meeting. Otherwise, they were at a dead-end. Joke. Day 11. Do a little spin, Ringo, exclaimed Ariko, rolled her eyes. Gyre, 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 spin. The others took it up like a chant. Ariko did a mandatory spin, making her skirt spin along with her. The 5 girls in front of her watched in amazement as she did so. I like that shade of amber orange, don't you, say Ringo. Yes, but the previous outfit was much better with her skin tone, replied Fichi. This skirt billows so beautifully. Is it silk or something else, added Myosai. The discussions were crossed with questions as the group argued over the merits of the last outfit. Ariko answered as best she could, although she had realized she was in over her head, and how in just the last 2 hours she had learned the names of 24 shades of green, and at least half in red, yellow, and orange separately. And what kind of color name was atomic tangerine anyway? And that's not even counting cuts or materials. Ariko, being Naruto, had had a very limited clothing range for most of her memories, and rarely had opportunities to buy new clothes before the start of the prank. Naruto's familiar bright orange shinobi outfit had actually been delivered to her doorstep one day, and Naruto, and the clones by extension, were pretty sure the old one had something to do with it. And they had something of reason after a meeting where the boy had complained about not being able to purchase this piece of required ninja equipment. The third had ordered the Ambu to leave said piece of clothing at the boy's doorstep. He had even specified that there should not be any tracking stamps or other such surprises. The ninja who received the request had the brilliant idea to find the required item in the most visible of the available colors, as he had been hunting said boy after a prank with quite a bit. Often thought it would help. Needless to say, Naruto loved it. And it didn't help in any way. Then which one do you prefer, asked Fichi as the discussion died down. Ariko didn't know what to answer for his male eyes. None were something she would wear willingly outside of a joke, of course, as something for ninja. They all failed, being far from solid enough to withstand active duty, and from her limited civilian point of view, they all felt equally comfortable. Well, the skirt, it bothered him a little, But that was because a man shouldn't wear those things, and not for any other reason. In the end, none of them answered what they could I actually prefer. The suit that I usually wear at the academy over all of them, it was the best thing he could come up with. The rest of the group side in almost perfect harmony. You are Ariko, said Ringo the clone. Of course, he didn't feel insulted in any way by this. Your mother is dead, right? Added Asano. Asano, we didn't ask for those things. Fumi, the leader of the group, answered, lightly hitting the girl on her shoulder. The effect was completely lost as she turned to Ariko with expectant eyes, visibly wanting the answer like the others. Ariko acted as if the question surprised her, mainly to buy time to think. Neither she nor any other Naruto clone had figured out much of their history or family, so she didn't know how to answer. As this was the second time this had happened, mentally she noted that she would have to gather up some other clones and work out a full story, and that more sooner rather than later. But now answering was the first thing. She decided to accept it, since it would be difficult to argue otherwise. She also assumed it was true in fact, since Naruto had no one he could call mother. Yes, she answered, tilting her head. And you were raised by your father alone, or only with other men, right? Right, she said, since it was actually the truth. Yuka and the old man were the main figures in her life, and they were both men. She knew it. Said Zumi. Wait, how did they know that? How did you find out? The Bunin asked. He known 3 types of tomboys. There are those who are raised as tomboys because their mothers were tomboys, those who refuse to act like their mothers and therefore act like tomboys, and those who are raised by men and act like them without knowing any better. The first type knows something about cosmetics, fashion, and such things, as their mother will have taught them what little they know. The second knows more, however voluntarily does not care or apply it in any way. Only the third type really does not know. Then turned around. Then girls, one of us needs our help to learn what it means to be a woman. What do you say about it? She asked the rest of the group. They all smiled. Come on, answered Ringo, visibly anxious, looking at her. Fichi herself was smiling today. Well, we will teach you about fashion using the sacred feminine art of people watching. Then Ariko was dragged into an ice cream shop in the middle of the shopping district, and she had to comment on the people passing by. For example, this man is a well-off peasant or an unlucky merchant. However, his universities were simply better. A peasant in his finest clothes, said Nishi. It's this cut is quite old-fashioned, and he's visibly not used to wearing them. A successful merchant is going to do something dirty, pointed out Myosai. Although most of what he wears is old and used, he wears new fashionable sandals, and the bracelet he wears seems to be worth quite a bit. How about this group? Asked Ariko, pointing to a group of 3 children who were playing together, just to see what they could say. The girl, I'd say she's of lesser nobility. She has a stance like she used to get away with it, and most non-nobles wouldn't let a child go out to play with a pendant, replied Fichi. The 2 boys are peasant children, visibly added Ringo as he took a bite of his ice cream. Sturdy clothes, shades that hide dust well and are easily cleaned. One of them works the land with his parents, probably, pointed to Sano. You can see the stains of dirt that don't wash off on his knees. Perhaps there was something in this fashion after all. Joke. Day 15, and Luca was finishing his work alone at the academy. It was nothing new. Being a director had its advantages, a somewhat higher salary and more authority, but it also had its disadvantages, like the extra work that tended to arrive late. Chin had forgotten how many times he had to order dinner or a drink just to keep working, but in this case it was an advantage. The current academy class had just had their first history exam. Iru wanted to see the work of Naruto and his 2 clones. Not that he wanted to change anything, not only did he want to make sure the tests didn't give any clues that pointed towards the infiltrated copies, he would only change the answers if he really needed to. Too thankful for the fact that he was alone in the building, Irika infiltrated his coworker Kazui's office and pulled out the last of the test papers. Less than a minute later, he had all 3 answer sheets lined up on the desk and began to study them closely. For Ariko thought Irika 71 for Muraru and 45 for Naruto. A quick glance revealed nothing incriminating. Irika was hesitant about bringing the subject up to Naruto. On one hand, if he gave the teachers what they expected, they would be less curious about him. On the other hand, Naruto really didn't need to use the joke to get by. It would be much better if he continued with his own efforts. Then again, the teacher thought it's obvious from Ariko's results that she's mastered the material. He began to analyze the questions, comparing them one by one. Naruto hadn't earned any points by writing "I don't care" as an answer to the new question. Then Irika came to question 13 out of 20. Ariko's answer was perfect, an exact textbook answer, which earned her 5 points. Murara's was similar with some difference in vocabulary, which again earned her 5 points, but the same thing happened with Naruto, and on his paper a red 0 was written next to the answer. Irika reread the 3 answers one after the other. They all had the same central meaning, same information, with just a few differences in vocabulary. However, Naruto got a 0 where the others got points. Irika froze at the implications. He sprang into action a few seconds later. The original tests were back in his drawer while Irika had pulled out last year's final exam, and again the same pattern emerged. Worse still, sometimes Naruto's answer was exactly the same as another student's, and always Naruto's was ranked lower. Now fully into the chase, Irika aced every test, every graded assignment Naruto had done since entering the academy. He didn't go into detail, he skimmed through it quickly, focusing on the questions with the worst scores, comparing them to others in his class. He quickly came to the same conclusion he had feared: Naruto should have died a long time ago. His report card for his first year at the academy had him failing by less than 3%. and that included everything like his taijutsu pass limit and Sun Ninjutsu total failure. Iraka's recalculation would have brought Naruto's final score up by at least 5 points, if not more. Continuing the second year was the same. However, Naruto was already visibly starting to put in less effort. The number of missing assignments increased, the answers became less worked on and more rushed, and his grades were lower even at Iraka's recalculations this time. The teacher was unsure if Naruto would have actually passed or failed his scores. They were too on the edge to say it then. Reaching the third year, Iraka noticed something else he hadn't realized before, but last year was the third time in a row that the final exam of ninjutsu was in the Bunin. Thinking about the past, he remembered that Mookie suggested it last year while he couldn't remember how the decision was made the year before. Some people might think it's a coincidence, but Iraka doubted the existence of the word. When it came to Naruto, there was simply too much for that. Iraka, are you there? He said when the teacher jumped out of his chair at the sound, only to recognize Naruto's voice. Here, he said in response, then was hit by a wave of guilt as he looked at the stacks of exam papers while he hadn't joined. The impression he had been the headmaster of the school, so it was his responsibility to make sure all the students had a good education, and he screwed it up. It's all okay, sensei, you were supposed to be at the meeting 30 minutes ago. His student said. A quick glance at the clock confirmed those words. It was already after 10. He had been so wrapped up in it that he hadn't noticed. Turning to look at his young charge, Iraka didn't know what to say. How could he explain it? However, he had to. Naruto deserved it by far. Naruto, said Iraka in a low voice. Take a seat. The boy did his face, questioning the whole time. Master Tenen knew he wasn't acting like he was used to Naruto, so he wasn't surprised. I'm sorry, Naruto, said the adult as soon as his student was completely in your seat. I failed you. The boy walked away, as if to interrupt, but Iraka stopped him with one hand and continued, I've been going over your last history exam, just to make sure you didn't accidentally give your teacher a clue when I found something cursed, said Naruto, hitting his open left hand with his fist. I thought I did pretty well. He's in danger. The joke, or is Kazui just suspicious? He extended both hands forward, as if he was praying, please tell me. He suspects that nothing of the sort, he replied. Iraka, internally cursing the fact that he had given the wrong idea. There really is no other way to put it, Naruto added grimly. Your teachers failed you on purpose. You should have died 3 years ago. Iraka hung his head in shame, and I didn't notice before now. There was an awkward silence for a minute or so, then the teacher raised his head again, looking at the face Naruto was making. Heartbroken was the only description he could think of. However, he continued on, explaining how he just noticed how the grades had been changed. He gave his revised grades and explained when he should or shouldn't have been promoted. It took a good hour for the Chunin, then went silent again to let his student process the information. It wasn't long before Naruto responded. So what now? He said, his voice sad beyond measure. Now it's up to you, Naruto. If you want, I'll go right now to cash in with what I found. He won't be happy to hear what I have to say, but I'm sure he'll promote you to Genin on the spot, along with some form of punishment for those who harmed you. I don't know if you'll get a team right away. Iraka continued, that depends on how many Hinin students and honing teachers are currently available. However, you'd have to stop your prank, the teacher added as an addendum. Naruto reacted to this, however. And what would you recommend? The boy said quietly. Iraka thought for a long moment about this. He hated what he was about to say, but it was the best in his mind for his student. I would personally recommend staying the course and finishing the year. Your grades from last year show that you visibly need to review the basics, especially in math and history. With all the students graduating, I am 100% sure that getting a team will not be a problem, nor will getting a honing sense. And it will be, and don't worry, he added with a growl in his voice, I will not forgive this. I am already preparing a report on teacher favoritism, and this will figure prominently in it. The idea that someone would go out of his way to hurt a child, it was horribly disgusting to him. There was no need to seeing the face Naruto made with that start. Yuka interrupted him. Yes, it is necessary if it happened. Once it can happen again, and I will not allow a child to be hurt simply because some people think you don't deserve what you worked for. I will have to live without realizing what they did to you for the rest of my life. But don't compound that mistake by letting them get away with it. And that's the end. Naruto cringed at those words. I had never seen Iraka so violently passionate, possibly outside of the beginning of his battle against his teacher Mizuki. Then he smiled. A passion like that he could respect in a teacher. Then I won't say anything more about it, said Naruto. And we'll continue with what you said about school. I'm a little curious to see how far the joke can go. Anyway, he was laughing the whole time, looking at Naruto. Iraka saw through the smile that the boy was giving the words that he knew Naruto wanted to say. And those words were a balm to his soul. To Chin, that smile meant everything is forgiven. And that was all he really needed to have Joke Day 17 officially. The Special Tactical and Assassination Squad, also known as Ambu, occupied 3 different buildings. These were, of course, simple decoys. Ambu's actual office was a completely different building on the opposite side of the city. Hidden within the offices of a trading company, it was guarded day and night by at least a dozen different shinobi. However, this didn't change anything for Naruto. He had long since learned to approach said office unseen at certain hours where the shadows were deep enough for him to be able to creep in there without being visible. He knew of 5 smokers who tended to leave their windows open, and the best time to avoid the lines of sight of the rooftop patrols. Any day he could enter the building undetected. Nano's genjutsu was really over the top once inside. He followed a pre-established path that he remembered from a long time ago when he was younger. After a series of rather bad days, he had been placed in the custody of Ambu, while the ninjas tried to find out what had happened, which unfortunately they never did. However, that meant that a young Naruto Uzumaki lived along Ambu for almost a month, eating in their cafeteria and sleeping on their couches. He even had a locker with the few possessions he had at the time, and that was where he headed. With gestures silently, he led the elder rabbit into the winding hallways of the building, while Icho served as a lookout from her usual position atop Naruto's hair. The student gradually directed both summons towards the spot where the Ambu left their mask when not on duty. Once inside, the room was never locked in case of an urgent summons. The trio quickly pushed the entire locker section away from the wall and gained access to its contents by removing the panel, later bypassing the safety of even the most paranoid Ambu ninja in this way. "Now look carefully," Nano said in a whisper. His began to move hair, snake, rat, tiger, reverse hair. Then he reached out and touched the Ambu mask in the locker in front of him. "The important part of this technique is the state of mind of the user," he continued in his low tone. "He must keep firmly in mind the thought that everything is normal as he did his second, third, and such until the 17th. You are using too much. Try as little as you can," said Icho from his position. "Try" was the key word here. The jutsu couldn't hold again. "It's still too much," answered the black rabbit. "I can't get less than that. It's already hard enough to get that little," he whispered, remembering not to scream at the last second. Nano came back from the locker he was working on at that very moment. "Show it to me, partner." "The student did it again," said the rabbit leader. And once again Naruto obeyed the summons, shook his head. "Try this." "Snake, hair, inverted tiger, rat, inverted snake, dragon, inverted rat, inverted rat, dragon, hair." "Remember the mood." The story continues down. The boy nodded and tried again. This time, the technique held on the third try. "Good down," said the summoned elder, as he lightly tapped Naruto's shoulder. It would have ruffled the student's hair, but Icho's presence made it impossible. "The jutsu you just did is an advanced version of the other. It is harder for the affected person to notice and harder to dispel in general, but generally too intensive for my jokes. Unfortunately, I can't repeat it over and over because it can." With the other noticed, scratching his chin. "For the amount you've been in the last few minutes, I don't think you'll have any problems." He smiled. "Now let's get on with." The group got back to work and finished the whole place before 20 more minutes had passed. Joke day 18, and Kazui Burrow was officially a leaf chin and had been for the past 10 years. He had attempted 3 times his chance at a honing promotion, and he had failed all 3. It was good enough, though somewhat lacking in leadership. He was usually on long-range infiltration or courier missions, and rarely in Konoha. At least that's what most documents lead you to believe. Reality, as usual, was somewhat different. Kazuchi Burrow was actually a career Ambu acting under the identity of Bat. He was one of the many who patrolled Konoha City proper, acting as police and counterintelligence agents, and had been doing said work for the past CCO years. He was known for a mix of genjutsus and sound-based ninjutsus, which he used effectively for both stealth and combat. And no, his parents were not murdered in front of him when he was young by career criminals, unless by young you mean 16, and the Kabai as a career criminal was in position overlooking the business district when his rat superior signed up for a covert meeting at his usual place. A quick shunin took him there, and he appeared the same way. A second later, he inspects your belongings. You a surprise inspection now, thought Goro. However, his hands automatically performed the movements of verification of his equipment. Armor in place, sword also sheaths present, and full mask worn, and undamaged rainbow wig still there. He even went and confirmed that his nose was still stuck. All the equipment present and accounted for Captain are reacted visibly under the mask, something that was obvious to anyone who was used to Ambu. "You are summoned before the Oki. Immediately go," he said, sighing visibly. "That explains the inspection at least," he thought. "Yes, sir." Another shunin took it out, Bat reporting how it was ordered. Okajima said said person was not alone. The commander-in-chief of the ninja forces, Shikakuner, was there along with the Ambu commander Karina. He was already quite sure that something was going on, but he could not see what it was. The laughter of the Hambu, who looked at the entrance, had been enlightening in that sense. Bat turns the side. He did so instantly, coming face to face with a mirror. "Tell me, what do you see?" "Myself, Okage-sama." "More details, please." "I in suit." "Andu." Okajima, the village leader, didn't stop him, so he continued. "I'm wearing my regulation armor over a black bodysuit with my sword strapped behind my back. My mask is as usual, half lime green and half hot pink, with a blue tear on the pink side and a violet star on the pink side, both under the eyes. My plump nose is in place, as is my eyebrows exaggerated. My multicolored wig is in the right position and still curled. I should go into more detail. Won't that be enough?" Bat besides him, Commander, you made a palm of his hand. "Keep looking at yourself in the mirror." So he did. Barely a moment passed before Kurenai put her fingers in a ram seal kai. In that very instant, Oboro instantly noticed what was wrong. He quickly tore off his nose and eyebrows, and the wig joined them on the ground barely an instant later. However, the paint on the mask turned out more resistant, so he ended up being Okajima, I have no excuse. He quickly realized he remembered the previous hours perfectly, and nothing else occurred to him to add. Do with me what you want, he said with his head down, and Ninja came down and picked up the items he had just removed and added them to the contents of a box. Judging by the number of noses and eyebrows, he was not the only one who had fallen for this joke. There was even a full Ambu mask in the box. It had a horn like that of a unicorn bat. Return to the Ambu quartermaster, who will give you a new mask. Then please have Hamster send us the Ambu with the clown mask. He wasted no time in leaving, glad to have escaped any horrible punishment. Once Sarutobi was gone, he turned to the honing beside him. Then what are your thoughts, Karina Isen? I have never seen anything like this, he replied. Most genjutsus effect, all 5 senses, sight, smell, touch, taste, and hearing, some rare ones, go straight to the sense of balance, bypassing the besides. The only woman in the room was visibly thinking, but I've never heard of anything like this. The technique behind this joke somehow affects the perception of normality, making the subject of this jutsu seem perfectly normal to everyone who notices it. I have no idea where such a technique could come from. Not from Konoha, for sure. Thanks, Karina Isen. Please write down anything you can think of that might help, said the Okage as a ninja with a carrot nose and exaggerated lips entered. He sighed. Whatever, he added quickly. The third could finally, as the other ninjas had left, allow himself a somewhat inappropriate laugh. As a leader of men, he had to remain calm in the face of the situation, but as a person he couldn't help but laugh the whole time. He had several Ambu in his office. He couldn't help but think that Naruto would laugh at this, and that was the crux of the matter. This was largely a Naruto-style joke, but the genjutsu prevented him from performing it, as if he were a student at the academy with problems in the simpler techniques could perform a genjutsu that the main master of the art of Konoha did not know. And where would he have learned it anyway? In the end, they found 16 Ambu with manipulated masks, while a search of the lockers found more still in use. The Joker, however, was never caught. The only clue they found was the smell of rabbits. Joke day 21. Then report someone found something, said the clone leading this group to the numerous other copies that had before him a series of no in several formats. Was the response of his companions in learning Katon Akaraka Jig were well and truly trapped, which does not mean that they did nothing. Had continued training with the Black Spheres, achieving even something similar to dodgeball in recent days, but nothing about how to fill said constructs with fire. Any clue on how to proceed, added the clone again. All the answers were negative. The clone side, any advantage they might have had in the informal competition between the Bunin of jutsu learning was evaporating like mist at midday, if it hadn't disappeared completely. Another of the blonde copies was looking around. We shouldn't be more than this. The leader did a quick head count and realized that this Naruto was right. There were at least 3 people missing, and he didn't remember any part of his group blowing up since the last meeting. The group as a whole debated for a few minutes on what to do about it when the point became moot. One of the missing some clones went and began to question, while others just stood there staring, waiting for answers. We might have a solution. And then he had everyone's ears. He reveled in the feeling for a while. Then he gave a single instruction: follow. The group did so, and he led them through the sewers to a grate that, by the looks of it, hadn't seen much use. The lead clone stopped right next to the ladder leading up. We all went the wrong way in regards to this. We focused mainly in how, when we should have put effort into who and where. Then tell me, asked the clone, who were the most known in Konoha for their fire techniques. Smiling, then climbed the ladder 3 steps at a time. When each member of the Katon group finally returned to ground level and saw where they were all wanted to hit each other, the answer was obvious, and they hadn't even thought about it before them. Was the Ukiya district, which had long been home to some of the fire users most famous in history. The technique they were trying to learn was based even on stealing that same power exactly from this family. Naruto, long before the start of the joke, had attempted to infiltrate the Ukiya district, mainly as a way to escape. His pursuers had bounced off him, as all entry points were alarmed in 3 ways. Since Sunday, that particular chase was interrupted at that moment, and he received a double lesson and punishment for his trouble. But now they had a way to bypass those seals, and the other 2 missing clones were already doing so, denying the alarms in a side door half hidden in the district walls. The group quickly made their way inside, while the pair of Bunin held their position, maintaining the hole in the barriers. So now what, boss? Did the guide copy say. Clone looked around for a moment before answering. You found this, so it's your program, he replied with a smile. The rest of the group nodded. To the new Bunin leader looked around for a moment. Even if he hadn't known what had happened here in the past, he could have guessed it. While there were no bodies or blood in sight, the signs were obvious. The charred stains on the walls, the results of the fire jutsu, could be seen here and there. The leftover kuna and shuriken marks littered the place, and there were cracks in the grounds from the use of ninja techniques. Any self-respecting ninja would have noticed what had happened here. We split into 3 groups. The first 2 will go methodically and create a clone while holding something interesting, especially something that looks like a jutsu scroll. Then we put it back where it was. Be careful with traps, as we might have missed the first layer. The last group will go out and gather blank scrolls to copy them. We will work the same way we did with the forbidden scroll. Okay. The rest of the clones nodded. Outside of that, we leave everything as it is. This is not how the items we found abandoned. This is someone's family legacy. As much as I like Sasuke, and I don't like him, Even he doesn't have something like that. Another series of nods was his response. The guide clones smiled. Then let's go, people. It took an hour and a half of searching before the Katon group found what they were looking for. Surprisingly, they ended up finding it in Sasuke's old house in his brother's room. Said room had been completely ransacked, but the scrolls that were there they hadn't been destroyed. They were just carelessly scattered around. The specific scroll the group now had contained instructions for the clan's great fireball technique, but was aimed at those whose elemental affinity wasn't fire. It contained various training exercises to improve one's skill with fire techniques, along with advice on how to approach them. None of the Narutos had any idea what their elemental affinity entailed, or if they even had one, so they assumed it was at least part of the problem they were having was having the copy of said scroll join their expanding library in a position of honor. In the end, it took Katon's group a little over 4 hours to go through the entirety of the Ukiah compound, and the result was 29 different scrolls. Some even contained more than one technique. Their varying levels of power were all over the place, from a complex rank fire release technique that they didn't think they could master to a large jutsu scroll of cleaning and grooming of Rango, and had even managed to learn and perform some techniques of that and used them to clean their tracks. And by the end of the day, the group had accomplished the first of the fire training exercises, which meant that they could all generate a flame similar to that of a match from their hands. Joke day 26. Things were not going well for John Yenii. The two copies that represented the elderly civilian couple were in charge of finding clients for the products that the clone network could get, both for funds, as the group did not want to live off of Irika's money, as well as for his cover. However, it was not going to according to the plan. The two had visited dozens of shops, factories, and other similar companies. People seemed interested, some even got happy, until the next question came up: who is the seat that represents him on the Merchants Council? That killed everything. Once Ine said that they had no one to represent them, their potential clients. At best, they became shy and evasive, and at worst, in some cases, they were thrown out of the building. Regardless of what happened, they had no luck. Of course, they tried to get such a person to represent them, but that was not the case either. The more polite ones simply said no, while others tried to bribe them. No one seemed to want to work with them. The one who came closest asked for an outrageous sum, along with half of their sales money as administrative fees, which were clearly bribes. As such, the merchant couple went and did what any Naruto clone would do when things weren't going well. I mean, go eat at Ichiraka Ramen. They were moving towards their bowl when Tucci walked over to join them on their side of the table. Good day, my name is Tucci, and I'm the owner and head chef of Ichiraka Ramen. The young lady who served you is my daughter. She had a serious look. The ramen is not to your liking. Janae assumed the man had seen their unhappy faces and mistakenly thought his food was the cause. Of course not. The food is excellent. He managed not to add as usual in the last second. So what's bothering you two, if you don't mind me asking? Continued Tucci. Naruto, and by extension his clones, they had a deep-rooted respect for the owner of Ichiraku that bordered on the religious. As such, both Ine and Janae had no problem responding to the man. The story slowly came out, just as they had prepared it. The clones were a family of 4 who had left the country of Gra so as not to compete with Janae, Mataki's older brother, who had inherited his father's business. They had chosen Konoha because they wanted security, and they thought that you couldn't be safer than in the middle of a ninja village, and Konoha was the biggest of them. When the problems that the two Bunin had with the different merchants arose, Tucci did not seem surprised. You are not the only one who has had problems with that group. Ichiraka Ramen has been in Konoha for more than 30 years, and even before my term, the owner confronted them. He said with a sad smile, it got worse after the key attack when half of them he died suddenly. But it's almost always the same thing. The chef continued. They just try to make more money for themselves by applying economic pressure on other people, although there are rumors of worse things. But enough of that, said Tucci, a real smile reappearing. What did you say? You tried almost everything, said Annie, joining the conversation. We are a family of merchants, and we have contacts in many different places. Why are you interested? You could say that yes, there has been an increase in business in the last few weeks, and my usual suppliers are struggling to keep up. Might I try it out if it can provide me with what I need? Both Janae and Ine forced themselves not to react. They knew full well what had caused this spike in sales. A little over a month ago, there were over 1,000 Naruto business people living in the city, and the money the clones made automatically went to one of two things: pranks or ramen. And ramen meant Ichiraku to Naruto. Janae handed Tucci his copy of the net catalog. It was the last version, which included the products of Thea Country, Vegetable Country Wave. However, it was still late. The couple returned to their bowls, while Tucci studied the scroll and brought them each a third bowl before the chef returned from reading. The prices of the scroll are not the final prices, right? He said, otherwise it would be too good to be true. No, this is the price we can get these items. We added a thought for an instant, a 10% charge for transportation, along with Konoha's usual import tax. This was something the two clone fathers had learned while dealing with all the paperwork. Konoha had an import and export tax that went directly to Mincy's and was used to fund the security of the village. Tucci thought visibly for a moment, evidently crunching the numbers in his head. Then he smiled. I think we can do business. Who knows if the quality is good and the delivery fast? He might have other contacts. They could use their services. Now let's talk about the details. Tucci and Janae shook hands in a deal. An hour later, and both returned to their respective shops. It was just a start, but the network had its first official client. Joke day 29. Come on, try it, said Kin to his left. Try it, added Gishi to his right. I don't. No, it feels like a waste, replied Goro. He was a Naruto clone who worked at Tanzaka in a hotel. As general help, not to insult. The thing was that Tanzaka had a gambling culture. The tourists came to play, the ones who lived there played, everyone played except maybe the casino owners. And even that wasn't always true. You got a bonus yesterday, so it won't even affect your finances, said Kin, crossing his arms. Live a little, he exclaimed. Jishir walked over and decided to try it another way. Have you ever tried it? Goro was surprised by the change of tactics. Huh, no. Then how can you say it's a waste? He continued. Do you think we're lying? No, then come. If you don't like it, at least you can say that. You tried, we won't bother you anymore, Jishir replied. Promise samurai's honor, Jishir replied, putting his hand over his heart. Kin emulated him a second later. Okay. Just once. Goro finally agreed. It couldn't hurt, right? That night the three of them ended up in one of the many casinos in the city. They played for small sums, almost nothing, just for the fun of it. After 30 minutes, Goro had doubled his bonus. After an hour, Kin and Gishi realized how lucky their comrade was and headed to the table roulette. Naruto's clone had doubled his monthly salary. By then it was 30 hours before the casino employees asked them to come back another day. Security had been watching them like hawks, but saw no evidence of cheating. Goro left the building telling the others that he had had fun and had enough money to pay for Ariko's house single-handedly. His two partners left each with the equivalent of a few months' work. He made a couple of bunin as soon as he was alone, and these arrived at 3 different casinos with similar results. The word spread throughout all of Naruto's clones before the sun rose. All Narutos were lucky at gambling. Joke day 33. The real Naruto didn't always go to class like himself. Sometimes he was Ariko, sometimes he was Muramaru. Sometimes he skipped school altogether to train, and all this never on a set schedule. For the first exam of Thutsu, it was like Muraru. This was planned. Kirit Toy, the taijutsu master, had started to be a little more demanding with the male clone than with everyone else. It's not a punishment, but it seems more like a test of his endurance than anything else. As such, Naruto expected the first exam to be harder on him as his orphan copy than it was for everyone else. He was there mainly as a preventative measure to ensure the continuation of his prank, and Kirito Ori didn't disappoint. Where everyone was up against someone more or less their level, the teacher faced Muraru personally, and although Naruto was pretty sure the man was pulling his punches, he didn't feel like it. However, Naruto gave his all in the fight and managed to outlast the rest of the class in their own battles. In the end, Naruto was tired, sweating, sore, even in places he didn't know could be like this. Kirit Ori stopped the fight barely a second before Muraru fell to the ground exhausted. Then the teacher let his student recover, while he went over the results with everyone else. Said student ended up being last as classes ended a while ago. First year grades, said the teacher Tien in his usual monotone. You have a clear for the exam. The only thing stopping you from getting a perfect score is the fact that you're still wasting moves and that you're still telegraphing your attacks too much. Fix those 2 flaws, and you'll be as good as someone your age can be. Then the teacher took a deep breath, which brings me to my second point. He suddenly sounded twice as serious. I have a proposition for you, something out of the ordinary. School. I would like you to meet me at the Memorial Stone tonight at 8. He put his hand on Muraru's shoulder. Now go home and have a nice dinner. The teacher got up and left. Oh, and good job on the test, she added as she walked through the door. Naruto didn't know what to think about that, but he knew one thing for sure: 2 heads worked better than one. As such, he quickly headed home. The council needed to be informed of this, if only to discuss it. Maybe they might even get an idea what the proposal was that would be eaten during the meeting. The council had no more idea of what the teacher's proposal was than Naruto himself had. The only thing they were sure of was that the joke had not been discovered, since they all agreed that Kirito would have gone directly to the other teachers, or worse, to the Okage with his news. It consoled him a little, but not enough. Naruto did not like too much attention paid to his clones outside of school. The girl gang was fine. They were not even ninjas yet, but the approach of a very skilled ninja, that was something he wanted to avoid. However, he headed to the Memorial Stone at the appointed time. Not being there would hardly make things any better. Still disguised as Muraru, the real Naruto found Kirito waiting for him. Where had he arranged this meeting? Follow me, the man said, and his voice was abnormally tense. The Chunin led the boy to a specific stone on the side of the area. It was somewhat taller than the others, with a single name on the top in larger letters than the other names: Minato Mick, 4th Okage of Konoha. You may not have known this, but less than a year before you were born, a demon attacked this village. The Kibi was taller than any living being has any right to be, and its malevolence was so great that some people died just by looking at it. The 4th Okage, whose name is on top of this monument, ended up fighting the beast using a forbidden technique. He defeated the monster of his own life. Kiridori took a deep breath, but not before the demon will cause untold damage to the village. All the people on this stone died that day. He sighed. I have 17 family members on that stone: my 2 parents, a single grandfather, my wife, my 2 children. He continued, walking both my brothers as my sister, all the spouses of his children. Naruto couldn't say anything about that. He would know mentally that the Kibi had killed hundreds, maybe thousands of people, but it was the first time he truly saw the impact it had. He could almost see Kirit's family in his mind, and he couldn't avoid shedding a tear for his loss. I would have happily joined, but I made an oath to my father. The same oath my brothers made, the same oath my father made years before, to keep the family art alive. and not let it fall into the hands of other clans. He continued, my sons had made the oath, but their time has surely passed, he said, looking down. I'm getting old, and with the job I'm in, I probably won't last another 10 years. As such, I've been looking for the person who could be the next master of the sharp fist, and you are the best I've seen in the last 5 years, and the only one I can trust. This too. I've been testing you these past few weeks, pushing yourself to your limits to see if you can handle it. You did even better than I expected, better than me. That age you have what it takes to be a master of the family style. And Jin, the teacher, looked directly at Naruto. As such, this is my proposal. If you accept it, I will take you as my student and heir to my family. I will teach you everything there is to do to be a ninja, and how to survive both physically and mentally will be tough. And you may have a very different opinion of me once it's done, but I'll make you ask the best I can. Do you agree? Kirit said. After a pause, Naruto didn't know what to answer. There were too many thoughts knocking together in his head. There was the joke, and the costumes, and all the clones, and someone who wanted him, and in the end, as usual, Naruto Uzumaki left with his heart. I accept, he said solemnly. Chapter 11 Training and Tribulations. Prank Day 34. Even though the day was a day off from the academy, Naruto called a meeting of those who were in on the prank. The decision the original had made needed to be discussed. Its effects needed to be analyzed. Good morning, everyone, said Naruto. As soon as the 3 stragglers arrived, the clones in charge of the network clone could have started without them, but the real student wanted everyone to be informed. I'm sorry about the unplanned meeting, but some things need to be discussed as soon as it is possible. Some of you have already heard it, but I will repeat it. Anyway, he continued, yesterday, and offered Muraru to take him as an apprentice and thus teach him the art of his family. I was Muraru at the time, and I accepted his offer. What did Iruka say, getting up from his seat? Then he seemed to notice his reaction and looked around for a moment. Then his eyes fell on the original Naruto. Naruto, can I talk to you alone for a moment? Said the Chunin, his voice visibly tense. I don't think you need. He began to answer now, he said. His voice slipped into the usual tones he used as a teacher when punishing Naruto for his pranks. The effect was immediate. All the clones left quickly, and silently. Only Ichigo stood still on the top of Naruto's head. What were you thinking, Iruka? He startled. As soon as the 3 of you were alone, it's more likely that the teacher will discover you, and you decide that he will adopt you under a false identity. He seemed to realize something. You didn't tell him about the prank. True, of course not, Naruto replied. And he didn't adopt me. Actually, he could have also made him an apprentice. Is considered an heir, unless the master has a wife or children, replied Iruta clearly, citing the law again. What were you thinking? I just couldn't say no, Naruto said with his head down. Didn't you see him before that stone explaining his story? It hurt me to see how much he loved his family. Naruto raised his head again. He's dead inside. You know, I didn't realize before yesterday, but he's almost empty. The only thing left, it's the continuation of his art, and I couldn't take it away from him. I know it's a risk, and it wasn't a brilliant move, but it was the only one I could do. Will you live with him? Yuka finally asked, his tone much more even. Know how good that at least thinking about that was his idea, answered Naruto. To avoid any image of favoritism, he said. The room was silent for a minute. Will you tell him about the joke? Iruka finally asked. At least not for now, the boy answered. I would prefer not before the end of the academic year if possible. It's fine, answered the teacher. Then she took something out of her pockets. Then take this with you. Naruto instantly recognized it. Once he had it in his hands, it was the amino that Yuka had received during her meeting with Sandame. If something happens and your identity is discovered, I want you to show this to Kirit and explain the situation to him. Send it to me. If he still doesn't believe, if it gets worse, I'll take it to the OCE with everything I found. Come on, answered Naruto. Don't do that. I would prefer not to too, but it's a last resort. Valid, better that than being sentenced for treason or something similar, replied Iruka. Treason? Iba shouted from his position. Iruka laughed with a sarcastic chuckle. I wouldn't be surprised. I began to not trust logic when another person's reaction towards you is involved. Don't you think there would be people who would execute you just to get revenge on the Kirui? The student had to agree that his teacher was right. There would be many clamoring for the death of the beast without worrying about its container. You may be right, Sensei said dejectedly. Anyways, Iruka said, it's just a last resort. Then he smiled. I count on your usual good work on impersonation. Naruto then ruffled his student's hair from the side, taking care not to disturb Ibwa. There, can the others go back? And now, Naruto asked. Of course, the Chunin replied. He had completely forgotten they were supposed to be in a meeting. Sorry for the interruption. The rest of the discussion went as best it could, considering most of the members were clones of Naruto. It only lasted a dozen minutes more before everyone went their own way. Prank Day 35. Jin and Yanai were waiting for Ichiraka's opening. Face down in shame, they felt as if they had betrayed one of the few real friends they had as Naruto clones. It took 9 days to fulfill Tuchi's order, while the first 2/3 were en route a day after the ramen chef's request. The rest took even longer to acquire. People had run out of stock, others were putting heavy margins on their prices, or simply did not sell anything. The group had to improvise. It took a few days to find other suppliers, and in some cases they even had to go to the source and buy directly from the farmers and fishermen. Then it was discovered that some of their suppliers had taken the opportunity to unload rotten or obsolete merchandise, and they had to do that part again. They had expected to take 3, maybe 4 days at most. It took more than twice as long even. So they had learned a lot. The network of merchants would be much more alert in the future, and they had discovered that storage scrolls kept perishable things from rotting, had new and better sources for the items Tucci had asked for, which would make future orders easier. The two clones fervently hoped that there would be future orders outside of Ichiraku. They had nothing. The chef finally came out of the kitchen and greeted the two merchants. Good day, I assume you're here for more ramen chicken like last time, or something else. We're not here for a delivery, said Ine. Already, said Tucci. Surprised, you must have good contacts. I can inspect the merchandise. Sure, we have a rented space in a warehouse near the east gate, said Janae. I can show you right now if you want. Uchi nodded. Aim, please take the counter. I'll be out for half an hour. Sure, Dad, said his voice from the back of the store. The three talked a bit, while the clone led the elder Ichirako to the warehouse. Once inside, the chef did not wait before inspecting the merchandise. Well, he said finally, everything is fine, fresh enough. Some fish will need to be cooked soon, but everything seems to be in order. He turned to the two. Naruto Bunin, can you have this brought to the shop this afternoon? Then I'll have a bank draft ready for you. Sure, replied Ine. It's a pleasure doing business with you, said Tucci, then shook hands with both clones before leaving. Later that day, the two Bunin left Ichiraku with the money from their first sale and a second, smaller order from the ramen stand. They had also given the chef their address, and he said to contact them if he knew anyone looking for a product they could get. With all the losses and mistakes the network had made, they wouldn't make much profit on their first order, but his name was now there. The clone network was now officially up and running. Prank Day 40. The Firenhutsu team now understood why the Scroll of Forbidden Seals said that the technique they were training tended to kill its practitioners. They had finally made the breakthrough that they had been waiting for, and now they could perform the technique completely, although not in the traditional way. 5 clones had already died from not maintaining the jutsu and from damage that would have killed or maimed a normal ninja. The thing was that once you got the hang of it, putting chakra with fire aspects into the sphere was easy, and frighteningly so. However, there was no way of knowing how much heat was inside outside of the fact that it became increasingly difficult to handle when there were greater amounts of energy inside. And when said sphere collapsed, it would release all that energy in a single explosion. Even though it was the only defense the group had found so far was to use another instance of the techniques to absorb fire from the first one, and even that had its drawbacks since it could only be used when a sphere exploded, since two stable spheres that came into contact with each other would destabilize both. However, the group persevered. They were currently training to maintain powerful spheres without problems. And there were 6 clones who kept the black balls in an isolated corner of the underground base. The record for now was a sphere of 7 days, having been exchanged between clones day and night. The Bunin who led the group had no idea how strong he was at the moment, but he didn't want to know. He would probably smoke again if he did. Joke Day 44. Kirit's family owned a simple dojo built on a large plot of land on the east side of Konoha. It was visibly built on the foundations of a much larger building, big as traces of the old could still be easily discerned. Now that all the paperwork is done and signed, we can finally begin, the older man said with a slight smile. He had been feeling noticeably happier over the past few days, and many had discussed the changes. Naruto was simply happy to have made someone's life better. The term sharp fist is actually a misnomer, the teacher continued. It is mostly based on how the style looks rather than how it works. I will show you. The Chunin adopted a specific stance, one different than any he had seen before. Kirit Toy was half turned in front of him with both arms at 90°, angles on either side of his body. Now attack me, said Kirit Tori. Naruto, as Muraru did, choosing one of the basic combinations of the academy style, the initial kick that the Chunin stopped with his left arm. And Naruto tried to turn for the next attack, but found that he couldn't. His leg was stuck to the master's forearm. It was Kirit Tori who turned, and the momentum additional pull forced the student to follow him. The grip was only released once Naruto passed his master's position and was sent rolling across the ground. What was that? The person disguised as Muraru replied as he stood up. Like that, you grabbed me. It's both a common chakra control exercise in the core of Sharp Fist. Chunin explained. While Sharp Fist has cutting techniques at its base, it is a gentle style that handles its opponents. As such, it has more in common with Luga's Lee Fist than any another style in Konoha. That style of jabbing of theirs, said Naruto. Indeed, how both try to control their enemies. The Yuga do it by limiting the offensive abilities of their opponents, while my family style does it by controlling the attacks themselves, explained Kidori. How does the Sharp Fist attack? Then the same techniques can be used offensively. The style focuses on attacks to the weak points, and what it uses to defend. It can also be used to open defenses, granting access to those areas. He approached one of the training dummies that was near the walls of the dojo that was standing in a defensive position, first striking with an elbow. The master then forced the dummy's protection to open, causing the arm to stick at the point of contact and twisting it out of the way. He even hit the dummy directly in the throat with the same movement, just as effective. Muraru said, visibly impressed. Yes, said the master, continuing, but each part in turn. The first technique to master is the chakra control exercise, which is commonly called the tree walking technique. One simply channels energy into the area where one wants to stay, focusing in such a way that it sticks like glue. It is used as a control exercise because one has to regulate one's chakra properly. Too little and it doesn't stick demonstrated on a piece of wood at the side of the dojo. Chunning managed to lift the piece of wood just a centimeter before the wood fell to the ground too much, and one damages the surface this time. The wood wrapped around himself as he placed his hand, sending a few splinters into the air. Kiritori then turned to his students. Start with your hands, as channeling chakra is easier there. He moved to the side, letting Muraru take his place in front of the boards. Don't worry, I'll be watching you and correcting you if need be. Now go away. Joke. Day 49. The trio of Naruto clones sighed as the shore became visible through the mist. One last Kiwami, and they finally returned to mainland after almost a full day in the water. Naruto's group was finally in W, all that was left of a team of 20 that had attempted to swim from the coast of Fire, and the seventh of those teams to try their luck. The first 4 teams had tried boats, but treacherous currents, hidden reefs, and other such dangers combined with the ever-present fog meant that at best they had failed halfway. Those that swam fared better, but still faced losses. Constants in the clones, only the last and largest group had managed to get someone there. The next day, after a night's rest, the 3 headed along the coast and found themselves outside and within sight of what they assumed was the nearest settlement to Fire Country. We split up, he said. The leader was not one of the original Red Bunin, sent to Wave, who had disappeared on the 5th attempt, but was the oldest of those remaining. We transformed into nondescript citizens and checked the things. If you see something interesting for the merchant network, write it down, but I'm more interested in what makes it so hard to get here. He turned to his 2 compatriots. I'll be Shiro, and I'll beat up the merchants. In the shops, you pointed to the clone on his left, it'll be NCO. And you'll look at the coast, maybe we'll have more luck finding a passage this way. Then he moved on to the last copy. You'll be Sanryu. And I want you to go to the bars, try to get as much information as possible about what's going on around here. The newly appointed Shiro looked out at the city in the distance. With all the trouble we had, something is definitely going on here, and we need to know what. He turned to the other 2. Are you okay with that? They nodded, serious faces. Okay, said the leader. We meet here at dusk. He clapped his hands. Let's go. People each went their own way. On the 3rd step, they were all nondescript civilians, each different from the last. They were inside the city less than a minute after that. Following the water, Nico found boats, broken ships. He may not be a specialist in maritime construction, but even he could identify the damage caused by a sharp object on wood. The ships he saw had been destroyed on purpose, and he was betting that some group had taken the axe to them. By the numbers he found, he was pretty sure this was the work of more than one person, as it would have taken a determined man days to destroy so many. He also saw people fishing, but the catches were few, and the sizes small. Asking around didn't help, since the people were surprisingly defensive of the little fish they had. They looked at him intently, as if they all expected him to steal what little they had. It didn't fill Naruto Bunzen with confidence. As the sun set, Nico had only found 2 ships that might be seaworthy, and he wasn't even sure about that. That was over 200 shipwrecks, which meant that unless he swam back, the 3 of them were stuck in. At the moment, there was nothing for sale. No, that wasn't entirely true. There was quite a bit on sale, but nothing reasonably priced, and no food. The people were wary and unhelpful, and there were beggars on every corner, emaciated and visibly suffering. There was nothing here that would be of interest to the network of calm. Ain't not in the state the city was in. Shiro tried to ask around to find out what the problem was, but no one spoke. Everyone ran or hid when he got closer, and even the beggars fell silent when he asked them what was going on. The clone was pretty sure there was some group or organization that enforced this no-talk policy. The fear in the eyes of those he asked was particularly enlightening in that regard. After an hour of wandering around and failing to gather any more information, Shiro returned to the meeting place, hoping the other 2 would have better luck. It was only midday, and the bars were already packed. Sanryu, noticing the noise, had wisely decided to wait and watch before entering the first bar. He found a few minutes of observation revealed a half a dozen mercenaries coming and going, and his civilian appearance would have stuck out like a sore thumb there, so he changed it his new science. He took it from a memory of a female clone serving in a bar, tall, broad shoulders, and few facial scars and a mist insignia scratched on her forehead. The female clone had clearly seen how missing Nin were treated, and that was exactly what Sanryu needed. Right now, no one stopped him as he walked in, and a single glance cleared him a place in the beer counter called out, and a fearful waiter handed him one. He instantly downed half the glass in one gulp, mentally thanking the fact that clones didn't seem capable of getting drunk. He then slammed the glass shut. It tastes like urine, he said, keeping his character. The mercenaries around relaxed at that. I know it's true, one said. He laughed. Half the men in the tavern did the same, as they did. The Naruto copy took the time to look around. The whole place was packed with fighters and warriors, visibly swords for hire with weapons in sight. Taking his glass, he threw the rest of the beer and cursed. I have to get me something better than this, he said. Then he looked at the tables in front of the counter. Any of you scum know someone who pays? There's probably someone who needs to die around here. Some drinkers got offended and took their weapons, but it didn't go further than that. Then a dark-haired man approached Mousy. Well, Shiro and Nick were arguing deeply when Sanryu appeared. He was back with his civilian disguise. Your news is as bad as mine, he asked as he stopped in front of the 2. It depends on what you have, Shiro replied. What we can say is that there are no ships, nothing to buy, and that everyone seems to be starving, all because of some unknown group. Rado Compan, said Sanru. What? That is the one that has control of this place. From what I remember, they are a shipping team that is dedicated to import/export, explained Rado. has at least one bar full of mercenaries under his command, and at least another missing ninja, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than double if they starved the place and cut off communications. That means they're hiding something, probably drugs or contraband, answered Shiro. Maybe even the slave trade, added NCO. Is true, said the leader. Some opposition, not much, answered the infiltrator from the bar. The main rebels were eliminated quite completely some time ago. Only one. It seems to be an old man who is building a bridge to the mainland. It is halfway there, but the man now, he's gone. The other two whistled. He's got courage, I'll give it to him, said Shiro. The question is, what do we do about it? This place has no value to the network, but I don't like leaving it like this, and bringing more money here to make things better will only make it worse. The three of them were silent for a good minute. Then Nico replied, we lift the chain. As much as I want to get involved, the Clone Council needs to know about this before we try to do anything. The other two nodded, and I have an idea how it continued. The clone prank day 50. Sarubo Use inside, looking at the boy sitting in the chair in front of his desk. If only he could focus all this talent into better applications. He thought the third cage would be one of our best geniuses. I guess you know why you're here, Naruto. I didn't, the orange boy replied. Instantly the Okage noticed that he was at least getting better at lying, since he didn't have any of his usual comments present. Oh, and I guess you don't know who painted Kazui's classroom bright pink, right? The academy student stood up as if to exclaim something. Then he dropped into his seat. He didn't say anything, and Sarutobi could clearly see the lie. This time this has to end, Naruto explained. The Okage, this is your 4th year at the academy. 4th? It's clear that you don't lack talent with everything you managed to achieve, but you have to do better. It won't be possible for you to stay at the academy forever until you pass. I've already had some problems keeping you enrolled. The fact that you started young was the only one saving grace he had. There were still students enrolled Naruto's age, so he had been able to discuss one more year. Tell me what you're doing different this year, asked the Okage. How do you expect to spend this time? Not to mention the Okage wasn't curious about this prank of his. He was glad that Naruto had at least an idea, but curiosity got the better of him this time. Naruto didn't even get up. He just stood there in his chair with his arms crossed, refusing to say anything. This is the 4th prank the teachers have had in 2 years, Monas Naruto, and not on a small scale either, said Sarutobi. And I suppose you'll say that you had nothing to do with the teachers' offices being filled with cats. Naruto smirked at those words and ruined it. So I see that you did, he said in a serious voice. Yes, I did, said Naruto, sighing. But you had to admit that it was fun, old man. The Okage took a deep breath. Let's make a deal, Naruto. I won't punish you for those pranks of yours. Not now, he explained. He hadn't planned on doing so, as he didn't want to interfere any further in school life of the boy. But you have to pass this year. I'm not even sure I can get you a place in the academy next session. Do that, and there won't be any punishment for those pranks of yours. Then he looked at the boy. Fail though, and I'll see you on garbage duty until you turn 18. You got that, Naruto? Without breaking a sweat replied the boy. It's a deal. Then he sighed. The Okage extending his hand. The boy shuddered. It's a deal. Sarutobi smiled as he sat back down. I'll keep you on that, he said seriously. Then he smiled. Then tell me about those jokes you probably didn't make. Naruto smiled back. Well, first there was a joke day 51. Iruka had been surprised before he was called for a meeting, especially since the next one was planned, which was only in 2 days. He had stressed for a moment, imagining the worst before relaxing. Naruto would have informed him directly if something really dangerous was happening. Still, he occupied his thoughts until finally classes ended. This time, he used the Urahara Hall closest to his house to get to Naruto's base. By now, he was pretty used to the dark paths and found himself at the council table less than 2 minutes before the appointed time. He was also beginning to recognize the different counselors. The trio with the books at the end of the table was the group in charge of the trading network, followed by the 2 merchant fathers. The Naruto next to them was not the real one, just a clone who was currently taking his place in the class. Ariko was next, talking to the clone in charge of training clandestine. There was also a new one he hadn't seen. The only differences between him and the original were a pair of glasses strapped to his left arm instead of over his head, and an eye patch on the other side with what looked like a pair of waves depicted. The Chunin didn't know what that meant, but suspected he would find out soon. Sorry, I was intercepted downstairs, said the original disguised as Muraru, finally taking his place at the table. Since the arrival of the Chibo, he was easier to find outside of public situations. The rabbit could always be found in or around the real student of the academy. In the last few days, Naruto was always Muraru, as the training his new master was giving him was too intense for a Kajbunin. Then the real student began. Sorry for the surprise meeting, but the heads of the network have something to discuss, and they claim it is urgent. He turned to the 3-year program now. Let me guess, interrupted Janae, the civil father. Hi, yes, wave, replied the head of downtown merchants. Iruka remembered something about Weef being late somehow. And what's so urgent? He asked. The unknown clone stepped forward. I'm Nico, 4th generation jumper. As part of the original OIF expedition, 4th generation Yivo chimed in. Clone of a clone of a clone of a clone, replied 4 different Narutos around the table, including Nico 2 days ago, 2 other clones, and I finally managed to swim our way. Wave continued. The Chunin master's eyes widened. It was known that the waters around Wave were treacherous and could only be used by skilled navigators. He had met Jining, who had died in places like that. He didn't want to know how many clones had disappeared along the way. There was nothing valuable in OIF for the trade network right now, and one simple reason for that. The Wave Corporation explained that they had amassed a large force of mercenaries along with some missing Nin, and used that force to close off all access to and from the island. I said. Irika then continued. When he saw that everyone was looking at him for a while, corporation is big, very big enough that it is economically more powerful than a good number of towns and countries. Ninja Nico continued. One thing is certain, whatever they are planning in W, it can't be good. The population is hungry, fearful, and distrustful. There is no law, and the mercenaries are basically doing what they want with the population. I suppose you have a plan, asked the real Naruto. Nick nodded. The three of us do it. You see, there is someone building. Irika stood up, interrupting the shadow clone. I'm sorry, he said with wide eyes. Are you planning on? I'm sorry, he said with wide eyes. Are you planning on taking on Gato Corporation? You missed the part where I said it was as powerful as some ninja villages. All the council members looked at each other, then nodded. I've been oppressed enough to not let others be oppressed. Not if I can do anything about it, the original Naruto said. And you could hear the finality in his words. Master Chunning leaned back in his seat. It's too dangerous, they'll kill you. He won't be there, replied Nico. The boss has to stay here to keep up the masquerade. We clones are the ones who will take on this mission. There were nods around the table. And it's not like we won't get any benefit from this. Irika motioned for him to continue. At this point, everything the trade network has done has been based in Konoha right here, he explained. However, the further we get from Fire Country, less useful becomes this. The network has been for a new place to base, but has not had much luck so far. Nico stopped to catch his breath. For operations in the East, Wave is perfect. It is right between Firea and Tur, and is very close to the main shipping lines in the area. Once Gato leaves Wave, there will be no competition against us, and some of the natural products of the island will sell well. Irika nodded in confirmation. Wave Island tobacco is well known for being the best in the elemental countries, and there are numerous plants that are used in making medicines that originate there. Than the master side. I'm not happy with this, but I'll listen to what your plan is then. Well said, Nico. This is what we came up with. First, we'll need Chapter 12 Silent War, Prank Day 53. Now that Group W knew the island better, getting back in was easy enough. The half-finished bridge was fine within jumping distance for Kiwami, and it wasn't long before NCO with the rest of the team. Welcome back, said the Kaibunin known as Shiro. The clone nodded and looked around. Only a dozen of us, he asked. We have more than 4 times that. The rest are exploring according to plan. Is there news, asked Niku. Not much yet. The only thing we found is a completely empty town on the south end of the island. The main clone's face hardened. As he said this, does that mean everyone died? Shiro shook his head. No, that doesn't seem to be the case. Some dead bodies, but not enough to account for the entire population. Slave trade, then Neek said grimly, and Shiro nodded in confirmation. That was one of the reasons why the Wave clone group was exploring. The main question the council had was why Wave. Compared to other places, Wave was close enough to the mainland that people could hardly get there. Multiple ideas had been talked about, especially by Irika, but nothing sure seems so, said Shiro. You have the equipment, of course, Nick replied, taking out several scrolls from his backpack. One of the problems with Kagebunin were the weapons. Although they were copied like anything else a ninja possessed, unfortunately, they were as susceptible to damage as a shadow clone, and the damage could burst both the weapon and the stand at the same time. As such, the real Naruto had arranged for NCO to carry a large amount of different weapons to Wave to use in the fight here, said Nico, handing him a dozen scrolls of storage. Then he went back into his backpack and pulled out a heavy stack of papers and a few hundred tags. Shiro's eyes widened. So many? I didn't even know we had that much. We didn't, Nico replied. This is Irika's contribution to the plan, as Naruto wasn't even a genin yet. He wasn't allowed to buy equipment like tags and storage scrolls for the scrolls. He currently had enough left, but tags were a different matter. However, Irika, as a chunin, wasn't so restricted and had bought just enough for the plan mission with some excess. Well, Shiro said, we'll have to thank you. Once this is done, this will make things a lot easier. He waved at me. Come on, let's put these away. The pair made a series of specific jumps, disappearing into the forest that was inside Wave Country. With all the experience the jumpers were getting in the Kiwami, aiming for specific but distant places was easier each day. The two ended up in a cabin in the woods. That's the base main, asked Nico. Don't be fooled, it has a basement that is much bigger than the ground floor, Shiro replied, leading him down a staircase to said basement. It had nothing in the Uruara training camp, of course, but it was still big enough for the dozen clones that had followed the couple to the base. Then, show me where we are, said Nico. Shiro drew his copy in front of a map. Well, he started joking. Day 56 Cock, the male clone infiltrating the civilian academy, forced himself not to yawn in front of the class. The teacher explained the rise of the family of the current Daima of Fire and the fall of the previous one. It was very boring, as a copy of Naruto understood why the original had decided to infiltrate the civilian academy and even agreed with what could be learned there. However, that did not mean that he found the work interesting or anything. What he did notice, however, was the difference between the Inaya curriculum and the civilian one. Some of them were obvious, like the lack of ninjutsu weapons classes and taijutsu, but even the classes that both institutions had in common had major differences. The history of the ninja was about war, plain and simple. The clan wars predate the ninja villages and their resolutions, followed by what led to the great shinobi wars and how they ended. There were some parts about specific people and what they did, but that always came back to the final war. The civil history was about people. On the other hand, how this person discovered this technique or that place, how a group of 3 explorers created a village that became a major trading center, rarely touched upon the wars, and the shinobi even less so during the last week since the 2 clones had been present. The names of only 3 ninjas were spoken, and all of them were cages. Even in mathematics, there was a huge difference. Mathematics was already about speed, processing numbers as fast as possible to get results fast enough, and close enough was better than slow, and exact, however, not for civilian math. Naruto knew what decimals were before the joke started from one of his math books, but he didn't remember ever having to use them. However, for civilians they were everywhere from money to time and weight. It was disturbing. Koku sighed softly and turned to his sister and her clone partner. Both had split the subjects in school into 2 halves, and history was one of theirs. He didn't know why she had chosen that. It's true, but he was happy about it. He didn't think he would have been able to stand it. What he did was pick up his book, so whatever it was he was working on, and pulled out his calligraphy homework. That was one of his subjects, and he thought it might help him learn seals in the future. So he pulled out a brush and ink and started writing. He didn't have the best handwriting, something Irika had complained about for a long time, so at least he would be better at it. However, the fact that it helped pass the time was the main reason. Joke day 58. The 2 Naruto clones had never been to such a fancy restaurant. They were pretty sure there was no Naruto bunin that had ever existed, at least not as a customer. The 2 were led inside by Tucci to a large table in a booth near the back of the restaurant, where 4 men and a woman were already waiting at a table for 8. Ma'am, gentlemen, the ramen chef began. Let me introduce you to Jane Janae, the owner of it. He thought for a moment. Kuroneko, right? Both clones, they nodded. Kuroneko trading store. I've been doing business with them for a few weeks now, and I think you'll be interested in what they have to offer. The story below. Then he turned to the clones around this table. There are other Konoha restaurateurs. Yokaku, owner of the restaurant. Yakin Kuku, a dark-haired man in simple clothes, greeted me. Bitsui of the Shusu Yaber, a spiky brown-haired man dressed in a kimono, nodded his head. Sunken Tsuya Cook at the Kanawa C. Zanio, a dark-haired man, dark with glasses, bowed formally. Sakurada Seiji, owner of the RRU. Good day, replied the burly man, and our hostess Kaiseki Koju. Welcome to the Koju. Jazan bowed to the 2 clones. The pleasure is all ours, they replied. Tucci looked around the table. Does anyone mind if we talk about work before the meal? Everyone shook their heads. Business before pleasure, always, intoned Tetsuya. Indeed, said Tucci, turning to the copies. I assume you brought copies of your catalog. They had 4 copies between the 2 that they handed out to both sides of the table. I'm surprised that such long-standing restaurants in Konoha are having problems with supplies. Anya, Tucci told him, while the others looked over a sign that said 50 years of Konoha history, and although the others weren't that old as far as he knew, Naruto had always known of their existence. Sage Suji looked at each other. Inside, the QB changed everything. Suji said the Merchant Council works by election. The remaining members of Konoha's merchants, they vote in a new member. When someone who occupies a seat dies, the QB emptied half of the seats and allowed a powerful block to form on the council. Most of us had ties to 1 or 2 council members, but they were all among the lost. Since then, Kaku continued joining the conversation. We have had problems importing various food, spices, and such, really anything that does not come from Konoha and its surroundings. Seiji nodded. The caravans are lost. There are problems with the orders themselves, thefts, lost items. He sighed. All sorts of reasons. Personally, I get the impression that some people are trying to soften us up, weaken us, said his hostess, trying to force us to sell our shops. I've been getting 3 to 4 offers for my restaurant every year, and I know I'm not the only one. The men were at the table, even Tucci, as felt. Janae stepped back with a surge of anger. Ichiraka Tucci ramen was not something he wanted to contemplate. The prices are… Hello, Tetsuya interrupted. I'll take Ichiraka's word for it that delivery is fast. However, there are items that interest me that are not listed in your catalog. The catalog is only what we're sure we can supply, Janae replied. If there are other items that interest you, just say so. As long as we have an idea of the price you'll pay and where it can be found, we'll do our best to get you the merchandise you need. We have contacts all over the continent, so go ahead and ask. Perfect, Seiji replied with a smile. The orders started coming in then, just as Koju started bringing out drinks. Over half the items weren't in the actual catalog, but that just meant the net had a way of improving. The story continues below. The meal afterwards was equally instructive. The various restaurateurs knew Konoha like the back of their hand and were full of useful anecdotes and stories. Jine and Ain listened attentively, as there were many tips and suggestions on how to run a business at all times. It didn't hurt that this was the best meal the pair had ever eaten, even including Ichiraka's ramen. Not that they were saying that would be blasphemy. Joke day 59, where there were less than 100 Naruto bunin in Oi 5 days ago, there were now over 1,000, and they weren't stopping there. The search had already yielded good results. For a while, he was using a city on the opposite side of Fire Country as a port of call, and had as many mercenaries there as in the city near the bridge. Most of the cities on that side of the island were now ghost towns, empty to the last person. The clones had infiltrated the city again as a missing ninja. Sanryu was the one who had taken that job once again, only this time as a ninja from Wind Country, since rumors said that Gato had several Kirigakure shinobi on his payroll. It wouldn't be good if someone who knew the Kirin ninjas better than them found out. The base they used had also changed, although the cabin in the forest was still used as an outpost and depot weapons storage. The command center for the missing had moved Naruto's Bunin, were now based in an abandoned mansion near the center of the island that seemed to have been emptied by Gato's forces in the previous months. However, they would post a good number of sentinels to make sure Gato didn't return. Incoming jumper, a clone shouted from his position on the roof. Another Naruto clone appeared right in the plaza, prepared for the arrivals. He ran straight inside and headed straight towards Shiro, who was still leading this mission. We have confirmation from the cat shinobi forces, said the jumper as soon as he was in the same room as the main clone. Four of them, Zabuza, Aku, and Mayu, one of the clones further back, cringed. He said, "We have a great resistance right there." Shiro turned to said clone, who was looking for a book. "What do you mean?" Zabuza Michi read the clone from the bingo book. It was from Earth, and the most recent one. They had found the demon of the hidden Mist X, member of the Seven Swords of the Mist Xu, master of silent slaughter, still possesses Yusa Cub Kirit. His sword, his eyes widened. The bounty on his head is quite large. He's not an opponent we can take on, right? Shiro asked. Not without a lot of luck, no. Shiro turned to the jumper. "Good job, go eat. Then get back to your position. We need to find out where he's based. We can't attack until we know he won't interfere with us." Killing Gato, that wasn't something the Naruto clones expected, but leaving Gato alive wasn't an option. Had proven he could do too much damage to stay alive. It was even part of Konoha shinobi upbringing. "Don't let an enemy breathing down your back, Josh," said the jumper Volve, leaving to run to the kitchen where his ramen was waiting. "Then everything else goes according to plan," said Nico, was still a jumper and had traveled the Konoha Wave Highway 2 more times since returning from Konoha the first time. Food had been his main load both times. The story continues below, and actually he didn't answer. Shiro Grado is out of the country, and no one knows how long. We still haven't found his main base as he doesn't live in the port, and there's a rumor that the bridge builder left for Konoha to recruit ninja for his protection. Nico had to admit that the pressure was clearly mounting. The additional ninja from Konoha meant that they might have to remove most of their forces so as not to interfere with an official Leaf mission. Incoming jumper, said jumper, didn't even wait for being inside. "The flagship of Gato Corporation has just arrived in port with man on board." Shiro looked relieved. End joke. Day 62. Even with Gato on the island, it was 3 days before they were ready to attack. Days that included the frantic search for the lair of the missing Nin, the constant tracking of Gato by clones, most of them in animal form, and the discovery of man's base. It turns out the slave trade wasn't the only pie. Gato had his finger in deep in the forests of Wave, accessible only through a hidden path from one of the country's many rivers. Rado had a plantation over a dozen square kilometers wide, all growing black swamp poppies, the source of the most addictive drug currently on the market. The only reason the clone group had accomplished all that is because Gato didn't trust the ninjas under his command. He saw them briefly, maybe once a day, and nothing more. The tycoon entrusted his security detail to a group of ex-mercenaries, samurai. By their appearance, said fighters did not realize that Gato was being spied on. The ninjas would have done so, although it did not seem that Zabuza had seen them. The same could not be said of the girl/boy under his command. Aku, she was incredibly perceptive, and the clones that a clone appeared right next to Shiro using Kiwami. All are in position like everyone else present was dressed in the camouflage suit of this mission, all black with gloves, and a simple mask with 0 inscribed on the forehead in case something went wrong. The clones didn't want anything to link them to Konoha. The shadow clone leader nodded. "Missing Nin Zabuza has been seen at their base, and how is a constant presence in the windows. I think he picked up something." There was no need to say anything else since Gozu and Meizu had been seen leaving the island 2 days ago, and hadn't been seen since. "That's probably the best we can get," Shiro said, nodding, then looked Jersey straight in the eyes. "The mission is go code Amber. Good hunt to everyone." The jumper nodded, took his CA, and dissipated in a single movement. All of Shiro's team moved forward, and the leader had to catch up for a moment. Then they came out of the trees to the plantation, all the teams in perfect synchronization. You can't beat Shadow Clone Mezen for the time. The picket guards didn't even have time to scream before the swarm approached them. The guard in front of Shiro's team took a dozen Kuna and Shuriken mixed together almost instantly and fell with a sound. "What the story continues below." BBB, Shiro said, intently pointing towards one of the many buildings that served as barracks for the many swords for hire that Gato has under his command. The bloody part of the day had begun. Sweeping through a closed window, the clone with the very imaginative name of Kyun Nango was grateful for all the training the clones had done on the chakra shield. Neither the impact nor the sharp pieces of glass touched him, and he was inside. The sound woke all the mercenaries sleeping, but not fast enough. By the time the first warrior got up and armed himself, the clone had put a kunai into 6 different mercenaries, trying to get out of bed. Only 2 had died, but they were all now incapacitated enough to not cause trouble for the moment. Shio dodged the sword swing, chin instinctively falling into the first stance of the sharp fist. His arm automatically rose parallel to the blade and immobilized it, instantly reaching for a kunai with his other hand. The mercenary was faster, He took out his Tonto and opened the belly of the clone Shio. He was instantly sucked back. His death was not in vain, since the copy that had followed him put a shuriken directly in the eyeball of the mercenary. While he wondered what happened, the other 4 clones finished off everyone else in the room. Unfortunately, there were still many more. The cat bedroom was on the 3rd and last floor of his mansion. As if that made it safer, it wasn't even a little at this point. Naruto's mini-clones were fine versed in the tree-walking technique that Kiritoy had taught Muraru over 2 weeks ago. 2 full clone units, which meant 32 clones, hit the walls running and climbed up them. The sentinels on the roof too. Sleeping swordsmen with 4 more playing a card game never saw them coming and fell before anyone could lift a sword. Then they went back down to the cat window. Said window was closed, true, but that meant nothing to the boy who was still the best prankster in Konoha. Was not sealed, so it took about a minute before a clone opened it, and the teams filled inside. The cat bed was big enough for 4 people, and for good reason, as there were 4 people inside for a while. He was clearly enjoying the fruits of his own enterprise, as he had 3 women with him in his bed, and 2 of them looked rather young to be in such a place. Team 1 signed the leader of this part of the mission in what they called bunny language: clean house, kill guards, capture 16 others. Nods responded as that group left the room. The leader then pointed 6 clone girls: take another room, don't talk, mass feelings, rest, bite, tie, target. The masks hid everyone's face, but he could feel the smiles as he could see the language was still a work in progress. It didn't take them 5 minutes to tie Cat up tighter than a sausage. They had even given him a sheet of annoyance, although that was more for his own mental health than for something else. Then he was taken outside by a single Bunin, while the rest began to dismantle the man's office. All good? The clone leading Gato asked Shiro as he caught up to him standing in the middle of the fields. We have a dozen fugitives, but nothing totally unexpected. Shiro replied, that's the man. The story continues below. The clone nodded. There's no reason to leave him alive now, Shiro said, withdrawing his sword, one of the weapons that had come from Konoha. The group had discussed the possibility of torturing Gato, but realized they didn't have the stomach for it. A clean kill or death in combat was better. There were many clones that as soon as the fighting was over, they went to secluded places and vomited what little they could. Shiro would do the same later. Once everything was done, he was the leader. He had to restrain him. Now, Miyamoto had been training them with the sword for over a month. They were still nowhere near proficient in Kenjutsu, but cutting off the head of someone immobile with a single blow was well within his abilities. Given a minute to prepare, the cat's head rolled off his shoulders and fell to the ground. His body a second later. This ended up being Shiro's only kill that day. Seal the head, the Bunin leader ordered, and have someone bring Kakata and add him to the collection. That was the Anif settlement closest to Fire Country where the bridge was being built. Rado had a place there where he displayed the heads and the bodies of the people who opposed him. His would be a masterpiece of that collection. His body goes to one of the mass graves. The rest of you gather up everything worth anything or useful. We'll burn the place down once we're gone. I wasn't going to leave so many Poolas for no one to find. Another half-hour passed before Gato's safe was found, and 2 more before careful use of fire chakra opened it. Shiro took the money in there, and after looking through Gato's ledger, sealed a large part of the money in a scroll that was delivered to a specific messenger. The non-monetary items found: the cat's arm, the bank keys, and the like were given to Nico, who made 6 clones and was leaving the country. It would take 15 days, but the rest of the possessions and the cat fortune would fall into the hands of Naruto's group. But now there was one last thing to do before the coming day ended, said Aku. Zabuza, always a light sleeper, got up straight from his bed here. He had been waiting for something all this day, if not all week. There was something on the edge of his senses that was making him nervous. He wanted to investigate, but his master had forbidden it. Zabuza expected Gato to turn on him, and it wouldn't do for Aku to spring a trap for him. There was a knock on the door. Aku opened it as Zabuza returned Kubikiri to his place on the man's back. There was what was visibly a ninja on the other side of the door, dressed all in black with a white mask on. White. The character 0 was the only clue to the identity of the man. Coming to see someone like me at 2 in the morning is not conducive to maintaining good health, you know, said Zabuza, looking at the ninja. The man bowed. I'm sorry, but I think there have been events that you should know about. You have a name. You can call me, laughed, said the ninja, and I'm here to inform you of Gato's death 3 hours earlier. Zabuza frowned, and his hand grabbed the pommel of the blade that hung over his shoulder. That's not something I like to hear. Something else I should know before I gut like an Aku. Fish had been concentrating on the man this whole time. There was something strange about his chakra, and how a clone Aku quickly signed this with his master. The story continues below. Zabuza's frown hardened for a moment. There's not even blood for my sword. Aku spat. He could tell the clone smiled, even with the mask. In fact, a clone, you're the first to notice. I see your reputation is well deserved. Get to the point, Zabuza replied. King pulled out a scroll. I have here the payment that Gato promised him at the beginning of their contract. And what will I have to do to get it if I don't loot your corpse? Nothing, King replied, handing the scroll to Zabuza. He tossed it to Aku, signing verify with his other hand. The ice ninja did so and sank deeper into the building. He released the money and counted it quickly, and it was exactly for the river. Then he sealed them once more. The money is good, Zabuza-sama. The tension in the room dropped. Why all this? Zabuza asked. I laughed. He bowed again. The group I am part of would like to ensure good relations. It is simply very possible that in the future we may need someone of your ability, and being fair is just good business. Then you want a way to get to me, replied Zabuza. That would be perfect. The Xer Yanu thought for a minute, then gave the location of one of the dead drops that Aku knew far away in grass country. The ninja wrote down all the details, nodded, and said, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Then he walked out into the forest and lost his senses the next second. Pack your bags, you ordered Zabuza. Already doing the same. We are out of the country tonight. We grab the brothers and go straight to BA. The self-proclaimed tool nodded, grabbing his own equipment. Only a few minutes later, he realized that all the pressure on the edge of his consciousness had disappeared. Joke Day 63. Yuka was glad to notice the sign that there was a meeting of those who know tonight. Ever since the news came from Wave, he had been worried about what might happen. Last Sunday was even worse. He worked at the mission office on weekends, and there was a C-rank mission to escort Tazuna, whose name he recognized from Naruto's meeting back. The Okage personally handed said mission to Kurenai's 8th team. Although the woman was a talented honing, it was said that the mission was C-rank, meaning that contact with enemy ninjas was not expected. She had almost broken her promise to Naruto at that exact moment. Just to give a warning, only the fact that Naruto had said that everything would be over in the next few days prevented her from doing so. At this point, navigate through the tunnels of Yuruwara, as they called them, it was second nature, at least from his home or from the academy. He arrived almost at the same time as everyone else, taking a seat in front of the real Naruto and his partner Yivo. Then, some great news, said the real Uzumaki. As soon as everyone was in their place, Nick has returned with news of the Wave mission, and everything went well. Irika released the breath he had been holding. Thank God, he said. Then Rado has ended up dead, and he replied, NCO, we left only his head, and we put it with their opponents on display. Irika had to agree that there was poetic justice right there. We took everything we could from their businesses. We burned the drugs and freed the slaves. We're currently up 5.5 in Rillo, and we haven't even reached a million. That's not much for a company like that, Irika replied. Billions. Actually, NCO continued, the man had a lot of money hidden everywhere. The main reason I'm in Konoha was to empty the accounts that I had here. Irika's eyes widened. Almost forgot. Take Naruto. He handed a scroll to Irika. The money you gave us for the joke after the casino trick, we found we didn't need it anymore. Casino trick. It seems that Narutos have a lot of luck in anything that is a game of chance, explained another Naruto. Not the original. The clones we have in Tanzaku have been accumulating funds slowly, but surely, especially for the commercial network. With the payment of Cat's death, we are ready for anything. Come on. Irika nodded blankly, slumping in his chair. And the Wave ninjas, that's what he feared the most, weren't really a problem, Nico pointed out. Rado, I didn't trust them, so we didn't have any problems with the attack. However, we dealt with them afterwards. I didn't want them hanging around. They were out of the country the last time they were sighted. The clone smiled. Zabuza, he may have been gruff, but at least he played fair. Irika was glad he hadn't been drinking anything, as he would have sprayed it all over the table. Momoi, Zabuza, said the mist demon with wide eyes. And you met him? I personally don't, answer Nico, but another clone does. He's rough around the edges, but plays it straight. The best thing of all is that we have a way to contact him in case we need superior firepower. The many clones at the table nodded, while Yuka stood there stunned. I would have never accepted the Wave mission if I had known of Zabuza's presence. The man was known for eating Mtambu's teams. He would have gone through the many shadow clones like a knife through butter. The meeting continued, discussing Aints eating equipment and training. Irika barely paid attention, still mentally stuck on the close call they had received. Prank Day 65. Naruto, the real one this time without disguise, was intercepted just as he was about to leave for lunch. The last few days taijutsu had given way to weapon throwing, which meant he could stop impersonating Muraru. The person was Kirai, and Naruto had to concentrate for a moment so as not to treat him like he did Muram. What, sensei? The man's eyes locked with his. I'm not a fool, I've seen you, he said in a clear voice. Clearly you're planning a joke of some kind, I know it, and you won't surprise me. A drop of poison. Chapter 13. It's a trap. Joke Day 65. Naruto couldn't help but show some surprise. Even though he tried to hold him, he had seen something. There was some detail that he hadn't paid enough attention to in his time as Muraru. Near the man gave some kind of clue. Empty your pockets, the teacher shouted. Naruto did so, thanking the fact that he currently had nothing incriminating him. Yet the Chunin made him remove everything, even the contents of his hidden pockets. Kiritori frowned, but handed it all back to him. The teacher then looked straight at him. I know you already, you're too calm not to be planning something. He won't catch me this time, he pointed with both his eyes. He won't escape my sight. With a flash of perception, Naruto understood what it was about. After Kirit's revelations, and at the memorial stone, he had stopped making jokes on the man. It would be like hitting someone who was depressed and thought it was wrong. He had told Irika at the beginning of the joke he only joked with those who deserved it, and Kiritori didn't anymore. He still needs to explain that somehow. It's not what you think, Naruto quickly replied. If anything, Kiritori's frown grew more severe. You say well, said Naruto, building the story in his head. Muraru He caught me doing something, and he clearly wasn't happy with what he was seeing. We argued about it. I thought he should take my side since we were both orphans, you see that. Started an argument about family. I don't think he really meant it, but your family's history came to light. Sensei Naruto had to force himself not to speak like Murara did, and bowed his head. I'm sorry. The look on Sichin's face had already gone past the level of a frown. You don't know anything about it, he spat out. I'm better than you think, the blonde replied. He couldn't help but look at his stomach where the seal resided. The useless thing had been nothing but trouble all his life. Kirito Ori's eyes widened. You know about the K? He started only to stop when Naruto made the universal sign for silence. The Chunin then looked around to make sure no one had heard, and when his eyes landed once again on Naruto, he was completely serious. Who told you that? The master asked, his voice clearly under strict control. Your predecessor. Naruto replied, the man told me, trying to turn me against the village. He made a slight smile. I punched the lights. You still don't know anything about my pain, Kirito growled. Nothing, replied Naruto. Couldn't help but start to get angry. Kirito was now one of his most precious people. With all the help and training he gave to Muraru, and hearing him say that hurt beyond measure. Nothing. You are the one who knows nothing. You have had a father and a mother, brothers and sisters, even a wife and children. Can you remember their faces and their voices? You know their names and their stories. I'm sorry. He was clear who he meant. Naruto took them, but don't tell me I don't know loneliness. You spat that word at. Least you knew them. I didn't even understand that. The story continues below. This time Naruto had no qualms about looking Kiritori straight in the eyes. He took them from me, just like he did with you. I didn't have a father to teach me to read and tell me stories. I didn't have a mother to cook me good meals and bandage my wounds. Hell no, I was an only child, or if he had brothers and sisters before he came. Naruto was now watching. I don't even have his name, Uzumaki. It's honorary after a village. I barely know anything about you. Never had to stand alone in a corner while everyone else was having fun. You never had to face the stairs, the words, and the rocks they sometimes threw. You couldn't stop. Not now. You never had to spend your birthday in hiding because they might hurt you if they found you. You think you know loneliness. You know nothing. You only know the loss. Well, I'm sorry. You actually had something to lose. Naruto spat, then sniffed. I wish I had at least that. The blonde then saw Iruka further down the hall. He couldn't deal with him at that moment, not with the tears coming out. He screwed him up. He cursed as he turned around. I didn't come here for insults like that. I'm out of here, he said as he pushed the doors open. However, if he had looked back, he might have been surprised by the look on Kiritori's face and the embarrassment clearly visible there. Joke day 66. Kurenai sighed as she reached the coast of Wave County. It seemed her team had dodged the so-called C-rank curse. At least Kurenai wasn't one to believe in that kind of superstitions in general, but her first rank ended up involving the Hop nobility, a renegade ninja clan, and a hidden chapter of the Jason Church. And the worst thing was that she wasn't the only one. Most of her fellow Honings had stories like that, somehow too much to be a coincidence. She would still have careful anyway. There are no enemies on the coast or in sight, Sensei said. Hinata sub, you gone trailing off. It's good to see that the security measures he had implemented in his team were also respected. The female Jonin was surprised to see that. Theon was well, festive or jubilant would have been the description he would have used. The rumors in the bit said that Wave was going through a bad economic period with rampant poverty and hunger, but that was not what she was seeing. There were people partying and dancing in the streets, and when she asked a passerby, he said that this had been going on for a few days already. The islanders welcomed Tazuna like an old friend, which was visibly not what the old man was expecting. With pats on the back and promises to help the latter's bridge, the man was clearly surprised and quickly excused himself to return home. It was there that the whole story came out. Tazuna had hired a Gening team as cat protection, the shipping magnate that controlled the region. Only it was said that Gato had done something to make the ninjas go after him. The official word was from a village of the hidden spirits, whatever that is, and the man's head was brought in without the rest of his body 3 days ago. There was some trouble with thugs hired by Gato in town, but one of the villagers made a deal with a mercenary company here in Oif looking for work. That group, the Tayson, made sure that Gato's ancient hired swords were kept a secret and obey the law. There had only been one death, a thug who tried to take liberties with someone's daughter. No matter what, the rest stayed calm. The story with continues down dinner and saw some of their members patrolling, clearly samurai, especially the way they walked. The bun was also a big clue. Hinata said they had strong chakra networks, which could have indicated some ex-ninja training, but no self-respecting ninja would wear bright orange and red as these guys did. She stayed in the city with her genin until the construction was finally completed as their contract stipulated. Then she left using said bridge. By then most of the celebrations were over. The bridge ended up being called the Great Bridge of Freedom in honor of W's recent liberation. Watching her team walk towards Konoha Sana and Iglisa made her finally start to relax. She felt stupid forever believing a superstition like that. Joke day 68. Uzumaki's Senkan, see you for a moment, Kidori asked as soon as Naruto entered the academy. Naruto had been afraid of that. This was the first day he was there since he rants to say he was afraid of his reaction. Still, he had to face the music. Sure, my office, please, indicated the teacher with one hand. Look. Over that rant Naruto began as soon as the two of us were alone in the man's office, only to receive the hand signal to stop. The teacher then bowed. You have nothing to say, Uzumaki-san. It's me, who should make excuses, Kiritori intoned in a clear and serious voice. I have shamed my family with both actions and words, and restitution must be made. You were right in your argument. You have lost as many and no more than I, and by ignoring your losses, I have dishonored my own. You have my sincerest apologies for this deplorable conduct of mine. Please accept the regrets of an elder who should have known better. Naruto didn't know what to say. Well, it's in the past, right? He said with a smile. The future is more important, don't you think? In fact, it is, Kiritori replied as he stood up from his bow, the ghost of a smile on his lips. This was the most he had ever seen in the man, except when he was training as a Muraru. You are very wise for your age today, the blonde replied. Can you stop with the small talk? Polite, you know I feel like I'm doing something wrong when you talk like that. Yes, definitely a smile. I'll try now. It won't hold you back from your classes. I'll see you later today in weapons class. See you then, said Naruto, opening the office door. And thank you, Kiritori added softly as Naruto walked away. It was nothing, the blonde replied as the door closed behind him. The weapon throwing lesson that day was the most productive Naruto had ever had. Joke Day 71. After more than 80 days of training, Naruto's council finally declared the jutsu competition closed, and the groups had to present their results. The last place, where the members were already known, the earthly ninjutsu team had tried everything but had not progressed in months. They took the defeat gladly, knowing that they had been out of the race from the start. The story continues below. The wind group was next. A trio of clones stood in the area marked out for the test with their backs together, and a wind began to spiral around them, coming from the ground. It barely took a minute, but by that time the spiral had turned into a tornado with the three clones as the eye. It was clearly powerful, as all the clones could feel the pull from where they were standing dozens of meters away. The funnel carried a huge mass of sand and stone that crushed both the floor and the ceiling. One of the Bunin inside the eye had even released a paper kunai, so everyone could see how fast the wind was spinning. It was basically a blur. Then they began to move slowly, but moving anyway. All the Bunin who were watching applauded the screen. Of course, it was not dominated in any sense of the term, but the group had made great progress. The applause did not stop when the wind calmed down and the tornado disappeared barely a minute later. Okay, said the real Naruto. I guess originally it was due to a single ninja, right? The wind team nodded. How long can you make it last? Asked Naruto. 8 minutes is the record right now, averaging around 6.5, replied a member of the wind test. A few more weeks of work, and we'll hit a steady 10-minute mark. Perfect, said the original, turning to the teams that still they were waiting next. The lightning team ended up being next once again. 3 clones entered the designated arena, one of them holding what the rest assumed were accessories. The middle clone stepped forward. Well, our technique is from the Uruara clan, and I'm pretty sure everyone here knows what that means. A chorus of nods replied. The Uruara techniques tend to be deadly to the user. They are usually only useful as a last resort, so find a way to show our results. It was difficult. Anyway, here it is. Then he nodded to the 2 copies beside him and stepped away. The clone holding the bag pulled out of its depths a piece of wire with lights every few inches, and in a single movement extended it upwards while holding both ends. The other quickly went through the hand signs. Right, Unsao, and screamed, grabbing both ends of the wire. There was an intense flash of light that barely lasted a second, then the sound of glass breaking as the lamps would overload. Almost instantly the Bunzen performing the technique was smoking, and the other had dropped the rope and was blowing into his hand as if to cool them down. The wire fell to the ground an instant later, now a bubbling mess of plastic and metal. The applause was much less present this time. The blonde really looked around at the other members of his council, who nodded. It works, that can't be denied. However, he had to agree that the presentation could have been better, even if he had no idea how it could be achieved. It was somewhat disappointing after the wind team's tornado. The water team that came after wasn't a much better show. They showed the technique against a wave of throwing weapons, which was good, but not much more than that. The clone that performed the technique blew all the weapons away with a single throw, but disappeared as soon as the AG blast landed on the ground. They hadn't even touched it. Is that normal? Ichip asked from his place on Naruto's head. Not why we read about the technique, no, but that is the result we have always had, answered one of the members of the water group. We can make the technique work, it is true, but we have not found how to limit the amount of chakra that is needed, and it takes everything. The story continues below. Can you show us again? Asked the clone that embodied Ariko. Another clone performed the technique, this time pointing upwards. Naruto had to say that the large mass of water was impressive. The jutsu created more than 10 times the mass of a clone in liquid, but again the Bunin left after the last team. Naruto shouted. A pair of clones shot over the crowd to land in the test area, one on each side. The first was a mirror image of the only image that Naruto's clones had of a Uruara, white blonde hair that passed through the ears, striped hat with a Konoha headband, black kimono, and Jetta. The other, although he did not pose as a specific person, was clearly in Yukiya, had the fan symbol, the effeminate face, black hair tucked in his back, and Sasuke's patented scowl. The fake Yukiya then launched a stream of fire at his enemy. The Uruara did not shy away, doing hand seals with precision. Katon Akaraka Jigaku. Before his outstretched hand appeared a foot-wide black ball, and a second later, the flames faded away, absorbed by the sphere. But not over the pair began what was visibly a scripted, but still impressive battle with a backdrop of cheers and applause. The two transformed shinobi dodged and the Yukia attacked, using mainly fireballs, shuriken, and kunai, as well as trying to take the battle to hand-to-hand range. The Uruara didn't let anything land. He evaded the projectiles, absorbed all the fire attacks that came his way, and even managed to Kamiri along with the sphere when his enemy was too close. Then once the Uruara had manipulated the fake Yukia into position, he threw the sphere directly into the flames that his opponent was firing. They were picked up like everyone else, unable to do so. To dodge, the Yukia tried to block the approaching ball. The moment he was touched, the sphere vanished, releasing a huge flame. The Uruara had to make a Kamiri to save himself as his position was overcome by the fire burst. The flame lasted only a moment, but the heat remained. The stone floor melted into a large circle 20 m wide, and the water that the previous team had generated had vanished into steam. The Uruara returned with another sphere in his hand. With it, he absorbed the remaining heat and continued the performance alongside two clones who joined him. They threw eras at each other, as if they were playing with balls like children. They then formed a line and broke the balls on purpose, this time releasing a stream of flames upwards. Then they bowed. The crowd went wild with cheers and applause. Not only did they have the best performance, but they clearly mastered their technique to a higher level than the others. Although he was pretty sure it wasn't necessary, the original looked at his fellow members of the council seeking approval. All he got were nods and thumbs up. It's official, he shouted. The winners of the first Clone Jutsu competition, it's Team Fire with Katon Akaraka Jigaku. Congratulations. The cheers doubled when this was said, and much handshaking and applause occurred. The defeated teams took their losses willingly, admitting that they had been outmatched at every turn. They joined in the cheering. It was only an hour later that the real Naruto managed to speak to a member of the group. Good job. He said the victory was well deserved. How you handled the last part, the streams of fire. There was nothing in the scrolls about that. The story continues below. Controlled failure. This is how it is done. The Bunin replied, you stop holding a part of the sphere while you keep the rest. The flame inside runs out of the hole, but anything that gets close to the remains of the sphere is reabsorbed and then stops again. Or controlled explosion. There are probably more ways we can do, but that is the only one. We really made it in time. Maybe in the future. Controlled failure, huh? Naruto said in his mind. That's something to think about. Joke day 73. For the second time in a week, Naruto was intercepted by a teacher at the entrance of the academy. This time, however, it wasn't something he would have been afraid of. Irika was there waiting for himself, and with quick hand gestures he motioned for the blonde to follow him. So what's wrong? Sensei asked as soon as they were alone. Irika smiled. Two things. First, you looked at the other two properties whose deeds I took from the Shinobi archive. Sure. If you had to keep one, which one would you do? Naruto thought for a moment. The place in Mitsu. Sure. Why not? Keiki's compound is certainly bigger, he asked. Chin is too open. What would be a problem with all my clones? Explained Naruto. The place in Mitsu is also closer to Ariko's house. There was a moment of silence. Why did you ask? I told you I would use one of these places, right? Naruto nodded. Well, the class has one next, practice on stealth and trap evasion, so I thought it would be a perfect time to make use of the third scripture. Ah. Again, Naruto complained they are boring. I think he could have done the last one blindfolded. Irika was about to rebuke his accusation, then thought about it. Naruto, he had a perfect score the last time he did this exercise, and the time before that too. He turned to the blonde. Do you think these are too easy? Hell yeah, I replied, then realized he swore. I mean, it's not even a challenge. Naruto was well known for having made pranks even to the Okage and the several times, so after that Yuka could understand that the academy course was not a challenge. Then he realized that here he had the opportunity to improve this test in reality. Naruto, how about being on the other side of the test this time? Your ability to attend to traps is among the highest in the class, and I think that some more practical experience would be just what you need. And that would fix some of the complaints of Naruto from always having to do the exact same classes over and over again. Seriously, I can make some improvements to the course. Naruto replied. The surprise was evident in his voice. The smile that appeared when Irika nodded was ringing. That would be great. Meet me there tonight at 8, and we'll go over it. Now back to class. The bell rings in 2 minutes. Naruto nodded eagerly and ran off while Yuka smiled internally. The rest of the class would hate him after this. It would probably make them better ninjas. Most likely it would be funny. Certainly Naruto was in front of the building at 8 o'clock. So how is he gonna be sensei? The story continues below, and Lucas smiled. And this particular example was a little crueler than usual. I've thought about it some more and decided to give you free reign with a couple of instructions. The teacher said, I'll grade your work and add it as an extra for the general knowledge. Final ninja. Naruto deserved those points. Yes, 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 Naruto exclaimed. Now, what are the rules? Nothing lethal, nothing dangerous. Explain the Chin. We want them to learn from this. The blunt shuriken nook kunai are basically the maximum allowed in terms of actual damage. The professor raised a second finger, increasing level of difficulty as it goes deeper, because we want to test how long they last before falling into a trap. Third finger, clearly visible results since we want them to realize what they did wrong. The Chinin thought for a moment. That's all. Now you need some specific equipment. When will the test be? Asked Naruto. Inside 3 days. Naruto smiled. How about I check things today? and bring you a list at the academy tomorrow. That will be fine, Yuka replied. Now you need me for something? The blonde shook his head. No, I will start right now. Yuka greeted. I will be waiting for the list, then do a good job. Without a doubt, he is allowed to play a prank on the entire class with the teachers. Approval that deserved his best effort. He turned around and walked straight in while Yuka headed home. Prank day 75. The katana the clone was holding fell to the ground as he burst out. Miyamoto sheathed his own sword, then turned to the real Naruto, who was waiting next to them. Looking at the match, the rabbit sat up. Saiza, what mistake did your clone make this time? The academy student scratched the back of his neck. For God's sake, I don't know, you just went straight on the offensive and ran right through. Standing up, the samurai replied, I could easily see his feet were placed incorrectly. If your clone's stance had been secure, he could have easily dodged my charge as a modal an hour of the fourth. Kata with 20 clones. A man, said Naruto, but still generated the necessary clones, took position 2 palms from each other, and began to do the kata over and over again. After a minute of such work, Miyamoto Naruto spoke again. With me, the boy really left the group. Yes, show me those swords you have, said the rabbit. Naruto took him to the warehouse they used for weapons. There on one of the walls were all the weapons they had in their hands, including most of the wave ones. The rest were in the hands of the Tayson that pretended to be a mercenary group. Naruto explained. The rabbit, you are approaching the point where you will have to choose a specific weapon. Although a good samurai can fight with any sword that ends his personal weapon, it should be like another hand to him, an extension of his body. I instinctively know how far it reaches and how much it weighs, how it cuts through the air and comes out of its sheath. This familiarity can only happen after extensive training with just this blade. He continued, I have an exercise in mind, but first you must choose your own sword. The story continues below. Naruto looked around at the many swords on the wall. Some were nicer than others, some were longer, but he found he couldn't choose. He didn't know what made one sword better than another, unless it was obvious. Do you have any suggestions? Naruto finally asked. How? I don't really know anything about swords. What would you recommend? Miyamoto nodded, then walked over to the wall and began examining the weapons there. Some he passed by without saying a word, others he unsheathed them and took the few others in his hand and held them. At the end, he brought forward 5 swords. These are the best among the ones you have. All 5 were clearly different, some special feature. The son placed the 5 on the ground. They are all well made of good steel, but as you saw, there are differences. He indicated the first one. This is the longest, not a katana, but a D. It is heavier than I personally would prefer something that increases the cutting power, but makes it more tiring to use. He pointed to the next 2. These 2, they are almost identical and I suspect from the same maker. Well balanced, neither too light nor too heavy. Moved on to the next, a beautifully made and solid blade. Also, the pommel is longer than usual, making it easier to use with 2 hands. However, it changes the balance of the sword. Then he put his hand on the last one, a very light blade, narrower than usual, very fast, but much less effective against armor due to lack of weight. Then he looked directly at Naruto. At this point, it's his choice based on his style. Personal, each has its advantages and disadvantages. Naruto thought for a long moment, then picked up one of the 2 similar leaves. This, I believe, is a valid choice, replied Miyamoto. May I ask what caused it? Naruto grabbed the leaf at his side. You said these 2 are almost identical, right? The rabbit nodded. Then, if something were to happen to this one changing into the other, it wouldn't require much time to master. Correct, and a valid point, said Miyamoto, nodding. Now let's go back downstairs and continue your training. The kata room. Once more about the exercise you talked about, asked Naruto. Will it have to wait a full day of training? Said the rabbit with a slight smile. And we will need access to the forests around Konoha. Something I should know? Asked the boy. Miyamoto was silent for a moment. Just get ready to run and block a lot. That didn't raise hopes much. Joke day 76. Today was a day that had been depressing for Naruto the last 3 years. Today was the start of the Chin exam. The blonde couldn't help but think that if things had been different, he would currently be participating. He could be showing everyone how wonderful he was and getting one step closer to his ultimate goal. And the fact that this time the exam was in Konoha didn't help. At least he had something to fall back on. Today was also the day that Irika was testing everyone in stealth and trap avoidance, and he could pit his talents against those of his classmates, though in a different way. Irika approached him. Already, he asked. The blonde nodded. All the traps are set, and the scrolls are in place. All that's left for me is to get inside. The story continues below, because that someone will have to reset everything between each attempt. Right, the master nodded. That's me. I would have thought some of your clones would already be inside handling that, replied Irika. Naruto shook his head. Better not. I wouldn't want the fact that I can make clones to become public knowledge. No, right now it's time to get into position then, said Irika. Kiridori, he's on his way with the class right now. Aye, Captain. Naruto replied with a smile and a military salute, then disappeared inside the building. Welcome to, said Irika, standing in front of the entire class. Kidori at his side. Today is an exam day. Inside this building there is a scroll like the one I'm holding here. He pointed to the scroll in his hand with your name on it. You must infiltrate this place, silently dodge the many traps inside, and return. You will be ranked in order of stealth, trap avoidance, and speed. Does anyone have questions? Not this thing again. One of the students in the back groaned. One of the returning ones. It's too easy. General murmurs of approval followed. I would be careful not to treat this course like last year, said Irika with a smile. This time, the traps have been designed, and placed by a specialist. Those who are not careful will fall prey to what is inside in reality, according to the list. They had been given they were in for a hard time. Even Hookah had no idea how we're going to be used. Some of the things Naruto had requested: blunt kunai, shinobi alhambra firecrackers, were as expected. Paper glue paint and indelible ink were normal, but 8 dozen eggs, a specific brand of vegetable oil toothpicks, and an ink seal. The teacher didn't know what to expect with that, and those weren't all. Yes, sure, Irika continued. As if there had been no comment, the students who await there will train under Kirit's orders, and will come for their attempt. When they are called, then they will come to me for a checkup. There will be no one else to tell them what to expect. Irika wanted the ones who did the best to go first to keep the surprise as long as possible. It was a good 15 minutes before Ariko returned, and even she didn't come back unmarked. There was a bright orange paint stain, of course, on her left shoulder, and her right hand was covered in ink. She didn't say much to Irika. She just grumbled silently about the explosive tags. Fake and that he would talk to his parent about this. Irika let go and sent her back to work with Kirit Toy, then sent Higaki, as he didn't want the 2 clones one after the other. With his bloodline talent, he would probably be the next best option. He didn't do as well as Ariko, and unlike her, he had clearly made enough noise to be detected due to the traps. The most obvious thing on him was the word fail written in kanji on his forehead, and as Ariko had one hand covered in ink, he was also scratching himself profusely, probably due to the itching powder. Irika forced himself not to laugh as he gave recommendations. Muraru was next, and clearly had a different plan. He hurried inside and returned in less than 5 minutes, although he was covered in paint and such. Irika had to give him a thumbs up. That was a good way to keep the 2 clones different. The story continues below. He then sent the returning Tatsujin and Rosie off and smiled at Naruto's success. The class was more than half full of the way when Kirit Ori approached Irika. This test seems more rigorous than the one I remember going through. Irika smiled. The cheating specialist I hired is known to be very creative in his designs. The taijutsu specialist looked around. He doesn't seem to see Uzumaki Sanaki already passed and left. Or did he decide to skip this exam with the dirty ones? The students ended up, after taking the exam, most ended up being sent home. None of the above, said Yuka. Seriously, Naruto is currently doing makeup work instead of this particular test. His last notes on the subject implied that he was doing better makeup work instead of redoing a test he passed several times. Just now another student came out. This one was completely orange, had feathers stuck to his head, and was making noise because of a bucket stuck to his foot. He was also missing his other sandal. In fact, he said Kirit Tori, very creative makeup work. The implied meaning was clear. I guess you'll put it to try your efforts. And Ruka nodded. That is indeed the plan. I would appreciate another opinion. The headmaster thought for a moment. Regardless of what he had over a week ago, Kidori was a consummate professional. She had also been on real missions more frequently, and for a longer period than he had higher-level missions. As well, I would feel honored. He replied. It was after 4 when the last student passed. None had come out unscathed, although Ariko and the last members to pass, which included the rest of his gang, tended to longer times and less marks. Being more careful after all the failures, then all the students were sent home, at least the few that were still present. Only then Yuka knocked on the door, came out. Naruto the blonde appeared in less than a minute. So how did I do it? I'm sure the students will pay much more attention to detecting cheating in the future. Hookah replied. Indeed, Kirit added. Tori, I suspect the students won't forget this exam and will be much more careful in your future careers. Now we will test your work. You too, said Naruto, pointing. The 2 teachers nodded together. Irika shook his head. No, each in turn. Give me 2 minutes to reset everything, then one of you can leave. Irika was the first to enter after the 2 minutes passed, as he had requested. The entrance hall and the first corridor only had the classic traps, kunai throwers, even a pit trap somehow well hidden safe. But nothing special. Any student who fell for one of those deserved to fail, since they had been studying those types of traps since day 1. The cheaters started at the end of the second corridor. Irika almost failed the first difficult trap. Naruto had sprayed ink the same color as the door handle on said piece of furniture. The chin had just dodged 3 traps and stopped an inch before being caught, and then it got harder. The first trap that caught Irika was a simple step that made a light click. The chinin, he instantly jumped back, preparing for the attack, but nothing came. He waited a minute, then stood up again to start moving, only to find his sandals stuck to the floor. The quick drying glue had seeped out from between the floorboards. He had to leave them there. The chin suspected that Naruto had hidden the mission scroll downstairs, and the increasing level of difficulty seemed to indicate that he was right. He began to get more marks from nearby dodges and such, to when he found the shelf with the scroll, he'd had to catch a couple of eggs coming from the front and back simultaneously. He'd found the ink stamp with the failed inscription and had to lock it, and he'd lost his sock. That other glue trap is in the ceiling by now. He was really paranoid. He checked every inch of the room before even getting close to the scroll and found nothing. He checked the scroll from every angle and found nothing. Just then he grabbed it, prepared for the worst. Nothing. He finally sighed and went back through the door, only to fall through a trap that hadn't been there before. Worse still, there was itchy dust at the bottom. Growling, Irika walked out of the trap and out of the building, this time managing not to fall into everything else. Naruto walked out 2 minutes later. You can go now. In Jean's sense, and the teacher nodded and went in. So how is it, Naruto asked beyond Genin. Level, that's for sure, Hoka answered, spraying the itchy dust off his feet with the water. Jutsu? I don't have no idea how some of these traps were activated. Chakra activates, Naruto smiled. No, I have no idea how to do that. And the Higa of the class would have noticed like you didn't. The weight triggers mainly, explained Naruto. At Irika's blank look, he continued, things made to withstand normal weight, but that activate under sudden pressure. Then he started writing a design in the dirt. I agree, said Kitori, walking back out. I can't grade you, Uzumaki's. Clearly you are better than any chunin that I know of in this branch of ninja arts, and I don't know of any accomplished in cheating that can evaluate it. My recommendation would be to talk to Cage about this place and let him decide who would rate your talents. He pulled out a piece of paper, especially with those. It's an explosive tag, and it's prepared, yelled Irika. It may not be a sensor, but even he could detect it. No, it's not, answered Kiritori, while Naruto simply laughed. It's just a piece of paper charged with chakra. Nothing more. Than he pulled another piece of paper out of his pocket. It's something I learned I think 2 years ago when I put my hand on a really explosive tag and tried to copy it. He drew a circle in ink on the paper, a simple circle, right? Both teachers nodded. Naruto then pushed chakra into it. The circle holds chakra. Well, make it big enough, or make it big enough, and it'll feel like a normal explosive tag. Then added random characters in the style of a tag, add the rest after, and you have something that looks and feels like a label, and whose only danger is cutting the paper. Irika couldn't resist any longer and started laughing. BU, and I'll make sure now, if you don't mind, we'll discuss the student scores another day. It's late, and the day has been long. I'll see you both tomorrow. Then he left. Naruto and Irika quickly did the same. The teacher directed his student towards Ichiraka Ramen. His work deserved an adequate reward. Janae was returning from making a delivery at the Shiya bar when his path crossed with someone that he didn't expect, Sasuke Yukiya, and he wasn't alone either. Still looking at him like a puppy, as usual, was Sakura, along with Sakaki, one of the members of his former class, behind them with her nose in a book. He assumed Sujin-sense and Takakashi knew for a while that these three were a team, as rumors spread quickly in the ninja environment. If he had passed based on his test scores, he would have probably been placed with Sasuke and Sakura under the same Kakashi. There was still no general agreement within the clones on whether this would have been a good or bad thing. That is, whether being on a team with the Yukiya Prince was worth being on Sakura's squad. Janae was about to go ahead to meet her, but remembered at the last moment who she was currently embodying. Then something came to mind. She remembered that Team 7, Sakura's team, had been nominated for the Chunin exams along with all the other rookie teams, and that the second part was currently taking place. Naruto clones would have known if Sasuke's team had already passed, and in fact, they had just heard people betting on who would make it to the third part. That means Sasuke had somehow failed the first part. A smile appeared on Janae's lips at the thought. Normally thinking about the Chunin exam gave him feelings of sadness, but the thought that Sasuke had failed from the start made him feel good inside. Perhaps the so-called prodigy would learn from the experience and become a better person. No, that will never happen. As Team 7 turned towards the mission office, Janae continued on his way. He hoped Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba had made it to part 2, and wished them good luck. Who knows, maybe he could see them fight in part 3 if they made it. Joke Day 83. Once classes were over, there were often Narutos who would leave the base to go to Konoha proper, someone to buy specific items of equipment or tools, joke, someone to other environments to train like the forests surrounding the city, and some just took a walk to rest or think not. All were under the orders of the numbers were small enough that this would not have caused any problems. At this point, the news had circulated. Team 7 was the only rookie team that had not accessed the third exam. Both Choji's team and Kiba's had succeeded, and were currently preparing for the last part of the test in a month. That was the reason why this Naruto clone wasn't surprised to see Hinata training alone in a field, relentlessly hitting a pole. She was actually one of his old classmates that he preferred, especially from last year. Unlike everyone else, she focused on being an efficient ninja instead of chasing guys like Sasuke. She was actually the only girl he could remember from that class who didn't have a crush on the Yukiya heir. He didn't remember talking to her very often, but at least he deserved congratulations for making it to the last part of the exam. Hey Hinata, said the clone as he approached. Good job on making it to the last third of the tournament, did Naruto said, turning around instantly. Judging by how red his face was, he must have been training hard for quite some time. Then he bowed deeply. Thank you for these kind words, he said, although his tone indicated that this was something from memory. Hey, you don't need to bow to me, said the Boonin. I am who should be bowing to you. You're almost tuning. She stood up quickly, shaking her hands and head in the negative. No, please don't do it, she replied, turning redder. What can I do for you, Naruto? Nothing, I just wanted to give you my congratulations, said the clone. Then he noticed that Hinata was breathing heavily, harder than he thought was good for her. You should rest for a while. You actually seem pretty out of it. Hinata lowered her face at those words. I can't really now that I think you're from a great clan, right? The clone continued. Why are you training alone in the field when you could do it in the IGA compound? I can't train with members of the clan, Hinata muttered quietly. What did the clone say? Surprised. I can't train in the compound, he said a little louder with unshed tears in the corners of his eyes. The whole story slowly came out. He would face his cousin Nei in the first round of the finals. She had never defeated him in the past, And as such, her father had ordered the clan not to waste time with Hinata. While his father had taken his nephew under his wing, no one in the clan would go against such an order. Of course, he practiced with his own master, but Yurin was an illusion specialist, and illusions weren't going to be much help against a prodigy with the Byakugan. The worst thing was that he had 3 different students in the finals, which meant he couldn't dedicate his full time to any of them. Each had 4 hours of training each day with their jonin, but that wouldn't be enough to face her cousin. The clone stopped her as she started the last conversations she had with Niji, along with the problems between the main clan and the branch. She did so by saying 5 words: "Your father is an idiot," and Nada instantly clenched up, covering her mouth with her hands. "I'm not kidding," the Bunin continued, completely serious. "This is like the worst idea. If I had 2 kids fighting each in the first round of the tournament, I wouldn't ignore one to make sure the other is as good as it can be. Train them both so hard that when the 2 of them meet in the arena, they have a fight impressive enough that the judges will have no choice but to promote them both." Yada couldn't help but let out a small chuckle at those words. "See," he said, "even you know I'm right." She laughed again, then dropped her face. "Hinata," asked the clone, "I can't beat any I." He replied, "He's better, stronger, and faster than me. Maybe I should just give up now and not embarrass myself in front of everyone." The clone's face tensed. "Can you still walk?" she asked sternly, to which Hinata replied, "Unsure." "You can still walk?" the Bunin repeated louder. "Yes," Yada squealed. "You can still fight?" the copy yelled even louder. "Yes," she said, a little more confident. "So there is no need to give up." "Giving up is for when you can't move, when you can't fight, when you can't do anything." The clone looked her in the eyes. "And you still have a month ahead of you to improve. There are still many things that can change." Case by point. Personally, she had gone from failing in the academy to infiltrate it with 3 different forbidden techniques, hundreds of clones, and a summoning contract in less than a month. But I can't do it," the heiress muttered. "IGA, yes you can, and I will help you," said the clone. Said his face, shining like the rising sun, then fell once more. "But what about the academy? I wouldn't want to harm your chances of finally passing." With what all Naruto knew now about death, they weren't very afraid. They trusted Irika's words and said that he would go straight to the Okage once the prank was done. He still couldn't tell Hinata that. Then he went off with something else. "Hinata, can you keep a secret?" asked the heiress. IGA nodded. "You can swear it." "I swear I won't reveal your secret," he said solemnly. Yada the clone nodded. "Kaibyun Jutsu." He invoked, generating another copy at his side. His eyes widened, then rolled back as he called out his bloodline. "Is it real?" he said with some surprise. "Can you do the cage Bunin?" The copy nodded once again. "Yes, I learned it right after the last final of the academy. There will be no problem with us training you. As you can see," said the newest clone, "we can be in both places at the same time." "Your clones last that long?" Naruto asked, and Nada both Bunin nodded. "We are both clones." Actually pointed at the new Hinata, said nothing, surprised once again. "Then what were you training?" asked the first clone, one of the main katas of the Fist Gentle. She answered, unsure. The 2 Bunin looked at each other before turning to the Yuga heiress. "Didn't you say that he was faster and better than you?" At that she lowered her head. "CAW, don't be ashamed. He had a head start, so of course he'll be better at some things." The second clone replied, "What about ninjutsu? Something mid or long range?" His head remained down. "Outside of Shurik and Kunai, I don't have any of that." "What about him?" His head rose as he thought for a moment. "Not that I know of. It's all taijutsu outside of the usual ninja tools." The first clone looked directly at the second. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "Matsuri." The clone nodded with a smile. "Exactly." Matsuri asked Hinata. As the 2 clones turned to her, her finger instinctively began to push each other as she blushed. "Once again, you have a pencil and paper." She handed the clone the requested items. "We will meet you in 30 minutes at this place," she said, handing him the address. "We will get what you need." She turned to her partner Naruto. "Go get the scroll. I will find something to train with." The other clone nodded. "Let's go." Less than a minute, she was back alone on the field. After a quick flash of her Yugon revealed that no one was watching her, she began to dance, lost in her fantasy. She had a date with Naruto. Of course it was to train, and with a clone, but still having a date with Naruto. She spun around for a good 10 minutes before coming back to reality. Naruto was counting on her. She wouldn't let him down. Naruto had chosen the place in Mitsu for a good reason, in particular like many ninja compounds it contained. An underground training room. Of course the room had nothing in the tunnels of Uruwara, but it was still large enough that a small group could easily train there. It was in that basement that the now 3 clones of Naruto took Hinata to train. "So what is Matsuri?" asked Hinata once again, putting her fingers together. Homatsuri, explained the first clone, "is a combat style intended primarily for closed places. It is based on creating an environment under the control of the user that is dangerous for opponents. It should be perfect for you in the arena." "I feel arriving late," another clone said. "He entered the basement. I had some trouble finding what we needed. However, I managed to get the boss's approval." "You have them right?" asked the main Bunin. "Of course." Then he handed the leader a good dozen hoops made of plastic. "Hoops?" asked the Yuga heiress, surprised. "Not really, but with that we will start training," answered the clone. "The real technique uses chakrams, but it is better to start with something a little less dangerous." "Are you sure I can learn this?" asked Hinata, suddenly insecure. "Well, you have all the requirements. You are fast, elegant, precise, and those eyes of yours are a great advantage," said the clone. "And since it was originally an IGA technique, I think it should be okay for you to learn it." Hinata's eyes widened. "You know one of my clan's techniques?" The clones scratched the back of their necks. "Well, I don't know per se, but we have documentation on how it is performed." She thought for a moment. She had actually never heard of that technique. Suddenly she realized as a potential heir there was no many documents that he couldn't access, and he knew at least the names of all the official techniques of the IGA clan. That's not surprising since it was banned at the time your father was born, explained another of the Naruto, the one holding a scroll for what is written along with the style. One of the apprentices got seriously injured while practicing, and the then current leader of the clan, who didn't like the style since it had been created by a member of the branch, took that opportunity to arrange to ban it, then banned its use by the clan. Its creator and his team died a few months later under strange circumstances. A female member of the branch asked Hinata. The clone nodded yes. The notes say that she was dissatisfied with the Jin and not particularly talented in its use. He raised the hoops in his hand. I want to try, she nodded. Little she wasn't going to give up, not in front of Naruto. What do I do? The clone passed a few hoops to each of his brothers. It's simple for now. We'll throw them at you. Sometimes making them bounce off the wall. Your job is to grab them by the inside. Indicated the proper grip with one of the rings she was holding and throw them back as fast as possible. Should I use my eyes? She asked. She meant the Bakugan, of course. The clone nodded. Of course, we'll all be against you. So you have to start with some advantage. Plus, these things aren't as fast as the real thing, but they'll work until we manage to get some real ones. Hinata took a deep breath and instinctively got into the Jin starting position. I'm ready. A trio of rings. He arrived. Just then, from 3 different directions, he grabbed the first one and dodged the other 2, throwing it straight towards one of the clones. His target was waiting for him, and he dodged it, grabbing it. Once it bounced off, 2 more came, then another 3. He managed to grab 2 this time and threw them back with little results. Still more came. Slowly he started to follow the pattern. First he was to calculate the bounces in advance, then he realized he could do better by turning to preserve as much of the clone as possible. The hoop's momentum then began to use indirect attacks instead of direct, and those were much more successful than the Naruto's. Upped the ante. More clones, more hoops flying. Hinata's movements became sharper and faster, more fluid as the minutes passed. Even better, she found that she was pouring. There was none of the stiffness of the Jin in this style. It was more grace and precision instead of speed and directness. She began to smile as the hoops flew, dodging by inches and redirecting when it was necessary. He felt more in control than ever, and he liked the feeling. Stop throwing them and catch them now, he ordered the lead clone, dodging a hoop. Sensei. Hinata responded instinctively with a smile on her face. She began to keep the ones she grabbed. Apple and Ez did it without knowing why. Then a second later she realized that there were many hoops there, much more than she expected. 10, 20, 30, 68 hoops, she said, surprised. We had a copy outside to clone more, just to see if you could handle it, said Abunin in the part of back. For a small room like this, more than 60 is a lot. With a month of training, I think you will put in a good showing in the tournament, continued the leader. And that won't be all. There are other tricks that will help you make the most of that month. Yada bowed deeply. Once again, teach me, sensei, she said enthusiastically. Look up, said the main clone, placing his hands on the seal that Naruto's Bunin used most frequently. This seal is the main seal of the Jei Bunin Jutsu, he explained with a smile. Joking. Day 87 live like Ariko was a big difference for Naruto. He hadn't thought about it before the prank, but there were serious differences between how the male groups and the female groups treated each other. Although they had been more schoolmates than true friends, Naruto had still hung out with Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru a few times. They had fun, it's true, but there was always some form of competition underneath it all, especially Kiba. Naruto had trained with him and Choid enough to know that Shimara was different, but he was still a challenge this time to make the least effort. There was none of that in the group with which he was hanged, the ninjas of Konoha Fascian as they called themselves. They did not compete much. Fichi was the leader and everyone accepted it, lining up behind her. There was none of the power games that he had seen between Hino and Sakura. Each one had their own specialties, their own places where they excelled, and that seemed to be enough. As an example, in the last Kanai throwing exams, Ariko ranked highest among the group, the tallest in the class actually, while among the boys there would be a good job of doing more likely or enjoy your victory, while you can among the girls everything was good work. Isn't that surprising? And I'll know who to ask for help. And they meant it too. It's not like Naruto's clone was the best all around in the traditional arts of kunoichi. He was behind the rest of the group, yet he had no problem explaining court manners or the language of flowers along with whatever else was needed. The Bunin was learning quite a bit there. Although it wasn't what she preferred, at least it could help her infiltration skills. There were also other domains where one or another member excelled, like Maya-sending Hutsu no Myosai, she exclaimed, looking at the almost transparent clone that Asano had made. It didn't even last half a minute. You have to put more into it, more and more, until you get something real, something usable. Only then can you start trying to whittle it down. Yes, but it's exhausting, complained Asano. The tall girl's clone chose that moment to completely disappear, leaving only smoke. It's better to be tired in peace than dead in war, my parents always say, replied Myosai, idly brushing her long black hair from her face. She was the only one in the group who had ninja parents, and even if the Yukito weren't part of a clan, they had trained their daughter effectively now again. Ayasano replied Myosai, then turned to Ariko, who made a single normal clone. It turned out exactly like the of Naruto's last attempt to pass with a blank face, and falling ill in a second. Actually, Ariko was pretty sure this one lasted even less time than the two she had made. Then the second-generation ninja tilted her head in confusion. That's new, she said diplomatically. They always do that for some reason. The Naruto clone replied dejectedly. Can you make 3 more? Asked Myosai. I want to see it again, Ariko did, as she was asked, creating 3 in one take. This trio had more color, true, but still got sick right when they appeared. Am I just me? Asked Myosai. Or did these 3 last a little longer? Wasn't it just her? Ariko was pretty sure the clone had outlived the previous batch. It's not just you, Myosai nodded. Test 10 was even more apparent with 10. All 10 looked mostly healthy, and although they crouched down a bit and held their stomachs, they didn't disappear like the previous ones. Later tests revealed that the clones were normal looking from the age of 14 and actually usable at the 19. Well, at least we have a starting point, said Myosai. Ariko nodded. The Bunin had been training non-stop in the various techniques they had decided on and had improved slowly, but surely now that he had a starting point, he could work on it and improve. Thanks, Myosai smiled. I'm glad to help now if you don't mind. I'll go see Nishi again. She's still having trouble. Go, I'll work on that on my side. Ariko dispelled his clones as Myosai walked away. The shadow clone might be better, but he needed this version to work if they really wanted to pass, so he spread his fingers in the battering ram seal and began once more. Bunin no Jutsu. Prank Day 89. Naruto rolled the dice in front of him. 64413 Sekai Bunin Jutsu. He summoned his hands, automatically doing the required cross seal. Nothing happened. Then he waited like he had done before. He was training in the Kai Bunin. No longer he was trying to improve the solidity. No, he was trying the opposite. He was trying to refresh the memories of everything without making a clone like the real Naruto. He was the only one who could effectively train in this using the normal Kage Bunin. Had a number of problems. If used only to update memories, first it was a waste of chakra, which although it did not apply to himself as the living was a problem for many Bunins, the second was time, as precious seconds were wasted creating, causing the clone to kill itself or dissipate. A clone knocked on the door. Naruto was at the original, went and opened it. Crossing his fingers, he asked, code 644135. Answered the clone, we have it. Right. Naruto smiled. It seems that yes, we finally have it. Join the people that are training downstairs. I'll try again, just to confirm the copy. He nodded and left, closing the door behind him. The setup was simple. Naruto would roll the dice to get a random code, and then perform the technique. If all went well, the mini clones in the next room would get the code and send someone with it. The dice were simply to have something random, something that couldn't be guessed. There had been many mistakes. Clones without body parts, small clones, some prodigious explosions of short duration smoke, and even a strange Bunin of Naruto without memories. But he said that he finally had it this time. However, nothing rolled. Code Sasuke with Sakura's pink hair. Kai Bunin no Jutsu. He waited the required second and opened the door when someone knocked. He sent an abnormal code. Boss, say it. Naruto answered. Sasuke with Sakura's pink hair and toned the clone. That's all true. The smile of the real Naruto was all the answer he needed. Still, Naruto did the technique 3 more times, just to make sure he could perform it without mistakes. It went without a hitch. He then had several clones do upgrades, just to make sure. The technique spread within the group. Ariko Muraru, the merchant bosses, basically had every major clone do the technique and waited for their upgrade, and upgrade they did. However, he started having problems with the clones further away. Sometimes it would take him 2 or 3 times before he received an answer. The discussion with his other clones revealed that this was not the technique that was at fault, but something else. Some clones received the upgrade, others did not. Naruto had been afraid of that after the problems he had had with the returning Cespit team. He suspected that there were limits to the technique's memory transfer effect. Now he had confirmation. Well, at least he would have something else to work on regarding the Kai Bunin joke. Day again. Naruto ordered Kai Bunin no Jutsu Hinata intoned, clearly putting her all into it. Her fingers glowed in the cross seal, and a new Hinata appeared beside the first. The second Naruto in the room approached and shook the hand of the new clone. Is good, he said. This one is solid enough. It had been a week since the academy student had started training the Jinin Niga, a long week in which they worked on the shadow clone whenever Hinata had enough chakra and the Matsur. And if not, Naruto expected Hinata to learn the technique quickly to maximize her training, but it still took her 7 days. The worst thing was that if one counted the attempts, Hinata would beat him. Naruto had taken 2 hours to finally master the technique, but that was about 5 to 6 attempts per minute. At his best, Hinata managed 1 per minute, and that was steadily decreasing as the day went on. It was visible that he was giving his best with the amount of times that he passed out trying, but it seemed his reserves couldn't take it. Naruto knew he had more chakra to spare than anyone in his class, but he didn't think the disparity was that great. Now he knew better. The Yuga ninja took deep breaths. Now what, sensei? The 2 Uzumaki clones looked at each other, then nodded. Now your clone is coming with me too. The next room, she is going to learn the techniques attached to the Matsuri, said the first clone, indicating the door. While you are going to stay with me, and we are going to start with the next phase of your training, Matsuri. The second, continued Naruto, as his partner led the clone out of the room. Next phase, said Hinata, still catching her breath. The clone went to the corner of the room and pulled out a single package. This time we will use these. He handed her the wrapped items out of breath. As he didn't have the energy to do it delicately. He tore off the paper, revealing 6 sharp metal rings tied with simple strings. He began. Those are real chakras, explained the Boonin. They are simply facts, it's true, but they'll get the job done. Those were just the first batch. The clone network had orders for them all over Fire Country. By the time the tournament came around, they should have at least 100, if not more. They are beautiful, replied Hinata. As an heiress, she had received numerous gifts over the years, but none had the meaning that this one had. Naruto believed in her. He believed in her so much that he was spending his own money to help her, made her feel warm inside. She took a deep breath and then stood up. I'm ready for more, sensei exclaimed, cutting the ropes and grabbing the chakras in his hands. Be careful with those, said the clone. They are sharp, believe me. One of the clones had exploded simply by manipulating them. Anyway, let's go slowly, getting used to them. Try to see how they fly, how they bounce. Later we will go to the real fight. He made a cross seal, and 6 more clones appeared around him. Ready, let's dance, she answered, throwing one from each hand. They weighed more but flew straighter and bounced at an angle different. The more were thrown. Then he dodged one that came back and grabbed the second one, throwing it back instinctively. His chakras bounced everywhere and his feet spun on the ground. He smiled. This was the best week of his life, going through the best month. He hoped it would never end. Joke day 92. The jumpers didn't have a fixed schedule since they came and went so often. The night and day had become meaningless. They had to sleep only when they reached their destination, and that was when they didn't work during the night. That meant there could be jumpers at any time of day. To Cairo, the tradition was that the jerseys took names of colors if they did not already have one. He was a clone, descended from those sent to Thea Country. He had chosen the lifestyle of the jumpers, preferring to see places instead of infiltrating. It was not his first trip back to Koha. He had brought some spices for Tuchi's first order. By now he was used to walking the hidden paths of Uruara, and could be agreed that smuggling had been one of their main purposes. Their goal was simple. The civilian clones representing Naruto's council had managed to lease some of the space in the only warehouse. The Uruara tunnels were connected to this, was perfect as it allowed the clones to come and go as needed. Akero was supposed to have arrived late at night, but he had miscalculated how much chakra he had. He had been forced to stop for a few hours to replenish his reserves, and that's why he was walking through the tunnels past midnight. He was surprised to see the light coming from the trapdoor at the end of the path, as the warehouse was generally dimly lit, but he paid it no attention, thinking someone else was working late. There was also a strange smell in the air. Then he entered an inferno. There was fire everywhere from the floor to the ceiling. On one side the boxes were burning happily while the hallas exploded and the boxes burst. Akero reacted. He instantly ran towards the reserved corner on behalf of Heine, dodging flames and burning debris, and found a single clone there holding a black ball. That was the only reason his corner had been saved. Until now, we have to put out this fire. I can't move the clone. Another jumper with the unfortunate name of yelled in response. After a second of observation, he saw why Naruto was moving his sphere back and forth, draining the flames around his cargo, and the places which left quickly filled again with more fire. Since the boxes contained alcohol, even too much heat could be dangerous. The jumper thought for an instant creating more clones wasn't really feasible, as they burst into smoke in an instant. Another sphere would help, but he didn't think it would be enough, not at the speed the fire was going. Creating water wouldn't fix this, as it wouldn't be enough. As he blew it up, he sent a message to everyone, but he didn't think the help would be fast enough. Escaping was the only valid option. Cover me, Akero screamed. Sliding towards the boxes, he didn't wait. He pulled a scroll from his pocket and sealed the first container he found, then the second, then the third. He thanked whoever was listening that the jumpers always carried numerous storage scrolls with them. Sealing everything took him a minute, which was the longest minute of his life. By then the ceiling had started to give way. The ghost. So Akero rushed back into the tunnels under the protection of the new sphere alone. Then he took a deep breath. Other clones began to appear in the next few minutes, not many as most were asleep, but enough. Akero quickly ordered this tunnel to be taken over, as the fire would likely lead to an investigation, and the tunnels they found weren't something they could deal with. He removed the ladder and quickly found shovels, as the tunnel was filled with dirt. As he did so, Akero couldn't help but think he didn't think this was a coincidence, not with a fire so hot. Clearly there was something fishy in Konoha. Chapter 15. Rat that smells like a rat. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. The ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough talk. Joke day 92. Tuchi found Janae next to the charred remains of the warehouse in the morning. Hello, Jisan, I heard. Are you okay? Naruto's Bunin nodded. Some loss? Not much. Nothing that can't be replaced, said the clone, turning to the chef. There were some products damaged by the heat, although very few. This happens often and not really. But this isn't the first time, Tucci replied. When the others said they faced one setback after another, this is the kind of thing they meant. It's rarely one specific event, but a series of problems like this, and nothing has been done. The Bunin asked. There's no trace found as far as I understand, Tucci replied. And it's rarely the same thing twice. Then a caravan will be attacked, a supplier will stop selling, or be lost. There's no real link between the two events except that they affect the same people. There are quite a number of merchants who stopped selling because of that. It simply reduced their profits too much to be viable. One thing is certain, I will not give up, exclaimed Janae. I will not allow something like this to come between my customers. And I looked directly at the restaurant owner. You will receive your orders on time, even if I have to go back and forth to win by myself. I am glad to hear it. And see that you are well, replied Tucci with a smile. I will leave you to your work and return to my post. See you later, Jine. See you later. I'll be sure to stop by sometime today, the clone replied with a gesture. He remained there for 3 more hours or came and went, and was questioned by a couple of Chunin, as well as the other merchants who had cargo inside the warehouse. One thing was certain, something like that would not happen again. Naruto's council would not allow it. Joke day 95. No, 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 yelled Irika. They must be in the same movement. Not separately. Try again. Oh, answered the mini Naruto, removing their fake explosive tags that surrounded them. This, it was both a reward for the cheating course and an early birthday present from Irika to Naruto. Chujin had taken the day off from teaching and was instead giving Naruto a full day of personal training, and the academy student happily accepted. Faster. Make those seals faster. Your enemies won't wait for you to finish. You know that, shouted Master Irika. He was a slaver when he was working with just one person. Naruto didn't care though. He knew full well that he learned best under pressure. As the Kajbyun had tested it without months ago, the training group took a break for a late dinner around 2 p.m. However, they were making good progress on the advanced marking techniques that Yuka was showing. So, are we doing well enough? Asked Naruto. While eating a rice ball. More than good, exclaimed the master. I really don't have a reference to learn with shadow clones, but you're progressing faster than me when I taught my honing. Sensei. Naruto smiled, then grimaced as something came to mind. Can I ask you a personal question? Sensei. Irika tilted his head forward a little, though I may not answer, then took a sip of tango from his plate. Have you ever tried to be a Jonin? Asked Naruto. The Chunin shook his head. No, I was a Genin for many years, and I just made it to Chunin. Going any further seems impossible. You want it to, continued Naruto. Well, who doesn't want to be powerful and respected? Being one of the elite, I wouldn't mind as long as I deserved it, answered Hoka with his eyes looking up. I would like to be a honing sensei, I think. Naruto smiled. I want help. What did he answer? The Chunin. Well, I'm already teaching one ninja, teach another. No, it should be a big deal, explained Naruto. Taking a dumpling. You are, he started Hoka, then stopped. I don't remember that from the last council meeting. Who are you teaching again? Hinata Yuga asked Hoka. Naruto nodded. Isn't he currently training for the tournament? Naruto nodded again. Yes, and it's me who's training her. Her father, he made it move, and she didn't like her chances. Yes, I understand the last part, said Irika, frowning. Nei, his opponent, is practically the best Hindle fish user of his generation, and his master honing is well known for his immense skill and taught. He will have a hard time. There, we are working on it, answered Naruto with a serious expression. He is progressing quite well. I think he will have a good chance against his opponent in the tournament. What are you teaching him? Hoka asked. Naruto smiled. You will see that in the arena. Like although there was a moment of silence as Yuka thought while eating. She had to agree that she hadn't improved much since taking a position at the academy. The long days along with her job at the mission office might be safe, but it didn't leave much time for training. The time she could give might keep her from getting rusty, but it didn't boost her skills. Well, there wasn't much to lose by accepting Naruto's help. Her student was full of surprises, so who knew what she would do next? I could learn. Actually, I wouldn't mind a little help, the Chunin finally answered. I may not make it to Jonin, but I wouldn't say I can't learn more. Well, exclaimed Naruto. We'll start after the next council meeting. Get ready to learn the Bunin Cage. The Cage intoned gravely. Are you sure? Asked Hoka. From what I understand, it's a honing level jutsu. It only makes sense to go for honing techniques when you're reaching that rank. Anyway, Yada achieved it, and now he has up to 2 at the same time, he explained. Naruto, I'm pretty sure you can handle at least one. Irika had to agree that this was one technique he wouldn't mind mastering. The ability to leave a clone to grade homework while he trains would be invaluable. I'll keep you on that, said the Chunin, standing up. Now, are you ready to continue? You bet, Naruto replied, jumping up. Come on, come on. He smiled at his students' enthusiasm as they made their way back to the training area. If he kept up like this, he would go far for sure. Joke day 98. Today was a day that Naruto he liked and feared. This was one of the few times during the year where he could hang out with the Sandaime without him being busy with work. On the other hand, this was the day where the general population of Konoha treated him the worst as long as the Okage wasn't there, and this year he knew why. Today was the day of the defeat of Ki. The day that Yondu was honored for his sacrifice. Today was October 10th, his birthday. Today school ended like every year. Normally on days like this, when he didn't have school, he went out straight to Yuruara's basement to go train, but today he stayed home waiting. He trained a little in his apartment, but mainly he took the morning easy. Even he could take off his birthday. The Okage knocked on his door exactly at 11 and Naruto waited no time to answer. Hey old man, he said with a smile, you finally had a day off. You should take a little more, otherwise you won't last until I can take your place. The older ninja returned the smile. Don't worry, these old bones have a lot of life in them now. Ramen, exclaimed Naruto, approaching the Sandaime. The older ninja put an arm around his shoulder, and both disappeared in an explosion of chakra, leaving only a few leaves at that moment. Exactly, the two appeared right in front of the restaurant. Normally, the Ramen Haraku did not have so many customers, especially today. Most of the people knew that he frequented the establishment and was scared that day, but this time there were already 2 people present. A woman in her 20s with dark hair, tied up in a bun, and a stick-thin teenage girl with dark brown hair. Naruto had a good idea who they were. Just as the Okage turned his back, Naruto clapped both thumbs rabbit sign language to report. Both people in the booth scratched behind their left ear, almost in perfect sync. The code for listening. Yes, they were both clones. Naruto took a seat right next to Okage and started ordering. He hadn't had breakfast, just to make sure he could eat as much ramen and chiruk as could. As usual, the conversation began to flow quickly from the Sandaime, who began to tell his stories as he usually did. Not that Naruto cared. The two clones left shortly after with an interval of about a minute. Yuzin was explaining one of his missions as a genin, in which he had been interrupted by an ambu, when something came to Naruto's mind. Hey old man, do you mind if I ask you something? Go ahead, said the Okage with a smile. The ambu are the ones who go after the criminals. True, continued Naruto. Correct. If anyone needs one. How urgently? Naruto said. How anyone calls them. Well, they are supposed to be watching the whole city, so they shouldn't be too far. Yelling might work pretty well, explained the Okage. I suppose you have a good reason for asking. Did you see something that required the ambu instantly? A bit, yes, the blonde replied, scratching the back of his neck. However, I can't prove anything, and whoever did it escaped unseen. Naruto's council had sent people around. As they filled the tunnels, they hadn't seen anyone dangerous or suspicious near the building and llamas. The Okage nodded seriously, then made a single signal in the air. An ambu member appeared a second later, staying alone long enough to hand something to Okage. He handed the item to Naruto. This is a specific type of flashbang reserved for the ambu. It explodes in bright blue and is the ambu signal for an emergency, said the Okage solemnly. I'm going to trust you with this, however, let's be clear. No, it's for jokes. If you use it, I hope you have a valid reason, because the punishment for using it incorrectly will be severe. You understand? Naruto nodded. Seriously, I understand, Okage-sama. Yuzin smiled, and the seriousness of the moment was broken. Well, now, where was I? Don't tell me you already forgot. Well, Naruto smiled. You almost threw a fireball at Lambu's face. You're getting too old if your memory goes. Oh yeah, the Okage replied. Well, I threw that fireball, then I went blank as a sheet. Realizing what he had just done, he was sure that Means was going to put a tree where the sun doesn't shine as a joke. Day 101. The training had changed since Hinata could now call a single shadow clone from time to time. The real Hinata and the clones had switched roles. The clones now trained with chakra, fighting Naruto's clones with living steel, while the real Yuga focused on his physical abilities, push-ups, running weights. He did them all. The goal was to improve his resistance as much as possible before the tournament started. The clones had done some research on Sensei Day and saw the kind of training he did. They wanted to make sure that Nin couldn't easily survive. Anata 300, said the genin with his face drowned in sweat. A Naruto clone handed him a towel, which he accepted with a bright smile. She was breathing heavily, but seemed ready to continue. And now what, Sensei? She asked. After taking a deep breath. Well, your clone is still there down fighting, and you've learned all the techniques required by the Matsuri style. So let's go with something else, said another. Naruto in the room had handled the techniques very quickly, faster than Naruto would have done it. Only helped that they weren't particularly demanding in terms of energy. Hinata nodded. What, Sensei? Is a blinding technique that I've learned, explained Naruto. One that is very effective against people with dojutsu. A little too effective from my point of view. How is that? Asked Hinata. Can it cause damage permanent to the eyes? If used too close, it goes without saying that you should not use it while you have your Byakugan active. Understood, said the other boy, completely serious. Understood, Sense. And Naruto scratched the back of his neck. I would prefer that you did not use it against Neji. He is an idiot from what I have heard, but he does not deserve to be blind for the rest of his life. And Nada nodded. There was a lot of bad blood between Najur and her, but something like that would not solve anything. It would simply generate more resentment between the main house and the branch. Then why teach me? It's better that you know it and never need it than the opposite. Naruto replied. I can trust you. Use it only against mortal threats. Hinata nodded again. Oh, since now it's like this, said the blonde, showing him the hand signs. It's important to concentrate on the light while doing it. And Nat listened carefully. She had improved a lot thanks to Naruto, and she didn't want to disappoint him. She was going to give it her all and show him how good she was. Joke day 103. The commercial network hadn't even failed after the fire. In fact, they started to push even harder, being even more visible now. They were prepared for whoever was chasing them. The group had rented a space in another warehouse, this one on the other side of the town, and was doing business from there. From what Tucci and the others were saying, they should expect another attempt from tomorrow until next month. However, it probably won't be a fire anyway. They were prepared for that case day and night. Now there were a dozen clones under various disguises in and around the warehouse. It wasn't the most glamorous job, but they got it done. Most of them trained in something or other while waiting techniques or the like. In animal form, Nezumi, named after his costume, the one of a large rat, received a memory from the clone leading the current guard round. This was the request for a status update that happened every hour. The rat clone stopped walking on the wall, plopped down, and crossed his legs to send his update, thanking the training that the clones had been making in this particular version of the Cage Bunin no Jutsu. It was so useful that each of them had worked a good amount of hours to be able to do it in whatever form they were in. Had a flash of 4 other places, the Quatuor accompanying him, and the leader as part of the outer guard. Then nothing. Where were the other 6 sets of memories? Zuku, the main copy, sent another request is clearly imbued with a sense of emergency. Once again, there is no response from anyone inside. Then Nezumi received the command total, did not wait a second. He ran directly to the warehouse, and then climbed the wall. That particular location had been chosen because it had a hole in one of the air ducts, allowing the transformed clones to rush directly inside. Nezumi did so, preceded by Zuko and Maru. The first detail that was noticed was the smell. There was something in the air. Although it was fading, the clone ignored that. Running to his corner of the building, it was completely empty, and not just his place, but everywhere. Zuko looked around, and finding no one, he reverted to his original form. The rest of the group quickly followed. Kainzumi said, the leader, run to the base and make sure our cloners are still okay. The cloners were copies made to duplicate material, in this case their load. I doubt we would all have missed those memories, but we better make sure the rest of you look for the others. We didn't get an update, so they should still be here. Kainzumi said. He turned into a squirrel and left while the others searched. It didn't take long for them to be found, as they were still at their posts. To the man, they were all sleeping right where they should have been. Shaking the stones didn't give quick results, and they were reluctant to use harsher methods that might make them explode. It took a clone taking water out of a rain barrel and splashing it in the face before one came back to reality. This one, Kato, shook himself dry and then turned back. Naruto, what happened? He asked. That is what we want to know, answered the leaderless one. Kato thought for a moment. I simply fell asleep for some reason. I did. Yes, everyone inside was sleeping, said Zuko, pointing to the others who were still sleeping, and we still have one missing. The inner guard looked at those who were still present. Usagi has disappeared, he finally answered. In fact, he decided to hide inside one of the boxes. Everyone looked at him. You mean the boxes that are no longer there, right? Said Mao. He took a good look at his surroundings. Yes, those. Zuko got up. Bring more water. We are waking everyone up, he ordered. Then we will all return to the base. There is nothing else to watch here, and we will have to wait for the report from us. Usagi, first of all. He clapped his hands. Let's move, people. Usagi woke up wearing masks. Because of his current size, they were huge. Remembering what he was currently, he turned and hid in the corner opposite the faces. He squealed as if he was scared. There is a rabbit in this box, he said flatly. The first, the orders are orders. The contents remain here for 5 nights. Then they will be transferred to the location 13, the other replied, just as calmly. Then he closed the lid once more. Usagi waited until the noise coming from the 2 ninjas went away, thinking all the while he had fallen asleep for some reason. Then he woke up in this place, wherever he was. Well, first things first, he crossed his legs, sending an update. He didn't have to wait long to receive a reply from Zuko, containing a message for him. Where are you? He actually had no idea, so finding out was the priority. The box he was in had a hole in it, one not big enough for a rabbit, turning into a small rat. He pulled the container out, then navigated around the other boxes to get a good vantage point. The place made him think of Yuruara's basement. Actually big and empty place, dirt walls, spotlights. There were enough differences to make it clear it wasn't the same, mostly in shape and light level, but the basics remained, so exploration was needed. Like a rat, Usagi climbed along the walls, quickly finding himself at the ceiling. Then he began to walk down the only hallway leading away from the fake cargo of the Naruto group. He took it easy, keeping close to the ceiling and matching his color to the walls with his size. It all took longer, but he emerged in the equivalent of a cafeteria after an hour of searching, and there were quite a few people inside. At first, Naruto thought this place belonged to the Andu, but reconsidered after a while. There were too many children in there, some even he had guessed that they were younger than the real Naruto. Plus, he had seen many Zambu masks in his life, and none of the ones down here matched. They were similar, true, but not exactly the same. The disturbing thing about this place was how quiet it was. Even with more than 15 people in the room, there was no conversation except short phrases spoken bluntly here and there. It was even quieter than his time in the Real Hamburg cafeteria, something he wouldn't have even if it were possible. Still, cafeteria meant kitchen, and kitchen meant some kind of vents. He had used them in pranks before, so he knew what to expect. It took a while to find a valid entry point, but once he did that, no one stopped him. Once far enough away from the cafeteria, he spawned a dozen clones and sent out every possible path into the vents. The first one out was one of the new clones, and he sent a message to everyone. As soon as he returned to the surface, he was then quickly guided to an alley where the rest of the guard team. And now, what did the new Boonin ask, returning to his human form? Are you okay? The clone nodded. Well, Zuko replied, the orders are to make sure that whoever causes these problems is forced to stop with what you found. I say that leaving them the Ambu is the best way to achieve this, or they are linked to the Ambu, and nothing bad will happen to them, or they are not, and this will get them out of our way. Now go ahead, we are going to go back. We need to find an entry point that the Ambu can use. Going back inside, the mini clones followed the new Usagi back to the cafeteria, then spread out to cover more ground, trying to find the main exits. They hadn't even found one when Nezumi sent a message to everyone following his instructions. The group ended up in a sealed room with a pit in the middle. There was a rancid smell all over the place. What is that smell? Zuko sent a message using his paws. Nezumi simply pointed towards the pit. The group went down to see what was hiding in the darkness. After a moment to let their eyes adjust, they cringed as they realized what was inside. This whole bodies, especially corpses of children. Some of them still had their masks broken, testimony of what they had been before they died. Known Mu sent a message Zuko, and everyone nodded at that. Get to work, he indicated. Then and everyone went back up full of rage and anger. Unfortunately, the next message was accompanied by something the clones didn't want. An alarm curse, Usagi said. Inside below him, the fake Ambu began to run as if someone had kicked his anthill. He received an explosion of memories coming from a clone using his copy of Ambu's blue flashband. Then another like a second clone did the same. And seeing that explosive labels were placed on the walls, he quickly sent a message with that as a last memory. The message was clear: he escapes now. In the end, only 6 of the clones managed to get out. The entrances they had found were now full of Ambu, who unfortunately would have some difficulties in finding anything. The demolition charges had blown up those entrances, and some of the clones had seen the fake Ambu members escape through secret exits hidden in the walls. As the place blew up, the group went to an alley and transformed once they were sure the place was clear. Now what? Nezumi asked. Well, whoever they were abandoning a base like that must have put a stop to their plans, said the leader. The network should be safe for a while. Really, do you think this is over? Asked Maruzuku. Shook his head. No, we're not that lucky. That's just the first round, he said, but at least we'll have a period of calm after this. Those saboteurs and thieves will have other things on their minds in the next few days. We'll have to keep our guard up, sure, but the network should be able to get some rest. The rest of the company nodded. They had won the first battle now. They just needed to keep that advantage. Joke day 104. Between their normal work and the Chunin exams, it had been almost 3 weeks before the Okage was to arrive at Kirito. Irika's request for a cheating specialist. It was another week before the selected Honing returned to Konoha. As such, a week before the end of the Chunin exams, Saratobi Rin Tekuno Kanden and 2 members of Ambua companions were found standing in front of Keiki's old compound. Then you requested an assessment of this place, the Okage asked. Kirito nodded. Indeed. Yumanosan then nodded to his compatriot. We demand the help of an unqualified cheat specialist for this year's exam to prevent cheating and stealth. Both he and I took the course after the students, and neither of us managed to get out, and that we were both curious about what rank should be given to our specialist. Explain my presence at least, said Tekuno, snapping his fingers. You want me to run the gauntlet, I guess. Right, replied Kirito. Remember, though this place was built to test a people, as such the difficulty increases with the distance you reach. There is nothing lethal in the building either, so forget about power and focus on location variety. And such. He nodded. I understand, then I'll let you go, said Irika, throwing a scroll to the Honing. The objective of the exercise was to grab a scroll like this. Good luck. No luck when you have skill, replied Tekuno with a smile. I hope it is at least a challenge, he said as he entered the building. Everyone watched him leave. Since you two are teachers at the academy, and the creator of this place has no rank, I guess the author is the person I'm thinking of, right, said the Okage, looking directly at Irika. You have the right person in mind, Okage-sama, replied the Chunin. At this, the Okage smiled. Then for once I will see the results of someone else who actually asked for it. I have seen enough of your ability to appreciate when someone else comes to bat. As much chunning as one of the Ambua felt keeping the house at there was no sound coming out of the site, but that might not mean anything. It was another 10 minutes before the man came back out. Well, that's one sneaky bastard, the man said, whistling. I think I see a bit of orange on the side of your shirt that wasn't there before. He pointed at the lace. His lips curved upward. I seem to remember you had sandals on your feet when you came in, Yuka added with a smile at his side. Kirit toy was abnormally stiff, something that clued people into the fact that the man was hiding his emotions. Ha ha, said the Honing without understanding. Go ahead, laugh. I just want to bring who built this here. I have some questions about how he handled some of those traps. First, the rank would you give if you wanted it, Saratobi said, now serious. Hard to say. Actually, he turned to the 2 Chunning. Am I right when I say that chakra is not used in those traps right outside of the false booby traps? Yes, Irika answered. Those were pretty not well drawn, but pretty, said Tekuno, nodding. There worked enough with explosive tags to detect a fake from a mile away. The thing is, I can't classify him because there are no chakra traps. If chakraless trap existed as a specialty, the man would be at least Honing level, but he lacks half the material required to master traps. If he picks it up, he'll be on par with Honing. Right there fast, he thought for a moment. Probably better than that. Even his trap placement is bad effective and plays on the psychology of efficiently. That last trap of yours would have caught most of the ones who made it through. I just dodged it from what I could read of their trapping methods. He looked around. Now I can meet this enigmatic trap master. Irika headed for the door. Naruto, get out a minute, said the boy's voice, and 60 seconds later, he walked out. The traps reset. If anyone else wants to try their luck, you are, he said. Tekuno then doubled over, laughing. I heard rumors that the Ambu were having trouble hunting you down, and now I can believe it, he said between laughs. They must have hated your insides for some of that talking about Ambu. Yusin began turning to his 2 guards. Both stiffened. It's a valid test for Ambu. Don't you believe? The speed at which they shook their heads clearly indicated that they didn't believe it. That was an order in case you didn't understand me, said the Okage. Now quite seriously, the hands of the 2 Umbor flashed in some form of communication, going too fast to be followed. After 10 seconds, the head of the one on the left fell lightly and walked towards the building. When he came back, he was also without sandals and his suit was orange at the crotch level. No words were said, but the looks of the spectators said it all. Naruto didn't even notice having an emphatic discussion about the trap triggers with Tekuno. Joke day 107. There are 3 days left before the day of the tournament, said Naruto, looking directly at Hinata in front of him. So here is the plan for the time left. The last day is free to make sure you will be as rested as possible for the main event the day before. We'll go over the equipment, the planning, And such nothing strenuous, the blonde boy smiled. Today is the all-out match against me. How is that different from the previous days? Asked Hinata. The last week had been a full contact match since he had become proficient enough with the various jutsu that were part of the Matsuri. You're facing something real this time, explained Naruto. Smiling, it took Hinata a moment to realize what that meant. Did Naruto stuttered, lowering his face to hide the blush that was rising. He had gotten used to the clones over time and had managed to stop blushing instantly at their presence. Clearly the real Naruto still had an effect. Yes, said the boy with a smile. It's not the first time I've come. I was the one who helped you with the Mabus Kageyaki, and I also looked at some of your sticks with the other clones. Yada blushed even more now. I'll do something special for the first matches, just to prepare for the real thing, explained Naruto. There will be a special rule for those matches. If it's your turn, you lose. Hinata looked back a bit. Why that? As a response, Naruto did the ram seal. Turning into someone completely different. Fate may have brought you here in Atsama, but it won't take you any further, said Naruto as Niji in a very believable imitation of the branch member's speech. Then he took a pose similar to the first, gentle fist stance. Face defeat, that is your inevitable destiny. He continued, winking at her. She gulped. She understood now the reason for the rule. He wanted to prepare her as best he could for what she would face in the arena. She couldn't give up now, especially not with Naruto. Watching her, I'm ready, she said, adopting the open arms stance she had found best for the Matsuri. The results of this battle are predetermined, Naruto replied, running forward. The moment the battle began, the first spar was fast, as was the second. The third lasted 5 more times. By the fifth, Hinata was fighting like she had in training the previous days. By the seventh, he was even joking around a bit. Naruto smiled inwardly as the ninth battle began. Hinata would do well in the arena. He could tell he was joking. Day 108, Yuka was taking a breather, having once again attempted to generate a single Bunin box. He had a new appreciation for his student's stamina. A couple of attempts had knocked him out. This was only the second day of training that he had achieved with Naruto and had not yet progressed much in the technique. However, he managed a good fight against a Naruto with a katana and an unarmed Muraru, which was more of a challenge than he expected. And he was a Chunin while Naruto was not even an official ninja yet. So how are the ninjutsu studies going? Asked the master while he rested, recovering his chakra. Any problem? Are we improving? Answered Naruto, without deviating from his sword. Kata at his side, Muraru was doing his own kata, while that Ariko threw shurikens at a target. She was already the best in her class with kunai and wanted them to nail all the throwing weapons. Well, the clones are mainly, tell me, asked the Chunin. The clones have been reduced to 9 usable clones when I use the technique, while I have to go with 15 if I want to use the normal ones instead of the Kajbunin, answered Naruto. Explained. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Do you remember my clones from the last exam? Irika nodded. Attractive. The blonde did the hand seals for the technique several times, and the clones appeared in waves. First he had 2 that instantly crouched down sick, and each wave after that was double the amount and looked better than the last. By the 4th, the clones were normal and didn't even react in any way. So basically, you asked for confirmation. Are you working downwards instead of upwards? Naruto nodded energetically. What about the other techniques? Master Kawarimi asked. It's something we use a lot by now. It's almost instinctive for clones. The student replied. I'm still having some trouble with it, but only for really short distances like a meter or less, and the current record in kilometers is around 8 by now. That's Irika. Then stop, that's ridiculous. That's what it was. Show me. Naruto. He took a deep breath, then shifted to the other side about 2 meters away. Why are you shifting with air outside of? Shifting with someone whose chakra was opposing yours was the most difficult and intensive use of the technique. I actually find it easier, especially when I get up close, he explained. Naruto, it's obvious you're still using too much chakra, the teacher pointed out. Yes, Naruto answered, motioning for her to leave. I'm working on it now. You'll try again, or you'll stay on the floor until you fall asleep. He smiled. I'm not giving up, replied Irika, recognizing the words by the breath that they were like the last question. You're busy. The day of the tournament depends on your definition of busy. But why? Naruto answered. As a teacher of the academy, I have a reserved seat, and I can bring someone else, explained Irika. Would you mind being with your teacher on a day off? And that's it for today's video. I hope you had fun thinking about this what if idea with me. If you liked it, make sure to like the video and subscribe for more. Also, let me know in the comments what you think would happen if Naruto discovered new abilities as a normal person. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.